All right, here we go. Welcome, Law and Lumber and Friday Night Frenzy. It's Friday. And for those of you guys who are joining again, you guys know that this is kind of a show where we get to break down some of the chaos that happened in law while decompressing from a week of chaos that exists in our regular lives. So there's sidetracks aplenty. There's fun to be had all around. We've got earrings. We've got Taco Tuesday. We have Sam Bankman-Fried doing Sam Bankman-Fried things and a couple of different distractions along the way. So it's going to be a good one. Action-packed indeed. So before we get going, or as we get going, go ahead and tell me where you guys are tuning in from. I love seeing all the news about where you guys are. How was your week? What you drinking? Did you have a good week? Was it a rough week? Are you looking forward to the weekend? Any weekend plans? As always, just flood the chat. Let me know. It's really fun. Now, it takes me a little while to catch up, but it is really fun to see what you guys have been doing. I've been in trial prep mode and discovery. I'm so tired of reviewing financial documents and therapist notes. I'm exhausted. So I'm very glad to be talking about something that's not trial prep, especially this particular evening. Playing the intro before I get started. Yep, that's right, Stephanie. That's exactly right. That was because I always forget about the intro. So, of course. New Jersey. Hi, the friendly CC. Very glad to see you here. That's awesome. Kevin Riggs, let the frenzy commence. Indeed. Wait. Is this real? May Wimple? I'm eating my first Cinnabon? Your first Cinnabon, like ever? Is it life-changing? Like the Yoda avatar you have up that looks like he's shocked at the whole world? Oh, my word. Teresa, hello from Bed in Australia. Hello. Hope you're having a good evening. Bell, I've had a crap week. Not as bad as Sam Bankman-Fried's about to have next week. Rab 420, hello from Scotland. Rob, me and my good lady on Morgan's and Pepsi and Max. Wonderful. That's awesome. Just double checking. Hang on, what is that? Me confused. A group chat I'm in just went sideways on me. Yeah, so hang on. I got to listen to something offline. Hang on. Listening to something. I'll fill you in a minute. Sometimes we get news updates via group chat. Still listening. Oh, one of my favorite like tea deliverers just delivered tea via voice message and chat. So we're going to get to that one. That has to deal with the Erika Girardi stuff because we like news. Aviation Fanatics. So Rob, how happy are you the Commanders have their new ownership? So freaking happy. It is ridiculous. No more Dan Snyder. All members, all owners approved. Oh, thank God. Virginia, Mary Coppola, fantastic. Rosie Wan, Denver. Nicole, Austin, that's awesome. Pants, New Hampshire here. New Hampshire's a good place. Gloucester. Is it Gloucester? Is that how we pronounce it? Gloucester, UK. Huntington Beach from Mindy, 74 degrees. 74, that's wonderful. It was hot all week. It's starting to cool down a bit. Menifee, California. Oh my gosh, you guys are coming in from everywhere. Baton Rouge. We've got Cassie Lemke, my couch. I'm exhausted. Me too. We're gonna push as hard as we can during this one to make through some of this stuff. Sweet Tea in ATX, Miami in the house. That's fantastic. Mom Morton's in the chat. I didn't see Mom. Where's Mom? Oh, Mom always does this. Hey, Mom. I hope Blakely Island is fantastic, and I hope you're feeling well, and I hope that you are ready to listen to some chaos from the FTX just Just wow. Just wow. Wow. But hi, Mom. You never have to super chat. You can text me. You have like the phone. You have the phone number. You can text and say hi. We did talk earlier this week, so good. Coffee in Maryland. That's wonderful. Long week. Time for the weekend. It is indeed. So cheers to all of you. And as you guys know, so I have one chaotic story that we're going to talk about before we get rolling. Cherry Coke in New Jersey. Cabernet in Connecticut. That rhymes. Cabernet in Connecticut. Texas loves Robs. Texas loves everybody. Texas is fantastic. Washington. That's where the mama is. That's where mama is. Ada Martin. Hello from Ashburn, Virginia. Hello, Ashburn, Virginia. Just down the road. Hey, Ada, did you see all the news about all the lovely Loudoun County supervisors going on county taxpayer-funded trips to Ghana, Uruguay, etc.? I don't talk about politics, but holy crap. Tons of money for international travel. Very, very strange. But yeah, everyone's saying hi to Mom. Hello, Mom. Nicholas is in the chat. Sky went boom and my power went off, running the house on a diesel generator at the moment. But I have whiskey, so I am good. Nicholas always does well with whiskey. I'm sorry I couldn't jump on your stream earlier, bud. I had some deadline stuff to get out before I left the office. I've been leaving the office like 7 o'clock at night every freaking night. It's been killing me. And then I've been working at home. But this too shall pass. Play the intro again, maybe when we get rolling. Mama Morton, kind of like Rob getting his allowance. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's more just Mom making sure that she sees that I see her in the chat. But you guys all let me know when she's here. So yeah, you guys are all amazing. She's healing up well. She just don't lift trash cans. Don't lift trash cans. Don't lift heavy objects. Relax. Get out and walk. Enjoy the weather. Enjoy the weather. And I'll see you next week because you're coming back to the DC area next week and that'll be a lot of fun. Get to be around all the grandkids. Oh my God, I got to mention this comment. Well, I don't know if I can. My brother has five children. 5 children under the age of 10. 5 under the age of 10. We got news that number might be increasing. So I know you guys know that I like chaos, but whew. Oh, at least Mom didn't decide to comment after a spicy comment. I have to actually say a thank you to somebody. And before I do that, I'm going to pull on somebody who has been singing in the background very, very pleasantly. And it's a wonderful thing to hear, but there's a certain, I don't know if we call it a fish or a bee. But I don't know.
Hi, everyone. My name's Callie. I'm a bee fish. I heard you like chaos, so I'm here to help you with the chaotic stories. I'm from California.
Mm-hmm. So Callie, the California bee fish, has joined us on stream.
Hey, Rob, you seem like a cool guy. Do you have any bees or fish? They're my friends.
I don't know that we have those things, but
okay.
This is exactly the type of chaos that Fridays are intended for. Uh-huh.
Well, I'm here to tell you the singular truth that bees are fish, and I will be recognized.
I will be recognized. Here, maybe bee fish. Can you wish opposite amnesia a happy birthday?
Yes, happy birthday for opposite of amnesia, which means that you remember everything, which means that you'll remember me, the bee fish, telling you a happy birthday. Huzzah!
Get that? It was the ha ha ha. Oh God, that was so perfect. That was perfect. Opposite amnesia, happy birthday. I really hope you have a great weekend and enjoy the next year of your entire wonderful life. Just get outside, make some fun out of it. Promise you have a good time. Can we have Mom Morton live stream, please? Maybe at some point in time in the future, maybe. I don't like to subject family members to the interwebs because the interwebs is a tough place, man. It's a tough place to be on the interwebs. It can be kind of frustrating. Susan, passing by to show some love. I was about to talk about you, Susan. Thank you for the Holocaust Museum suggestion, Ian's birthday stream. It was a lot, but time well spent. I told you, it's a fantastic museum. It really is. You have to go in there expecting what you're expecting. But as far as museum experiences and knowledge and information, there are so many things that we do not know or are regularly taught about the Holocaust that museum, it's one of the most moving experiences I've ever had in the district. Kurt, have you ever been?
I have been to the Holocaust Museum, yes.
Not as a bee fish. You cannot be a bee fish right now. You can jump on stream.
Okay. All right. Yes, I have been to the Holocaust Museum in DC. It is an interesting place for sure. I remember, I will tell the story. I don't think Stephanie would mind. So there was this moderator I had for a long time named Stephanie, and her grandmother, I think, was a concentration camp survivor, and her grandmother died about maybe like a year or so ago. It's been a little bit, but she lived a fairly long life. She lived to be like 97 or something like that. And so she did the Shoya testimony and like all that stuff to tell about her story. And Stephanie told the story about when she and her grandmother went to the Holocaust Museum in DC. And her grandmother at one point just sat down in the train car that's in exhibit and be like, this is the train car that took me to the concentration camp, and this is where I sat. And apparently some people who observed this happening lost their lunch as a result of that, which, yeah.
It's an appropriate reaction, but it's one of those museums that anyone that ever goes to DC, it's one of the museums that gets my always recommend because of the significance. It's pretty amazing, but you have to be in the right frame of mind to go there. But I also did want to highlight Susan for a far more pleasant comment. Susan is in DC, and because of my pre-trial litigation antics and craziness, I haven't been able to say hi to her or meet with her, but she sent something. And Kurt, you know those books that I read that are slightly inappropriate?
Yes.
Yeah, like the book Jiggle Wiggle Tickle Pickle, or the book Wanna Bone or Biss Blue Balls.
Yes. What is this?
This is Jiggle Wiggle Tickle Pickle crocheted. These are Biff's Blue Balls crocheted. This is Wanna Bone.
How on God's earth did we transition from Holocaust Museum to this? Is the question going through my mind.
You know what? Because it's Friday, Kurt. Because it's Friday. Because it's Friday. Because this is what happens on Fridays.
That's a lot of ADHD steps of separation between the two. I'm just saying. We went from Holocaust Museum and survivors sitting on train car floors.
You're right.
To
you're
absolutely
absolutely
blue balls.
Yes, you're 100% correct. That's exactly how the transition happened.
Okay.
I have no explanation beyond that. It was just that I saw Susan's name pop up and I wanted to highlight it, and she popped up and said hi. And this is the little Clam's buddy from the Tight Little Clam. And then there's these big nuts with accompanying, I mean, a little bit wild, but an accompanying
Zach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So Susan, I am glad that you enjoyed your trip and adventures in DC, and thank you very much for the really very, very, very well done crochets. Like, this is really freaking cool. So I'm sorry for the very random switch, but my word, I'm just impressed with the talent.
For what it's worth, for those of you who like deep dive legal analysis, and we don't necessarily have to go into it depth right now, but as long as we're talking about the World War II, I did a very extensive story today dealing with a particular painting that was seized by the Germans during World War II, and who owns the painting, which is a continuing fight over various people. And it's just, one case among many about the whole thing. And it's a very interesting dealing with choice of law and conflicts of law and all kinds of interesting stuff. I can talk
The
about it more if you
pain,
want in detail, but I did in depth today.
the painting litigation is always those. That's litigation that happens. You don't
Yeah.
see a lot of it, but you
And you know
really don't
what?
see a lot of it.
And you know, other things, as long as we're on the topic, I suppose, is that what would surprise you perhaps is that there's still people being tried for World War II. Like the
Yes.
secretary at one of the Holocaust camps, like the 17-year-old girl, she was recently tried. She was convicted like what, last year or something like that? And there
Mhm.
was another one that was like the year before. They're still convicting people for World War II crimes, like now. So they're still looking at it. So it's interesting in some ways that it just doesn't end. So between the war crimes trials that are still happening and the who owns the paintings, the horrors of World War II continue to permeate even today.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the litigation still happens. This is why law is really interesting, because things come up and you're sitting here wondering, why is this coming up now? Or why is this something we've never heard about? Because these
Yeah.
disputes occur behind closed doors. And oftentimes they're just not popular. They're not popular opinion. They don't pick up mainstream media. So it kind of comes to these secondary platforms, YouTube, et cetera, where we finally get to talk about it. And even then, a lot of the YouTube stuff on discussing law is really new. So
Yeah. Yeah. And it's all and in some ways there's not easy answers,
mhm.
because it's like how in like in the case of the paintings is how far back do you wind the clock? And which raises interesting questions with other property. Like how far back should you try to wind the clock when it comes to certain things being stolen and trying to return them to rightful
The
owners, and
rightful owner.
how far back do you go?
And
Do you
then
just stop at some point?
the good faith purchaser exceptions, where
Yeah.
someone who purchases in good faith should be protected by the law to some degree. And we'll get into that a little bit more
Yeah.
this evening when we talk about certain set of earrings. But I do agree that, Kurt, I'm loving your scruff this evening. That was a comment by Connie. And then also
Thank
I
you.
agree with this comment. Sandra says that, Kurt, your eyes and shirt match beautiful color. I agree.
Today was not
looking.
today was not a good day to be a person with a fair eye color. I went outside with sunglasses and my eyes still hurt now. For my eyes, basically my retina's burning because of how bright it was outside.
I mean, Texas, just saying, like Texas. So it's going to be bright. There's going to be days when it's like that.
Yeah.
Either way. Other people saying really is flattering. Yep. So all kinds of stuff. And then, hair on the top of the head isn't the most relevant stuff in the world, because you know what happens to the male? You know what one of the sickest things that happens to guys is these hair follicles stop. There are hair follicles inside of your nose. And on your
then you
nose.
get that old man nose shit going on.
And then you get the old man ear stuff too. So it's like these ones just decide we're not going to do any more work. And then the other ones just start firing up and going, "Oh, we can grow some hair." You're like, "Stop. Just stop."
I
Please.
do have a nose trimmer. I use it quite frequently.
I did the nose waxing. Like the actual waxing kit.
Oh, why? That sounds like a world of pain.
It's not that bad. I have a really high pain tolerance, but you sit there for a solid 10 seconds debating your life, and you just say, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. You go to yank, and then you just like, I don't want, and you just gotta pull the trigger. So
I'm just gonna stick with the nose trimmer. Thanks.
hey,
It works great.
It does. I did it kind of on a hunch. It was really funny. I did not do it on stream. I was very concerned that I would not be able to. Chicken meat, that's why I did it once. I'll do it. Who knows? Maybe I'll do it at some point in time or not. Who knows? Anyways,
I think
so there was
I
an
think
article.
I'm getting older though. I'm 42. I'm very upset about the fact I'm 42.
Age happens.
I don't. It does apparently, and I think to myself, I remember when I was 32, and 52 probably is not that far in the future, and this is distressing news. But I'm trying to get more fit, and if you'd like to follow my fitness journey, I do log my workouts on my community tab, and I would appreciate your support and love.
I've
We're
been
making
seeing
progress.
you've been doing great. You did how many days in the gym this month?
I think we did 13 last month.
That's
and
awesome.
we've been doing pretty good. We've been doing pretty good recently too. We're on a nice little streak.
Cool.
Yeah. So we're making progress. There's this guy at the gym is like 55 and he's absolutely ripped. And I'm like, okay.
Is he like what's his name? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. ripped?
I haven't really taken that close a look at Robert F. Kennedy, so I couldn't say.
Well, he pulls his shirt off every chance he gets. It's really kind of funny.
Okay.
But
I apparently missed that memo. I'm sorry. I don't have anything intelligent to offer.
Well, I know where you have a lot to offer.
I have a lot to offer on trademark law.
Well, in several respects, you have a lot to offer. You have a lot to offer to people in general. But this was the one that I wanted to pull up kind of as the interim discussion. Judge finds forensic scientist Henry Lee liable for fabricating evidence in a murder case.
That's a problem. That's a very big problem.
This literally, like, I saw this as we were getting ready to go on the live stream, and I was trying to skim the article, and that's why we were a little bit late. But this is wild. So famed forensic scientist Henry Lee was found liable for fabricating evidence in a murder case that sent 2 Connecticut men to prison for decades for a crime they did not commit. Well, gee, that's a problem. Ralph, Ricky Birch, and Sean Henning were convicted on December 1st, 1985, slaying Everett Carr, based in part on testimony about what Lee said were bloodstains on a towel found in the 65-year-old's home in New Milford, 55 miles southwest of Hartford. The judge vacated the murder conviction in 2020, and the men filed a federal wrongful conviction lawsuit naming Lee, 8 police investigators, and the town of New Milford.
Qualified immunity.
Yeah. This one's interesting, though. So the ruling Friday sends the case against the police and the town to trial. Oh, qualified immunity over. They got through it. They got past it, apparently.
Yeah.
In granting a motion for summary judgment against Lee, the only whoa. In granting a motion for summary judgment against Lee, what? The only outstanding issue for a jury in this case will be the amount of damages. Holy crap.
I guess there's no real dispute of fact on that.
I didn't see that coming. Lee, the former head of the state's forensic laboratory.
Oh, he's the head of the state forensic laboratory? Oh, the nightmare is just increasing. He's the head of the laboratory of North Carolina?
So explain how far this can go. Explain how far this can go. Give me 1 second. Explain how far it can go.
Yeah, no, the problem is not the case at hand, although that's obviously a problem, but it's not the problem. The problem is that every case that he touched now has to be reviewed. And he's the head of the lab, which means every case the lab touched has to be reviewed, which is a lot of cases. So, yeah, that's nightmare fuel. We have to re-examine all those records and all those cases for all those prisoners and all their defense lawyers. And the North Carolina courts will be clogged for years just trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Yep. Sorry, not North Carolina courts. It's going to be the, what is it? The
Connecticut?
Connecticut.
New Haven, Connecticut? Okay, Connecticut then. Head of, yeah. So that's, yeah.
So Lee, 84. Wait, is this a photo of Lee? This was a trial. So this was him testifying in 2003.
No, it said he's testified in North Carolina. So now I'm confused. What's going on? How many did he touch other states?
No, he travels everywhere. He was a professional, and we get to this in a second. So he was a professional expert.
He was the head of the lab, And then after that, he became an expert for hire.
Yep.
Is
Well,
that the
no,
deal?
I think before that. So here you go. Lee, 84, rocketed to fame after his testimony in the 95 O.J. Simpson murder trial, in which he questioned the handling of blood evidence. He also served as consultant in other high-profile investigations, including 96, 6-year-old John Benet Ramsey. Oh, shit. We're not going to open that one again. 2004 murder of Scott Peterson, who was accused of
Some
creating...
state somewhere has to re-examine this thing. I'm not exactly sure which state it is at this point. I'm now confused by the article. Some state somewhere has to re-examine every conviction it's touched and any work it's done for any other state, incidentally, and anything he's ever been a part of in any case he's ever testified in. All that stuff has to be re-examined.
So Birch and Henning put on trial in 89. So this is before he became really famous for the O.J. Simpson stuff. Jurors heard about extremely bloody crime scene. Carr had been stabbed 27 times. My word, throat cut. So that's a mess. No forensic evidence existed linking Birch and Henning to the crime. No blood was found on their clothes or in their car. The crime scene included hairs and more than 40 fingerprints, but none matching the two men. Prosecutors presented evidence from Lee, not yet famous, that it was possible for the assailants to avoid getting much blood on them.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that because, if you're going to stab someone 27 times, I would think that you might get some blood on you. I'm just guessing.
Lee also testified that the towel, which later was suggested could have been touched by the killers while cleaning up, was found in the bathroom near the crime scene with stains that he tested and consistent with blood. Tests done after the trial when the men were appealing their conviction showed the substance was not blood. Whoops. In his ruling Friday, which was first reported by the Hartford Courant, U.S. District Judge Victor Bolden ruled that Lee presented no evidence to back up this testimony. Other than stating he performed the test, however, the record contains no evidence that any such test was performed. In fact, as plaintiffs noted, Dr. Lee's own experts concluded that there is no written documentation or photographic evidence that Dr. Lee performed the TMB blood test, and there is evidence in this record that the test actually conducted did not indicate the presence of blood. Experts be warned. Experts be warned.
Well, don't tell lies. I mean, experts be warned, don't tell lies. I mean,
yes, experts be warned experts be warned that just because you receive a paycheck, don't alter your testimony. The concept of hired gun for experts is thrown around a whole lot. And I don't put a whole lot of credit to that, or like when people say it's a hired gun, they're going to say what they need to, right, for this opinion. Their credibility is on the line. Now, you also get to see in this particular instance that credibility and the testimony that you hear about their conclusions, sometimes they might stretch that.
I'm horrified.
Oh, he tried to use immunity. So the judge also ruled that Lee failed to properly use an immunity defense that could have shielded him from damages and was no longer eligible to use that argument. He waived qualified immunity?
I'm horrified.
They're not raising it? Wow.
It's worse than that, actually, because he works for the state official. He could even argue sovereign immunity.
Yeah. Elizabeth Benton, a spokesperson for the Connecticut Attorney General, William Tong, whose office defended Lee and the police detectives in the case, said it was reviewing the decision to evaluate next steps. Wow.
Evaluate the next steps are open 10,000 cases.
Here's the sad part. Birch served more than 30 years of a 55-year sentence for felony murder before being released in 2019 after a judge ordered a new trial. 30 years. After the convictions were vacated, Lee defended his conduct in the investigation. In my 57-year career, I have investigated over 8,000 cases and never, ever was accused of any wrongdoing or for testifying intentionally wrong. That's a big caveat here, my friend. Testifying intentionally wrong? This is the first case that I have had to defend myself. Well, from someone who sees what experts get on the stand and say all the time, Shooting from the hip on this one?
As they say, thanks, I hate it.
I think that when you take the stand and testify under oath, you should be worried about what you say and whether it's true or not. You should think that through and think that if you say something that perhaps you didn't do when you're an expert and are given extra weight to your testimony because of that status, then maybe you should take a beat before you give an opinion. So Lee's work in several other cases have come to under scrutiny, including the murder case against Spector, in which he was accused of taking evidence from the crime scene. Oh, shit. This is going to be a nightmare for years. Wow. Well, that was something.
I don't even know where to start.
That was something. So think, here's the thing. Think of the trials that we have covered and how many experts have testified. Just because they're an expert doesn't mean you have to give them greater weight to their testimony, but they are experts and they're qualified as experts by the judge. So the judge, when the judge says, I accept the qualification, or this person's qualified as an expert in A, B, C, D, or E, means that you can then take that testimony as being expert testimony.
Yep.
You can say, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
You're fair to do that as a juror.
How many jurors are going to really do that, right?
Exactly. And how many judges
a jury can ignore an expert, a jury can disbelieve an expert, but I was like, they're the expert though. How often do you think that happens?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huh. I don't know how to feel about this on any level. It's
evil.
It's just evil.
I don't usually do like breaking news, but that's a story that just came across and I couldn't not talk about for a second.
It's unmitigated evil. And you wonder how bad that is. It makes you wonder how many people in evidence collection or evidence processing or evidence evaluation are skirting, fudging, downright fabricating evidence. How many
exaggerating, downplaying, all of the things.
How much are they bending reality?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Wow.
And I don't know what to do about this. I don't know that it's like, because the first thing that comes to mind is, what can I do systematically to fix this? That's where my mind goes. And I'm like, I don't know what it's like. I'm not even sure in theory what I could do systematically to fix this.
John Carter, this is a good question. Can a defense attorney use this as fodder to spoil? No, you cannot. No. You cannot use the disposition or the finding of another expert in a different case under different facts in a different jurisdiction to say that some other expert in your jurisdiction should be given less weight in their testimony. You can use their past history. So, for example, Dr. Lee.
Everyone he's ever worked with, you might be able to ask that question.
You possibly worked under, like if for example, the expert is testifying in a case and they were an apprentice to Dr. Lee, right? And they're testifying in a future case, a future homicide. The defense attorney can then ask, say, you used to work for Dr. Lee. Is that correct? Yes. And you submitted this report. Yes, I did. And he said that your conclusion was wrong. Is that right? Yes. But he was also found to be fabricating evidence. Well, I guess. Did you push back on that response? They can ask those questions. Those are proper. But, and then Sandra, yes, he did the OJ trial. Wow. So.
OJ was innocent after all.
I mean, I'm where you are right now. I'm processing this in real time and trying to think the implications through. So every case that he handled when he was the head of the forensic office in Connecticut, those are all now immediately under review. Immediately. Oh my gosh. How many freaking petitions are you going to now see from the Court of Appeals?
All of them
Or from all of them?
forever. All of them forever.
So if you're a new attorney and you need to get some work in, prepping motions and arguing motions, Connecticut might be hiring at some point because they'll be defending stuff like this for a little while.
Yeah.
Wow. So let's see. What are the questions here?
And then you run into people who've already exhausted their appeals. You run into people who have already had their habeas. And there might be people who have no redress, which sucks balls. Sorry, that was a little strong language for this time of day.
Well, there is, I think this in some of those cases would qualify under the exception newly discovered evidence, not previously discoverable.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be asking about they're going to have attorneys review the files, and they're going to send everything that Dr. Lee looked at. They're going to send it to their own independent experts to see if there was anything that's there. That's step one. Oh my God, the headache. Oh.
No, yeah, it's a lot of headache.
Analytical Blarney. I was born in 84 in North Carolina. My birthday was 7/18. Epic coverage. Thank you. The Lauren, Dr. Lee is an example of what not to do, as he is known in the forensic community for testifying beyond his area of expertise. A lot of experts do that, and it really pisses me off when they do that. Ryan Man YYC, yep, 57 years of potential undetected misconduct. That's why I'm sitting here going, how far does this go? And kind of freaking out on behalf of the state of Connecticut. M169, thank you. Looks like Jon Snow was right. When enough people don't hold true to their oath, words mean little.
Yep.
Kind of. So that's this. We need something positive after that. So I'm going to give the chat two options. What do we want to cover next? I'm going to do this. When we catch up on Super Chats, I'm going to leave the poll up. So what topic to cover next? We have Taco Tuesday. We have Sam. You know what? I'm going to save Girardi stuff. So you have Taco Tuesday, or SBF leaks to New York Times. And EK new allegations. It doesn't fit. Let me see. /E. All right, polls up so you guys can ask, or you guys can vote on that. So let's cover the rest of the super chats and keep caught up on everything. Trufflehound, morning team. I'm inhaling my last bowl of ramen before I fly home. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. Son of a. There was a caveat to my joke from last week. The when a rainbow breaks the law, what happens? It goes to prison.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's a light sentence.
It's a light sentence. Yeah.
Someone responded, says, it's time for reflection. I was like, well, technically it's refraction, but I really do appreciate the joke. Thank you, Trufflehound. Bop it. Happy puppy wiggle. It's been a good week. That's awesome, Bop it. I hope glad you had a good week. Dana the Insurance Girl, multitasking night while I finish my last week of homework before finals next week. Maybe next time I will remember to not take my super busy courses during the summer semester so I can retain some sanity. Don't take busy courses during the summer when it's really pretty outside and you don't want to be in a classroom. Winter is the best time to do that. Congrats. I hope you're enjoying it. Katri, hi, Rob. It's been ages. Sorry about that. Nurse job and 3 a.m. FNF doesn't always agree. Don't ever apologize. We love Replay Crew. Replay Crew, you guys are awesome. catching it on the replay. For those of you guys that are watching right now, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, and if you are not yet a subscriber, it would really appreciate it if you would subscribe, because we do this every week. Professor of Logic hydrodynamics dictate a bee fish shouldn't be able to swim. Must be using the same witchcraft as normal bees. Explain. How can a bee fish swim? Kurt's brain is still melting over Dr. Lee.
Yeah.
That's Kurt's like, I'm deep in thought face.
Also disgust face at this point.
With the fact that it was fabricated that many years ago and just now discovered.
I'm just disgusted. I'm revolted.
Yeah. It's a fair response. Nick Lost, thank you. Mama Morton, we all want stories about Teen Rob. Nope, you don't. Lost in a crowd of 3. Never felt old till I started to shave my ears. Okay, it's fair. Susan Ferry, did you see the picture of the bracelet? I did not. If not, you need to hold it about 1 inch away from your eye. More crochet to come. Susan, thank you so much. That is so cool that you did that. I really do appreciate it. It's awesome, and you are so freaking talented. Crazy Cat Queen, I wonder if anyone has been put to death on any of his cases. Given the gravity or given the weight and the cases that he was consulted on, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm sure that there have been people. I'm sure there's been people put to death on fabricated evidence.
There have
he's
been,
responsible for it. Yeah, I mean, you know.
And that's also why my position on the death penalty has changed the longer I've been practicing law, because when the state gets it wrong, whether willfully, whether by intentional ignorance, or whether just by ignorance alone, the deprivation of life, like the actual taking of a life, like the inability to free someone after 30 years when they were doing time, like 30 years that person did in prison and was overturned on a wrongful conviction. 30 years. If the state had deprived that person of his life, there's no freeing. There's no addition. There's no more living the rest of that life. The state has all of the power, all of the resources, and they oftentimes don't really play as fair as we would want them to. So there's that.
I think the problem for me, as always, is like, how much difference is there between the death penalty and just someone who dies in prison? Because not everyone had the fortune of living 30 years because of the age at which they're convicted of their health or other things. So they may not have been put to the death by the state,
but they were still deprived of that life.
Some people died in prison. So there's still a lot of things that you can't cure. So
that's a fair point.
Also, I'm not really sure the degree to which you can cure 30 years in prison. I feel like it's almost like an illusion. How do you cure that? You know, how do you fix that? And it's like, okay, we're going to set you free. And like, is there any check big enough to replace 30 years? So like, I don't know.
That's why I think prosecutors.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't think the moral argument against the death penalty is as good, because whatever evil there is in the wrongful conviction for death, I'm not sure it's much better in the alternative cases, to be honest.
I think prosecutors should face harder consequences when they get called on bullshit. Like the fact that we don't disbar them, the fact that we make every excuse in the book needs to stop.
Because like the amount of prosecutors disbarred is like
few.
1 every 5 years.
It's very few. Virginia started cracking down on them a couple of years ago. And you've seen some.
Oh, maybe 1 every 4 years now.
From your lips, man, because it's not a fair system when you talk about that. Torin 3, your braid is 1/3 set up. I'll be away.
And the prosecutors have absolute immunity. They have absolute immunity.
I know.
I remember a case where the prosecutor instructed the witness to lie on the stand, and they found absolute immunity for the prosecutor.
We've had a couple cases in Virginia that have
apparently
gone
you can induce someone to commit perjury, suborn perjury, And that's covered by absolute immunity, which prevents criminal prosecution. Somehow.
That's why sunlight is a pretty decent disinfectant. More people need to know about them. That's what you got. Torin 3, be away for 3 weeks before I can get back to it. DM you the pic on Discord. Torin, I did you one better. I actually checked out the video where you were setting it up. It was really, really, really cool. And then Torin 3 does these braids. You can see it in his avatar. He does them on his YouTube channel. They're really awesome. So please check that channel out. I did actually watch your stream earlier today. It was very therapeutic just to watch the braiding happen and the setup happen. It was really kind of cool. So thank you very much for that. That's awesome. Nuance. Been a long time, dislocated my knee, but sitting on the floor. I'm 21. Did you know over 50% of people with ADHD autism have hypermobility? I did not know that. That's a very weird fact. I have to look both of those things up. That's pretty interesting, though. Thank you. Baby Gator, to Dr. Lee is now the Girardi of forensics. It would appear so. Spooky little no. What will they do about the cases of his where evidence has been destroyed? Argue over it a lot. And I saw some people asking, he traveled the country. He did. He was a traveling expert. He traveled the country. And then other people are saying, is Ian coming on? Ian is at a dinner this evening. He'll try to jump on a little bit later. I am saving the Girardi stuff because the snark is something where I want his companionship as well as Kurt's, because I want to hear their remarks on some of the funny that just exists out of that case. So what do you think, Kurt? Swoop to happiness. We're going to swoop to happiness. Swoop to happiness. Double swoop. Okay. Let's check the poll. What's the poll at? Did we have a poll? I had a poll. Did it not go up? Where's the poll? Oh, Taco Tuesday. Everyone says Taco Tuesday. So 64% Taco Tuesday. So
Taco Tuesday. Everyone loves tacos. People do not like people perjuring themselves on the stand to send people to 30 years in prison. People do like tacos. Let's talk tacos.
I like the taco.
I moved on. Tacos are nice.
Taco talk.
Tacos are awesome. Tacos are good.
So this petition was filed in the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office before the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board by Taco Bell, filed against Spicy Seasonings LLC, the predecessor in interest, which means they purchased and acquired Taco John's Seasoning Limited Partnership. So petitioner, Taco Bell, the great Taco Bell, the run to the bathroom Taco Bell, the I am not going to have a good night for the rest of my week Taco Bell, believes that Taco Tuesday should be freely available to all who make, sell, eat, and celebrate tacos, and therefore petitions to cancel registration for the mark Taco Tuesday. Preface: people like tacos on Tuesday. They just do. It's even fun to say Taco Tuesday. Tacos have a unique ability to bring people together and bring joy to the lives of an otherwise mediocre day of the week. But since 1989, entities associated with the registrant being Spicy Seasonings, have owned a federal trademark registration for Taco Tuesday. Not cool.
Who told the lawyers to take the piss in their petition?
I don't know.
Who writes like this?
I don't know. Read on, my friend, and choose whatever dialect or joke that you wish to do.
Because of the registration, sure. Because of the registration, registrant is the only restaurant that has the presumptive right to Taco Tuesday. That's not right. Who writes like this? The registrant potentially subjects Taco Bell and anyone else who wants to share tacos with the world to the possibility of legal action or angry letters if they say Taco Tuesday without express permission from registrant, simply for pursuing happiness on a Tuesday. This violates the American ideal, the pursuit of happiness. Who hired a sovereign citizen to write a petition to the USPTO. Taco Tuesday is a common phrase. Nobody should have exclusive rights in the common phrase. Can you imagine if we weren't allowed to say what's up or brunch? Chaos. WTF.
Can you imagine if we weren't allowed to say, hang on,
What's up
or brunch?
This petition is brought because Taco Bell believes that tacos, just like the joy they bring, belong to every day. Ergo, Taco Tuesday should belong to everyone. Taco Bell believes Taco Tuesday is critical to everyone's Tuesday. To deprive anyone of saying Taco Tuesday, be it Taco Bell or anyone else who provides tacos to the world, is like depriving the world of sunshine itself. What the F?
Legal filing.
What? I am just bewildered and confused. Uncivil law has stopped working.
It's 2 stories I got you with, bud.
We're sorry. Your call to uncivil law has been disconnected or is no longer in service. I believe you reached
Uncivil
this
law has
recording
frozen. Has frozen. Wait, hang on. What was someone asked a question? I don't think they were I don't think it was Saw. Are you reading the petition, Kurt? Yeah, this is actually from the legal filing. It's a legal filing. Yeah. So Taco Bell supports everyone's right to celebrate and say Taco Tuesday, no matter who they are. How could we tell our fans to live Moss if their favorite taco joints aren't even allowed to freely say Taco Tuesday? Anyone else is Manos. Oh my God. You know what? This is some old white dude writing this.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%.
Also Manos. Wow. Wow. This is the person's trying to be hip. Okay.
Taco Bell seeks no damages. It simply seeks reason and common sense. If one of us is not free to celebrate Taco Tuesday, then none of us are free to celebrate Taco Tuesday. A win for Taco Bell here is a win for all. When tacos win, we all win. I don't like Taco Bell very much. I'm filing a notice to cancel their trademark because they're lame.
You know, there's a way to do witty sarcasm.
I'm filing a petition to cancel Taco Bell's mark, Taco Bell, on the basis that they're lame and shouldn't be allowed to continue to do business. And they're front to all that's good and right.
Well, there's a way to do witty sarcasm in legal pleadings. For example, The Onion gave us great examples of how to do a witty, sarcastic legal brief. This ain't it. Like, this is a little bit like forced because you're also one of the largest fast food chains out there. And you guys saying that you somehow advocate for the common man, allegations as grounds for the cancellation. Petitioner asserts the following. Petitioner itself and through its licensees, affiliates, and predecessors in interest and title has offered and provided restaurant services and food products for more than 60 years in the United States, becoming one of the largest and most recognized U.S. restaurant brands. Petitioner is the owner and licensor of trademark rights associated with the world-famous Taco Bell chain of Mexican-inspired quick service restaurants. Petitioner's affiliate, Taco Bell Corp., through its franchisees, licensees, and other affiliated entities, operates Taco Bell restaurants in the U.S., including over 450 U.S. company-owned restaurants and over 6,600 U.S. franchise restaurants. Petitioner, through its franchisees, licensees, and affiliated entities, offers a variety of Mexican-inspired foods. I like that they don't actually try to stick with anything about what they offer or serve being Mexican in origin. They are Mexican-inspired, including several varieties of tacos in Taco Bell restaurants, and has done so for nearly 60 years. On December 19th, 1989, the registrant's predecessor in interest, Taco John's, was granted the registration for the term Taco Tuesday. Disclaiming taco and covering restaurant services in Class 43, the registration is restricted to the area comprising the entire United States except for the state of New Jersey. Well, that's a question. What the hell? The registration of Taco Tuesday was restricted to the area comprising the whole U.S., but not New Jersey. Why? Huh.
Oh,
Today, the
I know
reg-
the answer to this. It's
What is the
it's
answer to this?
because it's because of pre-existing rights on common law. It's the same reason that there was Burger King versus Burger King. So I always forget the exact details on this because there's two restaurants called Burger King, one of which is basically a solo location somewhere that pre-existed Burger King, the national chain. And so they have common law trademark rights. They never bothered to, register
Register?
their rights. They just got trademark, in fact, from existing. And then
basically,
Burger King, the company that you know about, gained rights. And so basically the same thing. Burger King, the company that you know, has rights to the mark except within 100 miles of the other Burger King, which has exclusive rights within that space. So the same
someone
reason, like
in
there's
New Jersey.
pre-existing rights for Taco Tuesday in New Jersey would be the most logical conclusion.
So the concept is they are grandfathered in. Someone in New Jersey had that. They are grandfathered
Yeah.
in. They are protected.
Right.
They cannot be sued.
Yeah.
Today, the registration exists concurrently with registration number blah, 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 which is owned by Gregory Hotel Incorporated. Weird. Footnote. Petitioner
So
has
Gregory
also filed a
Hotel is
petition to
presumably the
cancel.
one that owns it in New Jersey.
It might be. But this one also seeks to cancel it, which means it might not be. This seeking to cancel it would suggest that it's registered. So I don't think New Jersey. I think it might be like one other jurisdiction. On September 24, 2020, registrant's predecessor in interest assigned the registration to registrant. The assignment was recorded in the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on October 2nd of 2020. The term Taco Tuesday is generic for the services identified in the registration, restaurant services, including for promotions, deals, coupons, and other incentives for purchasing tacos and related products on Tuesday. There we go. This is why Taco Bell is fighting this, not because they're a greater servant for the common good, but because they want to use it in their freaking marketing. So there you go. The term Taco Tuesday is used ubiquitously by restaurants throughout the United States in a generic and informational manner to promote the sale and or consumption of tacos and related products on Tuesdays. The term Taco Tuesday is an informational message conveying the ordinary and familiar concept or custom of consuming tacos and related products on Tuesdays and is used widely by the public and by merchants to convey that concept or custom. Who the hell is the attorney that had to write this shit? What?
Yeah. Yeah, generic is the right thing, right? So we can talk about this from a
Wine Wednesday.
trademark. We can talk about this from a trademark hierarchy standpoint if you want to. So when we're thinking about trademark rights, they come into a group of categories. So first of all, we have the merely descriptive. So what the mark is describes the thing. So what would be a good example of that? I don't know, like belt fastener.
No, grumpy cat.
Okay, sure, grumpy cat, I guess. For a cat that's actually grumpy, for a stuffed toy called Grumpy Cat.
Well, Grumpy Cat, they defend their trademark all the time. Really aggressive.
Yes, but it has to be a descriptive mark for the thing itself. It has to describe the thing.
Okay.
So it's only a grumpy cat if it would be for a stuffed animal that's a grumpy cat would be descriptive. Yeah.
Why did my brain just go to the Johnny Depp trial and just thinking about a stuffed animal that was actually Frankie the Christmas Poo or Hanky the Christmas Poo, but was
so anyways, we start with the script. We start with descriptive, in which we simply describe the thing itself. Then we move up to the suggestive, in which it suggests the thing itself. And then we move into the arbitrary, where it is a word that does not have any particular affiliation with the thing. Apple for the computer being an example. The word Apple pre-exists, but it has no particular relationship to computers. So that would be arbitrary. Okay. And then Kodak would be an example of a made-up mark. The word Kodak doesn't exist. It was just invented out of nothing. So you fall into those sort of four categories of trademark law. And then the ultimate level below that is the generic. You can't have a trademark for the generic.
You
So
can't say
if
sunny. You can't trademark sunny, like a sunny day. You can't trademark a sunny day.
Well, no, it depends on the nature of the thing that you're selling, because again, it has to be in relations to the good. This is the thing, right? If I'm selling, if I name my computer company Sunny, I can get a mark for that because it's arbitrary. There's no particular relationship between Sunny and computers.
True, like Sunny Delight.
Right. So everything is context specific. So, but if a mark becomes generic, then no one can have protection for it. So a good example in the United States, at least, is aspirin. Aspirin is not generic in some countries. It is in the United States because the mark no longer has tie to the good itself. So it no longer is owned by Bayer, who makes aspirin. It is now owned by everyone. Other marks that have also achieved the status in the United States, escalator was a trademark term.
Really?
Linoleum was a trademark term. Thermos was a trademark term.
Frisbee, I know.
Frisbee, yeah. So
Frisbee
if
kept
a mark,
theirs though, didn't they?
I'd have to check. So like Xerox and Kleenex and Band-Aid are holding on for dear life because they're just waiting for a court to eventually strike them down. But if a mark becomes unmoored enough, then you lose your registration because it no longer is a tie to the thing. So the idea here is that do you hear Taco Tuesday and you hear, like Jello is a brand, gelatin.
Velcro is a brand.
Velcro's a brand.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed how Band-Aid these days, when they do commercials, they make a point of saying Band-Aid brand?
Bandage. Or they say, I haven't saw that. I know that they
when they do commercial. Bandage. If you ever see a commercial or you ever listen to a Band-Aid commercial, listen, they always say, I'm stuck on Band-Aid brand because Band-Aid's stuck on me. They always make a point of saying it's brand. For exactly that reason. They're trying,
Well, I know that Frisbee started suing people left, right, and center when disc golf became a big thing because people called it Frisbee golf. And Frisbee started suing on trademark infringement against everyone who had a disc golf that wanted to set up. They called it Frisbee golf courses, etc. And Frisbee went nuts with the lawsuits. This one's a fun one because I know this fact. Troublemaker Baker, Ferris wheel. Mr. Ferris and his gigantic wheel that was debuted during the Chicago World Fair that simultaneously ran with H.H. Holmes in his hotels of murdery. But yeah, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So basically the thing is that Taco Tuesday no longer had any affiliation with Taco John's. How many people hear Taco Tuesday and think Taco John's?
No.
I'm guessing it's basically nobody. So None. It has failed. It's failed in its purpose as a trademark because it's no longer a source identifier. The principal point of a trademark is as a source identifier. If it doesn't serve that purpose, then it has failed its function.
And if you become too big, if you create a product that's too generic, for example, Band-Aid created a product.
Google's
you're right.
Worried about that. They've actually been sued for that before, saying that they're generic, and they've held on so far. But yeah, like you can run into problems if your name becomes too generic.
Wow. So if you create a brand new thing and there's gonna be a lot of piggybacks off of your IP, you got to be careful what you name yourself because people could just be calling. Everyone would attribute what you created, that new invention, the Band-Aid, Jello. They'll just attribute it to the brand name. And if you don't protect it and defend it vigorously, all of a sudden you lose it.
Right. And ultimately it doesn't matter what you do, which is kind of one of the weird things of trademark. Like ultimately it doesn't matter how much you police your brand. If the name becomes diluted, it just becomes diluted. So, sucks.
Well, so Taco Tuesday came under attack from none other than Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And, go figure, use a big company with a lot of resources to eliminate that. And the development is, or rather the update on this particular case, which the AP, I don't really like their take on this one. Where was the headline? Liberty and tacos for all. Taco Bell prevails as Taco John's abandons a trademark to Taco Tuesday. They didn't really have a defense.
Not really.
what are you going to say? That you have been using it exclusively and that it's tied to your brand and there's no defense.
Not unless they could show a lot of regional, if they could show like really strong regional support, maybe. But
so Cheyenne, Wyoming, Taco Bell rang up a win Tuesday in its quest to make. Oh God, really? Tuesday was the fucking ruling. Oh, judges! Like, you know what? I would have just held on to it till Wednesday just to troll them, man. Like, don't encourage the stupidity we just saw in that pleading. With Taco John's formally abandoning, oh no, it's Taco John's that did it, formally abandoning its decades-old claim to the own the phrase and a challenge from its bigger rival. In a filing with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Cheyenne-based Taco John's gave up any further claim to Taco Tuesday in 49 states, ending a high-profile spat with Taco Bell. But the dispute looks to keep simmering on the Jersey Shore. Ooh, here we go. Where Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in Summers Point promised to keep fighting Taco Bell over the exclusive right to hold Taco Tuesday promotions in New Jersey. Hell yes. Yeah. I'm here for this. This is great. Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in Summers Point. So here's New Jersey. We're hanging in there. We're sticking by our guns, Gregory's Restaurant and Bar attorney Stephen Altamuro said. While Taco Tuesday has become a well-known phrase often used at restaurants and elsewhere, Taco John's has worked hard to defend its more than 40-year-old trademark of the term in the 49 states besides New Jersey. The fast food chain sent many cease and desist orders over the years. Dude, if I get a cease and desist order that says stop using Taco Tuesday, I'm telling you to get the hell out of town. Like Taco and Tuesday. Are you kidding me? Sue me. Like sue me. In 2019, the company went so far to send a letter to a small brewery just 5 blocks from its corporate headquarters. What a dick. Warning it to stop using Taco Tuesday to promote a taco truck parked outside on Tuesdays. All right. Taco John's is a jackass. I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh no. I linked the article. Company stirs debate with defense of Taco Tuesday trademark. Oh, God. This is the article from 2019. This is the truck. Are you freaking kidding me? 5 blocks away, they send a cease and desist for a Taco Tuesday? Don't make me side with Taco Bell. Come on. Even NBA star LeBron James got in on the action that year, filing unsuccessfully for his own Taco Tuesday trademark. Why?
Why
This is
not?
so stupid. I now feel dumber. I read half of this story and I now feel dumber. I saw the complaint, and the complaint was what I was looking at. I was like, this is ridiculous. And then now I'm reading the articles and realizing how stupid so much of this is. Oh, God.
Bringing back Callie the beef fish.
We need her. Him, whatever the beef fish is. What the fuck?
I like tacos, but not fish tacos. They're the devil. Stop eating fish tacos. They're my brethren.
This is terrible. Depriving people of free use of Taco Tuesday would be like depriving them of sunshine itself. Yeah, we read that. It was even worse in the pleading. Taco John's in response said, in part, it didn't seek to bar anyone from selling tacos on Tuesday. Well, that's a different position than you took in 2019, where you sent the cease and desist to the frickin' taco truck. The company's 2-page trademark office filing Tuesday didn't give a reason for abandoning the trademark, but CEO Jim Creel, you know the reason. The reason is public media. Like, the reason is you're an idiot. Jim Creel said in a statement that the cost to keep defending it would be better used otherwise. Yeah, no shit. Oh, the headache is coming back. Oh, no. We've always prided ourselves on being the home of Taco Tuesday. but paying millions of dollars to lawyers to defend our, I don't know that you've paid that much for cease and desist letters, jackass.
You can give me millions of dollars to defend your mark. I'll do it. I'm a B-fish. I can make anything make sense. Taco Tuesdays for you only? Yep, that makes sense to me. I'm a B-fish.
God. Oh, the B-fish. As you said before, we're lovers, not fighters at Taco John's. Really? Did you say that before in 2019 when you sent the cease and desist letter to the taco truck? We're lovers, not fighters. Please cease and desist. Oh, you're jackasses. Taco Bell will still have a fight on its hands over Taco Tuesday in New Jersey, where the Gregory's restaurant and bar attorney said his client laid claim to the trademark even before Taco John's did in the 1970s.
Yeah, see, they had priority because they had a common law mark. And they had to gain the territory, but they got the mark otherwise, and then, competition. B-fish.
Well, B-fish, you're very good at the law, so thank you, B-fish, for the contribution.
No problem. I know the law well, particularly when it comes to the Fish and Game Act.
God. Taco John's and Gregory's restaurant and bar agreed to divvy up the trademark between New Jersey and the rest of the U.S. They just didn't want to fight him over it. Clearly, it's David and Goliath. I mean, certainly they bring a lot more resources to the table than we do. Altamiro said, defending the New Jersey trademark against Taco Bell, but we're willing to scrap as much as we need to. Good freaking luck. I mean, Cheyenne-based Taco John's got its start as a food truck over 50. Well, that is just the fucking pot calling the kettle black. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry. It's early for profanity. Cheyenne-based Taco John's got its start as a food truck over 50 years ago. And then sent a cease and desist to a food truck that was just trying to offer tacos on Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, according to Taco John's, began with a franchise in Minnesota, coming up with Taco Tuesday, spelled Twosday, to promote 2 tacos for 99 cents on a slow day of the week. This is why, again, I go back to I don't like anybody in this lawsuit right now. With more than 7,200 locations in the U.S. and internationally, Taco Bell, a Yum brand chain, along with Pizza Hut, KFC, the Habit Burger Grill, remains much bigger than Taco John's, which has about 307 locations in 23 mainly Western and Midwestern states. Trademark attorney Michael Atkins of Seattle said the Taco John's decision not to throw good money after bad and to finally abandon Taco Tuesday was wise because it had become too commonplace. I would have given the same damn advice. I think you would have, Kurt, as well. Or B-fish. B-fish, you would have told them the same thing?
I would have told them that I would sting them with my stinger, and I would go after them all until they all blew up because they were all sick based on the B-fish. B-fish attack. Hi-ya!
Yep. It was silly for them to try to claim monopoly rights over an ordinary phrase, Atkins said. They would have lost. Yeah, they would have gotten their ass kicked. So, thus brings us to the conclusion, borrowing a phrase from my friend, who is currently hiding behind a bee-fish avatar. Thus brings us to the conclusion of our story discussing Taco Tuesday and Taco Bell, the advocate we didn't know that we needed and we actually didn't want, arguing that Taco Tuesday should no longer be trademarked and that we should all benefit from branding and t-shirts and advertising for tacos on Tuesday.
If you want tacos, you can do so much better than Taco Bell, though. I mean,
probably.
Come on.
All right. The coughing means you. The
tacos or torchies? The torchies are for the tacos, good.
The coughing means come back.
Okay, look, it's hard being a bee-fish sometimes. It works in the voice a little bit, but I can make it work. I'm a bee-fish.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Kurt. Killing me. Oh, Taco Tuesday is free once again. Taco Tuesday, we have that back. We don't have to worry about getting a cease and desist letter.
This is how Dungeons and Dragons characters get written, by the way, or at least you give them a name, you give them a little bit of personality, you give them some quirk, and then suddenly you have Callie the bee-fish, chaotic neutral.
It's freaking crazy, man. I cannot believe that was an actual lawsuit that we read. That was filed. And you know it was this old white dude that wrote it. Like it. I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, then I will accept ownership of that being incorrect. But no one writes that awkwardly. That was so uncomfortable.
Yeah. You know, one of the videos I posted today was of you and I together when we did a Supreme Court case. Yeah. You got a video released today, you and me. I tagged you and everything.
I love when we do those breakdowns. Those are so much fun.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Because it's speed thinking constitutional law, which I think is whoa. I saw the avatar. You actually have a bee fish?
Hi. How are you, Rob? How you doing? I'm Callie, the bee fish.
This is bullshit. You have a bee fish.
Hey, everyone.
What the hell?
Hey, everyone. How you doing? How you doing? It's nice to meet you, Rob.
You can entertain people with a bee fish. Wait. Tell us what you talked about today on your breakdown. I need a cocktail refill.
Okay. All right. So, we today we did a little excerpt for Law and Lumber today. We did this case dealing with whether a person could be convicted for wire fraud on this theory of control thing. And the Supreme Court ruled the answer was no, because it's not property within the meaning of the Wiretapping Act or Wire Fraud Act, because it's not actually property, because right to control is not considered a property interest within the meaning of federal law. So the Supreme Court said that the conviction for conspiracy to commit wire fraud had to be overturned for the Politico who engaged in the conspiracy to fix spitting in New York, because the right to control wasn't considered a sufficient interest for property law. So it's a little esoteric, but Rob from Law and Lumber joined us. And hi. Also, did you see my hat? I've got nice threading on my hat, and nice colors on my hat. And I'm a bee, and I go swim in the ocean, swim between you and me, swim. I'm a bee fish. I love you and me, bee fish.
All right. So yeah, bee fish and I are friends. Bee fish and I are friends, and yeah, this was made for me. This is one of a kind. This was made for me because this was made for me by the same person that made Rob's robots, because they thought I needed a bee fish friend. So you can't buy it. It's mine. It's just mine. Blah ha 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 ha. So yeah, we discussed that on the channel today, and we had a nice thing from Law and Lumber. Oh, I could tell you about the case dealing with the painting. Well, you came back. I was going to talk about something else, and I didn't know how long you're going to be gone.
It took me a second. I heard. How is your voice? Are you okay?
Am I okay?
No, I meant like the vocals right there, because that was some strain, my friend.
Yeah, I'll live.
So, bee fishing this soundboard. Bob, you're killing me. You can't do that. You can't. Maybe Chat beat. Oh, this is a good one. Hamlin TX. Maybe Chat GPT wrote the crappy lawsuit. No, Chat GPT would have done better.
Yeah, there's a clip on my channel where uncivil law meets beat fish. Would you like to play it for the people so they can see on those uncivil law meets beat fish and has an argument with beat fish?
Yeah, pull it up and share it, because I'm being yelled at for. Well, not yelled at. I think yelled at isn't really the thing. So Kristen M96, that answers the question of if Rob reads his DMs. I have not this week. Trial prep has killed me. I sent him a photo and a super chat last week to check his DMs. I'm very, very, very sorry, Kristen M96. I knew you were sending him something. I didn't know it was that, because that's epic. That's epic. Lori Leanne, Kristen M96, your skills and creativity have no bounds. The bee fish is amazing. Captain Corey loved his robot. Thanks for spreading love with your art. Thank you. Next up, RCC files a trademark for Fish Friday. My God. Be nice. You hide behind a unicorn avatar. I do. I understand that. I do. Opposite of amnesia. As a kid, we only got tacos from Taco John's on Tuesday because they were 49 cents each, and my mom was thrifty. Read cheap. I don't hate the Taco Tuesday. thing. Professor of Logic, thank you. No Taco Tuesday leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering, just like Taco Bell. There's a lot of suffering with Taco Bell. Hempland, Texas. I thought Rosas is where Taco Tuesday came from. I don't know. Diversion. Kurt, what caused the Sagebrush Rebellion? From Niklas.
You got me.
I don't know. Niklas.
Is this something to do with sage and or brush?
I don't know. Hempland, a happy hippie. You're not alone. I think someone used ChatGPT. I don't think so. ChatGPT would have been better. Baby Gator, this reads like a parody filing. It did, but it was not. Lindsay, who figured this would be the stream that Rob broke Kurt with the Dr. Lee? I've broken Kurt before. Kurt has broken me before. We have there are some of the legal concepts that we discuss where it's like the brain freezes for a bit trying to catch up.
Yeah.
It happens quite often, actually. Roketsu 86, Taco Bell volcano tacos are back and they're the best. I haven't tried the flavored tacos. The Lauren, thank you very much. Very generous of you. Rob, due to you, I took my mental health seriously, tested, and was diagnosed with an anxiety disorder and ADHD. Also, I have been in bad relationships, and you helped to remind me there are good and decent men. Thank you for being you. The Lauren, there is no reason to thank. I do appreciate the compliment, but I'm just most glad that someone talking about this stuff openly and freely, and I know that Kurt talks about this stuff too, very openly as well, can help other people feel like it's okay to go out and get tested. You know, it's not the end of the world. Therapy is not a bad thing. We had this discussion on Eric's channel at lunch today. You remember this? About therapists and how everyone wants to judge therapy as either being a good or a bad. It's neither.
I'll say in my experience, I found therapy to be very challenging. In my experience, to find therapists that can provide value to me. One of the reasons is I use intelligence as a defense mechanism, and so that can be challenging to work with.
You also use sarcasm, but that's a very common defense mechanism.
Yeah. So finding therapists who can work with that and not get distracted by it. It's because therapists are smart, but I'm pretty smart too. So I have a nasty tendency of being able to they're not smart enough to get past me. And so it's sometimes can be challenging. But therapy is a journey when you find it. And I can speak relatively positively about ketamine therapy that I had. That was pretty productive. So I did intramuscular ketamine therapy, and it was somewhat helpful.
Interesting.
And also the medication I'm on right now, which I forget the name of, is reasonably helpful. So you just try to press on. Plus, I'm going to the gym more and losing weight and trying to eat healthy and all the rest of it. So that seems to help too.
I think you're doing a fantastic job, Kurt. We were talking earlier today about Chandler's post. Chandler Remington, who is a friend of the channel and is on with Jeff all the time. She posted on Twitter talking about how her therapist and she disconnected, and Elon Musk responded that friends are a good therapeutic outlet. That was the illusion, that you don't always need a therapist to get you through stuff, that sometimes friends are a good outlet. I will tell you that Kurt has a very, very high wall. Like, that wall is up, and it's a very well defended wall of intellect, intelligence. And it's a privilege to have the level of respect that I do from Kurt, that he lets me behind that wall, where we can have discussions on the phone and chat and communicate. And that communication itself becomes remarkably therapeutic, because that wall is something that he has up as a defense mechanism. I have a wall up as well. Every single human has their own wall they put in front of their emotions. And it takes a certain level of trust to get beyond that. And professional therapists don't always get there. And sometimes people that go to therapy aren't willing to drop the wall. So that's where the friendship part becomes very important. And I'm most encouraged to see the progress that you have made, Kurt, and continue to make. And it's really fun to be a part of. And just all that kind of say, like, I love you, buddy. Like, truly, it's a cool friendship. And I love that you're here and you always have supported me from the very beginning. And I hope to do the same. So,
and then part of me wonders whether or not I've just wasted too much time. You know, I'm 42. It's like, have I wasted too much time to find a woman, get married, have kids, raise a family? Have I lost my opportunity? Because where am I going to find a woman who's young enough to want to have kids with me, who wants to be with a man who's old? And it's really challenging, and trying to overcome my own struggles and trying to put myself together in my own way. It's challenging. So I'll just keep going to the gym and trying to crush things and hope that helps. It's really,
generally speaking, that's a good outlet. Yeah. It's a good outlet.
Yeah.
I'm all of that to say that I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. And I'm very proud that you're my friend. I'm very proud of all you've done. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, Laura in chat. Yes, I know adoption isn't an option, but that's not what I'm looking for. I asked if it was too late for the things that I was looking for. Telling me there's other options is not very much help.
It's okay.
Because you're basically saying, okay.
It's okay, Kurt. No. The chat is here's the thing with chats and any chat that exists.
Here's what I want. Did you know that you had other options? Well, golly gee, thanks for telling me there are other options other than what I wanted. I had never considered that before. That's really interesting information. Thank you.
We're not doing this. Kurt, what I'm making the comment of is that what people don't realize oftentimes in chat is that when we are on a live stream together, Kurt is engaged with me actively and he's speaking with me actively. So we quite literally will very rarely glance over, and we do. It's oftentimes seeing a single remark. And sometimes that single remark can hit a little too close to home, or it can be something that's a sensitive topic. And I am all for the chat engaging in the best possible way. They do great. I'm also for negative criticism. But it's difficult sometimes when you're a creator and you look over and you see one or two comments that you have thought of. And it's not to say that that comment isn't being offered in the best possible way, or that it's not coming with the best of intentions. It's just being read in the moment, and it's a moment of vulnerability. So when I'm experiencing vulnerability and I look over at the chat and the chat makes a comment, or someone in the chat makes a comment with the best of intentions, if I had the benefit of context, having read the full discussion, of course I'd process that differently. But I'm not. I'm in this very vulnerable state. I look over and I see one remark. So I will continue to keep encouraging my friend Kurt to do everything he is doing. He is doing wonderfully at it. And I think it's just all freaking amazing. And there's Mr. B-Fish hanging out with us, period. So yes, we are good. Everyone is happy. We are all pleasant and wonderful. Was it Cindy T? If you have not experienced potato olis from Taco John's, you have not lived. I have not, but now I need a Taco John's immediately. Caitlin Moore, as a hypermobile ADHD peep, I can confirm the link. Very interesting. I have to look that up. Oh, sweetie, no, thank you. In this vein, Annie Dukin, lab tech in Massachusetts, compromised 34,000 cases by falsifying evidence. How is Massachusetts handling sifting through the fallout? I don't know, because the thing is that reporting of Dr. Lee, that gets circulated, and then I tell you what happens. One person in the jail learns about that motion, and then everyone's on the phone with their attorneys, and then all the motions come in, and the prosecutor's office is inundated, and the court goes, holy crap, what do I do? That's why Kurt and I were kind of sitting there like minds blown for a minute going, how big is this? Like, what's the fallout? Because you keep doing the math and the numbers and you're going, how big is this fallout? So yeah, that was kind of where the brains are broken. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you very much for that. I'm taking 3 courses, 9 semester hours in a compressed summer 6-week session. Holy crap. I got inspired halfway through first week, and now a new course of study, criminology, applying for a grad program for spring of 2024. I love every opportunity to learn. It doesn't have to be in a structured format such as school or grad programs. You can learn informally, but I always encourage people to continue to expand their brains. K-Rab, this is a perfect example of why Musk and Joe are wrong. Friends want to fix your problems. The right therapist gives you tools. You need to fix them yourself. K-Rab, I'm going to push back on this one. I will push back on this one pretty hard. I have no desire to fix anything that Kurt perceives as a problem. I am here for him to, I'm a sounding board. He is a sounding board to me. For this week, when we had our phone call, which we usually try to do one a week, you try to, you are the one that is persistent, and I am the one that needs to be dragged because I am terrible about communication. My communication sucks.
One of us tries to have a call once a week. Yeah.
I need to improve my communication. But this week, our communication focused a lot on the challenges that I've been having. And Kurt doesn't offer help. He listens. And it's remarkably therapeutic. And there are times when I do that as well. And there are times that we just joke. We're about a Supreme Court opinion. And that itself is therapeutic. Friends don't really, not all friends want to fix your problems. And a lot of it's about communication, where there's a few discussions you and I have had where you will say to me or I will say to you, is this a let's fix it question, or is this a I want to vent question?
Yeah.
And we have that candid discussion. And that sets the framework for the dialogue. And it takes something that could have been difficult and makes it into something helpful. Clooney didn't marry to 53. Keep it up, Kurt. Great advice. Great encouragement. Thank you, Mary Coppola. So, shall we talk about our favorite criminal? My favorite criminal right now?
Sure.
Mr. Bankman-Fried?
Yeah. Go to prison forever, please.
He really doesn't want to. We shall swoop. Old swoop, new swoop, or both swoops?
Old swoop.
Old swoop. Every time. I'm going to screenshot these. I'm going to start screenshotting the second you go into the swoop. It's my favorite thing in the world every time. So, Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried, shall we start with the FTX bombshell filing, or shall we start with the Sam Bankman-Fried leaks from leaks information to the New York Times?
Let's start with the leaks, because that's the hilarious one. That's
a good one. You're right. Here are the leaks. Oh, wait. We have to add this one. Your video of the beefish. I forgot it. Yeah. You have it. There we go.
All right. Let's listen to this.
Hey, beefish friend. Yes, Kurt. How are you? Well, beefish friend, you are an absurdity, and I don't understand you. I know, Kurt, that you don't understand me, but I'm simply a bee that's also a fish. Why can't you accept me the way I am? Well, beefish friend, you see, the thing is that you're an abomination. And you make absolutely no sense.
Dark.
And the California legislature simply wants you to declare you to be a thing, but it's not even that. No, it wasn't that. What's the problem? It's that the court said it. The court said that bees are fish. Wow, geez. Well, they certainly recognize the truth, didn't they? No, you're not a bee fish. You can't be a bee fish. There's no such thing. I don't care what California says. You got to accept the law, Kurt. You got to accept the law. You're devoted to the law. You're alert. Yes, I am. Well, and you got to accept the reality that bees are fish now, because this is what you've been devoting your entire career and study to. And now you got to accept this. You can't just accept the law when it's convenient. You got to take the good with the bad, and I'm a bee fish.
As you continue to fall apart laughing.
Damn it. Yeah, I got you now. I got you by the balls, don't I? I'm a bee fish. Look at my hat. Well, it is a nice hat, bee fish. I have a hat too. Yeah, I've seen the hat. It's all right. It's not as cool as my hat, though. Okay, well, it's fine. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Hey, Kurt, are you familiar with that website? The Babylon Fish? Hey, don't get started.
Oh, no.
Okay?
Oh, God. Okay. That's pretty fucking good. That was pretty good. Oh, God, Kurt. That's awesome. How much did that make your day when that showed up at the P.O. box, by the way?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was fun. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Okay. We're gonna do News Swoop to get to the story because that was too great. That needs its own segment. Oh God. All right. So Sam Bankman-Fried leaking from the during the pendency of his litigation. So let's see. What do we have here? So the New York Times posted an article just yesterday where it says that inside the private writings of Caroline Ellison, the star witness in the FTX case, Ms. Ellison, a top executive in Sam Bankman-Fried's business empire, recorded her thoughts on private Google documents that offer new insight into the collapse of the FTX crypto exchange. Well, that's curious, New York Times. How'd you get that information? I wonder. This is yesterday, 3 months ago, before the cryptocurrency market imploded last year. Caroline Ellison, whatever. I'm gonna stop trying to pronounce Caroline or Caroline. 27-year-old chief executive of the crypto hedge fund Alameda Research was racked with self-doubt. Quote, "I've been feeling pretty unhappy and overwhelmed with my job," Ms. Ellison wrote in a Google document in February of 2022. She added, quote, "At the end of the day, I can't wait to go home and turn off my phone and have a drink and get away from it all." Ms. Ellison had a lot on her mind. She did not think that she was well suited for running Alameda or particularly decisive as a leader. She wrote another Google document. She was also going through a breakup with Sam Bankman-Fried, the billionaire entrepreneur who had founded Alameda and then FTX, one of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. They had dated on and off, and Ms. Ellison worried about making things weird and causing drama. This gets so much creepier. So much creepier. So Sam Bankman-Fried, the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever, Google documents being referred to that she was typing in. Who do you think had possession of the Google documents where she was expressing her own internal thoughts and
Sam Bankman-Fried by any chance?
Who do you think leaked it to New York Times?
I'm also guessing Sam Bankman-Fried is the answer.
That would be the correct answer.
Or is it who is Sam Bankman-Fried? Because we're doing a Jeopardy style.
Oh, it really doesn't feel like really there's an end in sight, she wrote in her February 2022 document. Now, Ms. Ellison is poised to be a star witness at Mr. Bankman-Fried's criminal trial, which is scheduled for October 2nd. The judge has no inclination of pushing that, by the way. I think that's going to go in October. Mr. Bankman-Fried, 31, is accused of misusing billions of dollars taken from customer accounts and faces 8 counts of fraud and election law violations. Some of those have been bifurcated to a separate trial date. His spectacular downfall, which sent FTX and Alameda into bankruptcy, transformed Ms. Ellison from a powerful yet relatively private figure into a target of tabloid speculation. In December, she pled guilty to fraud charges and agreed to cooperate with the federal prosecutors investigating her former boyfriend. You know what they say, it's always the first one. Like they will go and they will try to break you. The first one
you need to find yourself a ride or die, baby. Like Pablo Escobar or something.
The feds know this. First one gets the plea deal, the second one gets the axe. Like his case is speeding towards courtroom showdown in Manhattan. 2 other top FTX executive, Nishad Singh and Gary Wang, have also pled guilty and agreed to cooperate. In June, after weeks of legal wrangling over the charges against Mr. Bankman-Fried, the judge in the case set a brisk schedule for a run-up to the trial, asking prosecutors to come up with a witness list and produce other final materials. Prosecutors are expected to begin preparing at least some witnesses in August, 2 people with knowledge of the matter said. Anytime a publication writes this shit, 2 people with knowledge of the matter said, who the hell are you referring to? Like you have gained no credibility by that statement. I do not believe that you have any knowledge of what's going on. It's just really frustrating. And honestly, this judge, I have no issues with this judge. I have always liked the Rocket Docket in Eastern District of Virginia, where the judge says, we have a trial date. We're not moving it. Like, we have a trial date. No, like we're moving our docket along. So I'm fine with the judge keeping that trial date on the books. As Mr. Bankman-Fried's sometime girlfriend and one of his earliest hires, Ms. Ellison had unique insight into the FTX founder. She also recorded many of her thoughts in writing, making observations about her personal and professional life in a handwritten diary and on Google documents that have circulated among lawyers involved in the case, according to documents reviewed by the New York Times and 4 people familiar with the investigation. Well, when your ex-boyfriend has access to your Google Drive diary, the documents, which have not been previously reported, offer new insights into Miss Ellison's psychology during the final months of FTX. Miss Ellison, now 28. God, this girl, 28 years old, was a prolific writer whose Tumblr posts about Harry Potter and Jane Austen have been widely dissected. But the Google documents are more personal and raw, which some directly addressed to Mr. Bankman-Fried, illustrating the complexity of the relationship and her ambivalence about Alameda. Wow. Like, there's betrayal. But then there's like this, like, I get it. He's facing prosecution. He's going to do whatever he can. In one Google document addressed to Mr. Bankman-Fried in April of 2022, Ms. Ellison wrote that an earlier breakup with him had significantly decreased my excitement about Alameda. Life at the hedge fund, she added, felt too associated with you in a way that was painful. Shit, man, this is like airing this out for public is rough. A representative of Miss Ellison's legal team and a lawyer for Mr. Bankman-Fried declined to comment. Go figure. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York in Manhattan, the unit prosecuting the case, also declined to comment. We've got their comments in a minute. Ms. Ellison, a Stanford graduate, got to know Mr. Bankman-Fried at Jane Street, the quantitative trading firm where he worked after college. They shared a commitment to effective altruism, the charitable movement that has gained adherence in the tech and finance industries. After Mr. Bankman-Fried left Jane Street to start Alameda in 2017, he recruited Ms. Ellison as a trader. In 2021, he promoted her to co-chief executive alongside another early hire, Sam Trabucco, another state witness. By the way, by my math, I think that at this point in time, 2017, she is, 24? Mr. Bankman-Fried and Ms. Ellison also started an unsteady romantic relationship with multiple breakups and reconciliations. Again, 24. At times, Ms. Ellison worried that Mr. Bankman-Fried thought she wasn't good enough. 24. When he was around, she wrote in a February 2022 Google document, she had an instinct to shrink and become smaller, inquire, and defer to others. This is like, just imagine that, like your machinations from the age of 24 spilling out on the internet for everyone to see. After one split, Ms. Ellison cut off communication with Mr. Bankman-Fried. Quote, I felt pretty hurt / rejected, she wrote in the April 2022 Google document. Not giving you the contact you wanted felt like the only way I could regain a sense of power. Interesting photo of Mr. Bankman-Fried right there.
So, you look at this guy and you're like, anyone ever trusted this guy ever? He looks like a homeless derelict.
Just wait till we get to the pleadings. The FTX pleadings. Wait till you get to those. And I want you to remember this photo when we get to the allegations in the pleadings, which are pretty substantiated. So, by last year, Mr. Bankman-Fried had become one of the world's most prominent crypto entrepreneurs, his face plastered on billboards and magazine covers. His fame seemed to make life at FTX and Alameda harder for Ms. Ellison. Go figure. Staying put meant having to be around you all the time, hearing people talk about how great you are all the time. Well, you should have left at that point. Ms. Ellison was compensated far less generously than the other top executive at FTX and Alameda, though it's unclear whether she was aware of it. That's some shade that I'm not sure is warranted or not. I don't know enough, but New York Times definitely has an angle here. According to court filings, the exchange's founders and other key employees received $3.2 billion in payments and loans. Of that total, $6 million went to Ms. Ellison compared to $587 million for Mr. Singh, FTX's head of engineering, and $246 million for Mr. Wang, one of the founders. Mr. Bankman-Fried received $2.2 billion. Wow. Okay. That's a disparity. $6 million went to Ellison, $587 million to Singh, $246 to Wang, $2.2 billion to Bankman-Fried. In May 2022, the crypto market crashed, sending coin prices, blah, blah, blah. We know the collapse. Even before then, Ms. Ellison doubted her own abilities. In the April 22 document, she made a list of areas where she was struggling, including leadership and decisiveness. You know what, New York Times? Go F yourself. When you make a sentence like this, even before then, Ms. Ellison doubted her own abilities. In the April 2022 document, she made a list of areas where she struggled, including, begin quote, leadership, end quote, and beginning quote, decisiveness, end quote. Do you think there was some context in there that maybe you're missing? Just maybe? This might be very true, but the quoting single words, go F yourself. Quote, running Alameda doesn't feel like something I'm comparatively advantaged at or well suited to do, she wrote. So we go into the downfall. Ms. Ellison expressed jealousy and resentment towards Maduro in some of her writings, as well as a feeling that she was being squeezed out. Two people have seen the documents said. Are you kidding me? New York Times, your reporting is getting worse. So to recap, by last fall, SBF had lost faith in Alameda. He considers shutting the firm, according to court records, and invested more than $400 million in another trading company, Maduro Capital, which is led by former Jane Street trader, whom he also dated. Well, here's the thing. Invested more than that. We're going to find out that he really didn't invest that. That was taken from Alameda, and he just took it from Alameda and transferred it. Wasn't ever his to invest. So, ex-girlfriend has entered the chat. Ms. Ellison expressed jealousy and resentment towards Maduro in some of her writings, as well as a feeling that she was being squeezed out. To people who have seen the document said. So now we've got people who are familiar with the matter and people who have seen the documents. Who the hell are these people, and why should we care about what they say? Mr. Bankman-Fried's business empire collapsed in November after a run on deposits exposed an $8 billion deficit. Quote, I had an increasing dread of this day that was weighing on me, Ms. Ellison wrote to him in a message that month, which was excerpted in court records. Now that it's actually happening, it just feels great to get it over with. That's the bankruptcy filing, by the way. In December, Mr. Bankman-Fried was arrested in Bahamas, where FTX was based, and taken to a prison not far from the luxury penthouse that he and Ms. Ellison had shared with 8 other roommates, including Mr. Wang and Mr. Singh. Mr. Bankman-Fried is under house arrest at his parents' home. People who know Ms. Ellison say they have been struck by her earnestness and her willingness to admit her own failings. I love this. Like, just people who say they know her. Good. In court in December, she said she was truly sorry for committing fraud. I knew that it was wrong. Ms. Ellison is expected to repeat that assertion at Mr. Bankman-Fried's trial, which is set to last 4 or 5 weeks. Much of the trial will revolve around messages that Mr. Bankman-Fried and the 3 cooperators exchanged on messaging app Signal. 2 people briefed on the matter said, y'all, are you going to release any actual basis for any of this crap? You're just, oh, New York Times. Why don't you tell us how you really feel? As a woman in a male-dominated crypto industry, Ms. Ellison may appear more sympathetic to the jury than the other cooperators. Lawyers familiar with the case said. In interviews last year, Mr. Bankman-Fried shifted some blame for the collapse to Alameda, saying he had little involvement in the hedge fund's day-to-day management. Anyone else? Is this article setting up I don't know. Caroline Ellison, we shouldn't listen to her testimony because she has a grudge against an ex-boyfriend. And maybe that's why she's saying some of these things, and she was cut out of the money. So maybe that's why she's saying some of the things. And, you know, she's a woman in a male-dominated crypto industry, so maybe that's why she's saying some of these things. A lot of this feels pretty disgusting. Like, it's
Yeah. You know what it feels like? It feels like, you know, I'm just an innocent girl. It feels like, you know, I'm just an innocent girl, just a
well,
stupid little girl over here, you know.
it's
Who
it's
little on me. Feels
it's
like
worse.
using womanhood or feminism or,
No, but
you
it's
know,
not
as
her.
a defense.
She's not doing it. That's the thing.
Using
She's not doing it.
yeah.
Bankman-Fried is trying to undermine her testimony by making her out to be this feeble person who's angry and bitter
Okay.
and
So that's
fragile.
interesting. So he's using the like
He
stereotype of
he
female
is
fragility
leaking.
against
Yes,
him. Okay. That's funny.
he
That's
is leaking the
hilarious.
documents. He is leaking the information. He is the New York Times' source.
Okay.
Different perspective, right? Now that you know that he's the source behind all of this, fragile person angry at me because ex-girlfriend. So, and then the New York Times jumps on to defend Bankman-Fried because the angle of this article, I agree. The angle of this article is very poised to make Ellison look pathetic. It's pretty
Which is an
ugly.
interesting turn. Yeah, which is an interesting turn for the article. Like, what is the motivation of the article to make a woman look pathetic? What is the motivation to stand up for Bankman-Fried?
It's to make her look pathetic.
Yeah, but why? To what end?
Because when she's pathetic testifying against him, his defense attorneys can say that she is just saying this because she cut a deal and she's angry
Yeah,
at
but
him.
what's the New York Times motivation? That's my question.
They love him.
Yeah.
They have written puff pieces about this jackass since the bankruptcy filing. You remember the week after the bankruptcy filing, they wrote a puff piece about him, like, why are we criticizing this person? Because of the effective altruism, and we shouldn't cast effective altruism to the side because this one person is being accused, not yet convicted of all these things. The New York Times has been defending him since the beginning. It's New York Times on this case and this story has been really, really bad. So
you got to wonder what their motivations are. Like, is it that Sam Bankman-Fried has dirt on their own people and they're trying to cover for that, or
it's that Sam Bankman-Fried pays a lot of
motivation?
money, has paid a lot of money to a lot of people that they admire.
So it's corruption for the right causes. So he's on our team.
Actually,
Okay.
well, like pretty appropriately stated. Like really, like he is a special. He is a special. And he is to be protected as a special. You know who this caught off guard?
The U.S. government. Yeah.
So this was filed yesterday. A letter to the judge. Dear Judge Kaplan, the government writes regarding the defendant's recent extrajudicial statements and attempt to interfere with a fair trial by an impartial jury. Specifically, the defendant has sought to publicly discredit a government witness by sharing her personal writings with a reporter, so these private documents would be featured in a New York Times article published today. Well, feds weren't happy. As such, efforts have the potential to taint the jury pool and could have a chilling effect on witnesses. The government respectfully requests an order that limits extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses likely to interfere with a fair trial by an impartial jury. We just read this article. We know this. On July 20th, the date of the letter. So when the DOJ puts out a letter the same day an article is published, you know damn well someone is pissed off. Like there is no way a lawyer is throwing together a letter like this that quickly. Like it just does not happen unless the DOJ is like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The article quotes documents that offer new insights into Ms. Ellison's psychology during the final months of FTX and described the new writings as personal and raw. As described in the article, these writings, among other things, Ellison describes feeling overwhelmed by her job at Alameda, the pain associated with her romantic breakup with the defendant, and her professional insecurities. The article does not indicate who provided the documents to the article's authors. It is apparent that the documents were shared by the defendant with the article's reporters. When the government learned this week the article was forthcoming, defense counsel confirmed that the defendant had met with one of the article's authors in person and had shared the documents with him that were not part of the government's discovery material. Well, that's a problem. Based on the excerpts in the article, the documents do not appear within the discovery materials in the case, but likely came from defendant's personal Google Drive account. Footnotes. Based on conversations with defense counsel, it appears the defense counsel was not aware of the defense conduct until contacted about it by the government. You never want to learn something for the first time from opposing counsel. Ever. Ever. Kurt smirking.
My client did what now?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wait, he did what? And with the New York Times.
Yeah, that thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I'm his defense attorney. He spoke with the press, so he made voluntary statements. Oh, okay. Thank you for advising me of that. The government's January 9th, 2023 Google search warrant included a warrant for materials within defendant's personal Google Drive. Due to a production error, Google did not include the material in its original search warrant to returns. The government is in the process of loading and preparing this additional material for production to the defense, but has not yet produced it. So, corruption error leads to the government not knowing this crap exists. This gets to the New York Times. New York Times runs the article, and the government's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? Oh. So we have some rules and statements. But here we go. Kurt, can you take over for a second real quick? Like, well, I can just run off.
In light of defendant's recent conduct less than 3 months before the start of trial, the government requests the court enter an order pursuant to local rule prescribing extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses that are likely to interfere with the right to a fair and impartial jury, citing a local rule. So this is a good point to take note here that in the federal system, there's, of course, the federal rules of civil procedure, but it is quite common for there to be local rules and sometimes even rules for particular courts and so the particular judges. So when you are looking to the rules, you want to make sure that you are citing the most appropriate version. So first the courts, first the particular judges, then the courts, and then the federal rules of civil procedure in that order. So if you cite the wrong rule, it will lead to a bad time. So make sure that you're looking at the right rule. So when you file in a federal court, you can look up the local rules, obviously, in your local court, and obviously tell yourselves then. And then once you're assigned a judge, you can obviously tailor it after that point. Anyways, pressing on. Such an order is necessary because of a substantial likelihood that a defendant's extrajudicial comments will undermine a fair trial by tainting the jury pool and chilling the testimony of prospective trial witnesses. The defendant's actions, sharing personal writings of Caroline Ellison with the New York Times, implicate a core concern of the rule. The disseminating material related to testimony or credibility of prospective witnesses presumptively involves substantial likelihood or prejudice to fair trial and due administration of justice. Defendant's purpose in sharing these materials is plain. Ellison has pled guilty to a cooperation agreement and is expected to testify at trial that she agreed with defendants to defraud the customers, investors, and lenders. By selectively sharing certain private documents with the New York Times, defendants is attempting to discredit a witness, cast Ellison in a poor light, and advance his defense through the press and outside the constraints of the courtroom and rules of evidence that Ellison was a jilted lover who perpetrated these crimes alone. Which, okay. No, I don't I find a hard time that he's going to be able to sell that. Oh, this was really all her.
There's no way.
She's the mastermind behind all this.
There's no way.
I'm just a doe-eyed boy who was taken for a ride by a fiendishly Machiavellian girl.
So I understand like the attempt to discredit a witness. I get that. Cast Ellison in poor light. I understand that. But this defense that Ellison was jilted and did it alone, no, that doesn't work.
I bet she's a little bit jilted at this point, though.
Oh,
she's probably she's not feeling so great about that relationship right now.
Nope. Like private Google Docs, ex-boyfriend like shares with New York Times after you pled out. Oh.
He did crimes, though. He totally did crimes.
Doesn't the diary leaker seem more jilted? I would suggest that that's probably the case. If I was his defense attorney, I would have strongly advised against speaking to the New York Times because this is just stupid. This is just dumb. So all of this to basically say, government says at the end of the day, please enter an order that says that Mr. Bankman-Fried stop giving these extrajudicial statements, leaking discovery and things that are protected in this context to the press for purposes of shaming or scaring off a witness. I don't know that this is going to have the effect the government wants. I think the government just wanted to get ahead of this because here's the thing. There's the First Amendment. You have the right to go out and talk and say stuff and release information. So Mr. Bankman-Fried has the right to do everything that's being acknowledged in here. He has the right to take those writings that he has in his possession and release them. He has the right to do that. They're his. Caveat. What if he has them by some illegal purpose? Like he obtained the Google documents by some less than savory methodology.
Yeah. Seems very distinctly possible.
Well, that'd be curious because I think Caroline Ellison at that point in time would have a lovely lawsuit for an injunction. So, the writing's his though. It doesn't matter if they are sent to you. If you have them in your possession, there is no obligation that you have to keep them confidential. They have been shared with you. Therefore, you can share them elsewhere.
Yeah.
If they are hers, but she shared them, he can share them. So, and then that's a question. If she shared them, I don't know. But that then goes to if she turned off the sharing. There's a lot of questions that we're not going to have the answer to. But I will tell you this, that going to the New York Times with this and the timing of this, the timing of this is
it's not going to work. It's not going to work in the end.
No,
it's not going to work in the end. It's gotten press, but it's definitely not gotten as much press as some other big cases. They'll be able to find a jury that's never heard about this.
And now we get to
this is Southern District in New York, right? This is Manhattan. Yeah, we're going to be able to find people who haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
It should be fun.
Here we go. We are now at my favorite part. And I didn't think I was going to learn new allegations in the bankruptcy case because I thought that all the information would be out by now. It wasn't. We learned more. Coincidentally, this particular document was filed July 20th of 2023. Holy crap, man. July 20th just happened to be the day that every attorney was going, we're just going to just blow up litigation. Complaint for avoidance and recovery of transfers and obligations pursuant to code sections for breaches of fiduciary duties, for aiding and abetting breaches of fiduciary duties, for knowing assistance and breaches of fiduciary duties, basically doing a lot of corporate Corporate bad. We're gonna call it corporate bad. You did a bunch of shit. We're gonna bring it back. So what happened? This is the adversary proceeding I've been waiting for. FTX Trading, so the debtors in the bankruptcy case, versus Samuel Bankman-Fried, Gary Wang, Nishad Singh, and Caroline Ellison. So this is the company against its former owners.
Mm-hmm.
After the debtors had a chance to review all the documents. So FTX Trading and all the other plaintiffs and entities, through undersigned counsel for their complaints against all the defendants, allege the following based on personal knowledge and upon their investigation to date as to themselves and their own acts and upon information belief as to other matters. This action seeks to recover damages caused by defendants' breaches of their fiduciary duties and to avoid and recover unlawful transfers of hundreds of millions of dollars that defendants misappropriated from their estates of the above captioned debtors. So this is corporate embezzlement, like corporate embezzlement, money laundering, call it what you will. That's what this lawsuit is. So all those individuals were previous owners of FTX. FTX is in bankruptcy. The bankruptcy estate is now suing the previous owners, saying, you did FTX dirty and we need that money back.
Mm-hmm.
Beginning shortly after inception of the FTX group, defendants misappropriated the debtor funds on a continuous basis to finance luxury condominiums, political and, quote, charitable contributions, speculative investments, and other pet projects that inured benefit to the defendants rather than the debtor.
Ooh, fancy.
I know, I like that word. It's always been one of my favorites. Defendants intentionally operated the FTX group as an integrated whole without recognizing corporate formalities and separateness. That's a key point for litigation purposes. When you don't respect the formality in the entity versus you.
That's where you're gonna lose the protection. That's a really bad way. It's a really bad way to maintain. You got to maintain the distinction between the corporation and the people. All right. There has to be a separation between the two. When you lose the separation, then it's the same thing, and yet you pierce the corporate veil, especially if you mix money. This is a bad thing.
Piercing the corporate veil is basically,
please do not mix money.
Don't mix money. Piercing the corporate veil is when you have a company and the company is doing business.
Mm-hmm.
You are not personally responsible for the business the company does.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that company is viewed as nothing more than a sham and a shell that you hid behind improperly, in which case they call it piercing the corporate veil. And now, because you use the company as a bullshit shield, they can go after you personally. That's what Kurt's referring to. So this is all the stuff we heard before. They rejected advice. They let bad actors into their business. They lied to third parties. They did all the bad stuff, but that's not where I want to focus. Where I want to focus,
unless you're Hunter Biden, in which case it's totally fine to mix money because no one seems to have a problem with that.
Well, his attorney does bong hits on the balcony. I saw that before. Either way, politics be damned. We're talking about Mr. Bankman-Fried because all politicians are corrupt. They all are, every single one of them. I hate every one of them. People wonder why I don't talk about that stuff because I hate all of them.
Fair.
I don't pick sides.
Fair.
I want to go back to the days where we're never going to get there. I want to go back to those days where the people that were tasked with running the country were tasked.
You want to go back to the days when the politicians were not corrupt? When would that be exactly?
I'm
pretty sure when they invented the concept, the politicians were corrupt.
It's really tough because even
you want
Washington,
to go back to we could go back to before the dawn of humanity. You want to go back about 2 million years?
I mean, even George Washington, who was the first person who was kind of commanded to take office, considered himself an emperor. He viewed himself as being higher than political authority. So, okay. Like I said, I don't like politics. It's just every one of them. Like, Oh, okay. During the course of the proceeding, plaintiffs may learn through formal discovery or otherwise of additional transfers because they can only claw back transfers that were made. So the bankruptcy estate has the ability to say, while you were in charge of this company, you transferred stuff out of my possession to other people. You gave money away. You shouldn't have done that. I get to bring that back. That's one of the powers of the law. So the parties, we know who the parties are. We're not going to go through that. Jurisdiction, that's boring. We're not going to do that as well. Factual allegations. Prior to the petition date, the FTX group operated cryptocurrency exchanges and trading businesses. Okay, that's what we did. We did that. They started squandering the assets. They started donating stuff to, quote, charitable contributions. They started hiring every celebrity under the sun to advocate and promote FTX. We know that they did this. We know who the players are. All of this stuff is stuff that we knew. So let's get to some of the stuff that we didn't know. Come on. Where was it? Directors, the fraudulent, all this stuff has already been pled. We know it. Here we go. Now we get some of the materials. So, under defense leadership, the FTX group lacked an adequate accounting system. Knew that. A majority of entities within the FTX group did not prepare financial statements of any kind. Also knew that. Those entities that did prepare financial statements use QuickBooks accounting software.
I love that. I love that detail that they use QuickBooks to manage FTX. That is such just like, wow.
And this is no shade on QuickBooks. It's just never designed to handle those transactions.
It's a little bit of shade on QuickBooks. QuickBooks is not designed for a company of any real size. Like it is not meant for this.
Yep. And they relied on a hodgepodge of Google Documents, Slack communication, shared drives, Excel spreadsheets, and non-enterprise software. So it's not the shade towards the software. It's literally, you threw shit in Google Docs and Slack communications and then just random spreadsheets. That's what you relied on. But we get so much better. And here's where we get better.
I feel like every CPA in the world, when they hear QuickBooks and FTX, has their butthole just tense. Are you a CPA? Would you recommend FTX use QuickBooks? Tell us your thoughts in the chat.
Wait, this part's good. This part's good. In an internal communication, so inside the company, one of these Slack communications, Sam Bankman-Fried boasted that Alameda was, quote, mind you, hilariously beyond any threshold of any auditor being able to even get partially through an audit, end quote. Adding, block quote. So again, quoted text. Alameda is unauditable. I don't mean this in the sense of a majority accounting firm will have reservations about auditing it. I mean this in the sense of we are only able to ballpark what its balances are, let alone something like a comprehensive transaction history. We sometimes find 50 million of assets lying around that we lost track of, such is life.
Who do these guys think they are? The Pentagon?
Are you fucking kidding me?
We found $50 million. We found $50 million in between our sofa cushions. This is great shit.
When I'm reading this document, like when I was reading this, I was going, "This is old." I start getting the block quotes. I was like, "Oh, this is new. This, unauditable." Like,
Well, no, because because the CEO testified before Congress, right? When he became like he was when he was a month old, the new CEO, and it's like, this is worse than Enron. There are no books. It is a total nightmare fuel. I can't make it work. Please leave me alone. I'm still trying to figure out this shit's going on.
Yeah, this is part of it. To make matters worse, Slack, Signal, and other ephemeral methods of communication were frequently used to communicate approvals. Signal and Telegram were at times utilized for communication with both internal and external parties with disappearing mess. Imagine you're trying to create a contract, and you're trying to create an agreement and lock down terms, and you have a messaging app that's doing it that auto deletes after 24 hours. Like, hey, you agreed to this term. Where did I agree to that? Yesterday. Where's the message? Oh. Expenses and invoices of FTX were submitted on Slack and were approved by emoji. Smiley face oftentimes. Oh, it's so bad. It gets worse. It gets so much worse. That was the beginning of the disaster. So defendants breached their fiduciary duties by and through their commingling of corporate and customer assets. Now we start to get to the allegations that make sense, or that matter, rather. To evade restrictions and due diligence requirements imposed by banks and to avoid registering as a money services business, defendants caused the FTX group to funnel customer deposits and withdrawals in fiat currency through Alameda's pre-existing bank accounts. That's also called money laundering. Like, that's called laundering.
It is in fact called money laundering. You're right.
It is. Like, I don't own the bank account, but I'm taking my money and filtering it through that bank account to give it a sense of legitimacy. That's called laundering. That's what we do with that. Now, Mr. Bankman-Fried, who is he's the whipping post of today's story, picked the name Alameda Research because it didn't sound like a cryptocurrency firm, telling one online interviewer, if we named our company...
sounds a little like a cryptocurrency firm.
Does it? If we named our company Shitcoin Day Traders Incorporated, like Input Bank Compliance Official's name here, they'd probably reject us. Then he later acknowledged in another interview, I swear to God, man, your own words are going to kill you. Like, those are going to be the things that are going to convict you. Especially in 2017, if you named your company like we do cryptocurrency, Bitcoin arbitrage, multinational stuff, no one's going to give you a bank account. They're just going to be like, we've been warned about companies like this name. You know, you're going to have to go through the enhanced due diligence process. And I don't want to bother with that right now. It's almost lunchtime, but everyone wants to serve a research institute.
Okay. You know, hey, all right. I respect that.
So he called himself Alameda Research to give himself, oh God,
Brad,
oh no.
Yeah, I respect the player. I respect it. It's going down.
Oh no, no. Oh. Okay. By 2020, certain of Alameda's banks began raising questions about their wire activity. Well, yeah, you see a couple million go in and out, and you're going,
Have a question? Have a little question?
Yeah. There's a lot of money coming in. We don't know where it's coming from, and money going out, and it's happening like within 24 hours. So it feels like laundering. Why is it not laundering? Rather than come clean, defendants continue to lie. For example, after a bank representative informed Alameda that he noticed references to FTX, and asked if Alameda's account would be used to settle trades for their derivatives exchange platform FTX Trading, an Alameda employee at the direction of senior FTX Group executive falsely responded that customers occasionally confuse FTX and Alameda, but that all incoming and outgoing wires are to settle trades with Alameda Research. Whoops. Well, that was a lie. In reality, at defendant's direction, Alameda extensively commingled customer and non-customer funds and used its account for customer-related transfers. Subsequently, in a further effort to avoid bank scrutiny, defendants caused the FTX group to incorporate North Dimension. The fuck is that? North Dimension as a new entity with the sole purpose of enabling the FTX group to obtain bank accounts through which it could operate the Oh, shit. That's a new one. Oh, that's a lot of problems. Oh, my.
That sounds a little fraudulent.
So the purpose of this entity was not to do any business, but just to acquire bank accounts through which the other entity could funnel money.
So it's an undeclared shell. So that sounds like banking fraud.
Sound like banking fraud?
Sounds a little like banking fraud.
just a bit. Like, oh my God. Oh, this is so bad. They commingled within the accounts. Oh my God.
That's even worse somehow. It's commingling
Like you
within the
set up the
account.
shell. You set up the shell. And
You set up the yeah. You go to all the work. You go to all the work to set up the shell, and then you commingle within the shell.
Yeah.
That's just extra special.
Uh-huh. That's that new bullshit. Like that's that you went through the legal process, but you were too fucking lazy to keep the accounts clean. So now you're not just pissing off the government, you're pissing off all the people who have their money. Yeah.
It's like, why even bother creating the shell in the first place? So it's the worst money laundering I've ever heard of. You're money laundering, and then just being like, this is where the money's being laundered.
Gets worse.
Why not just put up a sign with an arrow at it at that point?
At defendant's direction, Alameda also relied on a special exception in the software code base for exchanges called the, quote, allow negative privilege, which enabled defendants to cause Alameda to borrow customers' crypto assets using collateral that did not exist.
So they just took the money.
And ultimately to steal billions of dollars of customers' crypto assets without their knowledge. Yeah. So they leveraged the assets. So they said, we're going to take your asset and put a lien against it. We're not going to tell you about the lien.
Well, we secured it against the nothing. We secured it against. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So unsurprisingly, this is where we start to get spicy. We've been there. It gets worse. Like I keep telling you, it gets worse.
Where did the money go? Did it all disappear in currency fluctuations?
We're almost there. We're almost there. Unsurprisingly, defendants were pleased to have access to virtually unlimited borrowing. In one exchange, an Alameda developer informed its senior executives that, quote, until we reach a solution with FTX US, please be careful about setting FTX US borrowing very high. We were like 5% Bitcoin drop away from liquidation. I've reached out to them so they will set up a situation like our FTX borrowing, which will no longer get liquidated. So there's no margin calls.
And then they responded with a claps emoji.
Yep.
Okay.
By the way, this type of shade by a lawyer, very much appreciated. Like that's the type of sarcasm and shade that needs to be in filings.
I wish I had $50 million just lying around that I could rediscover. I could look at my sofa cushions again, but I don't think it's there.
So here we go to the
why am I not setting up? Why am I not setting up a shit coin at this point? Apparently, because Logan Paul does it. He does it. Apparently, this is where all the money goes. I only have to go to jail for a couple of years. Could be a good deal.
Oh God, Bankman-Fried, man. If he does not get jail, I'm going to be really.
Maybe I can get minimum security club fed. Work on my tennis game.
So the FTX Foundation's project. So FTX Foundation was set up, and FTX Foundation was set up by, I think it was his brother. Hang on. Find the word.
B-Fish coin, yes.
Okay, I don't know. I think FTX Foundation is his brother. Like, I think they set up together. For example, May 19th, 2022, the FTX Foundation authorized a $300,000 grant to an individual to write a book about how to figure out what humans' utility function is/are and transfer the funds to his individual from North Dimension bank account.
Write a book on how to figure out what humans' utility function is? Isn't that like kind of like humanity's been trying to figure that out basically since the dawn of time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
In June 2022, the foundation funded a $400,000 grant wired directly from an account in the name of North Dimension to an entity that posted animated videos on YouTube related to rationalist and effective altruism materials. Wow, including videos on grabby aliens. What the fuck? $400,000 to a YouTube channel. Yo, FTX. I knew Gabriel Bankman-Fried, that's his brother. So one memo exchange between Gabriel and an officer of FTX Foundation describes a plan to purchase the sovereign nation of Nauru in order to construct a bunker/shelter that would be used for some event where 50% to 99% of people die, to ensure that most EAs, effective altruists, survive, and to develop sensible regulation around human genetic enhancement and to build a lab there.
Okay,
The
I'm
memo
sorry.
further noted that. Yep. Do you want to read this with appropriate emphasis?
I need you to reread the entire paragraph to me.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, we got it. All right, we're going slow. One memo exchanged between Gabriel Bankman-Fried, Sam Bankman-Fried's brother, by the way, and an officer of the FTX Foundation who was giving all of this money describes a plan to purchase the sovereign nation of Nauru in order to construct a, quote, bunker/shelter, end quote, that would be used for, quote, some event where 50% to 99.99% of people die, to ensure that most EAs, effective altruists, survive, end quote, and to develop, quote, sensible regulation around human genetic enhancement and to build a lab there, end quote. The memo further noted that, quote, probably there are other things it's useful to do with a sovereign country too, end quote. Do you want a second?
Okay. They want to buy a small island nation to construct a bunker for a shelter in case everyone dies.
Nope. They all die to ensure. They all die for the purpose, for a specific purpose, to ensure that the specials survive.
Well, I suppose it depends how you read that sentence. Do you think that they do you really think that their intention is to kill the people as opposed to the people dying in some other cataclysmic event?
I don't know that that's the intention, but I think that that's the suggestion that maybe they should. Not that they will actively do it, but maybe that these other people should meet their demise and that we will be safe in our bunker and we will survive.
All right, just out of raw curiosity, in this scenario, when the effective altruists survive, what at this point are they going to effective altruism, because there's no one left? So
they've accomplished their goal. Kurt's bro, this is not a freeze screen. Like,
and develop sensible regulation around human genetic enhancement. So this is like, so this is just full bore, full fat, no nonsense eugenics.
Yeah. It is.
Mangala wasn't this messed up. Well, no, Mangala's pretty fucked up. They're channeling some Mangala.
This is pretty bad. This is not pretty. This is not good.
They said to themselves, you know what? They said to themselves, you know what? Joseph Mangala, he's just misunderstood in his time, and we need to bring back the genetic enhancement and human experimentation. Where 99% of this is just Joseph Mangala.
So Katie
Holy
did.
Shit, dude.
I did a little background research on this. Yes, Sam Bankman-Fried is technically in some fashion Jewish. However, none of the donations that we have seen have gone to any of the things that we have seen prominent people of Jewish heritage donate to. So I am not going to speak for his faith. I will say that from the money that left his bank account, they didn't go towards that.
This is a incredibly strange definition of altruism where we are killing everybody so that only the worthy can survive. This is just the worst James Bond plot ever. This is
this is like the neo altruism.
Why don't we just launch a space station and use the space station to shoot out these containers which contain these spores of this flower, which causes only human beings to die, and spread it all over the planet so that all the people die, and we can do it from our space stations where the worthy will live and in our new utopia. This is Moonraker now, by the way, for those of you not picking it up at home.
So here's the thing. How much of the dialogue you see on mainstream media on both sides is focused so centrally on, wouldn't it be easier if those people who didn't disagree with me just didn't have a voice or didn't get a chance to express their voice? Like, how much easier would it be if I didn't have to deal with these people? Has that made you feel uncomfortable? Because it's made me feel uncomfortable in a lot of the dialogue that I see on regular media.
This is yeah.
We're not even to the self-dealing yet. Here's the self-dealing. As has been widely reported, defendants caused the FTX group to spend more than $243 million on real estate in the Bahamas. $243 million. Do you know how much real estate you could buy for $243 million in the US right now? Including multi-million-dollar luxury properties for defendants and their friends and families. Kurt was asking where the money went. Here's where we go. Defendants funded these.
You could buy Wyoming
purchases.
How about you could just buy Wyoming?
You could, from accounts that held commingled customer and corporate funds. Well, that's interesting. Using commingled funds, defendants caused the FTX group to purchase more than 30 properties, including a $30 million 6-bedroom penthouse in the Albany resort community of the Bahamas in January of 2022, just 10 months before that company filed bankruptcy. The property, known as the Orchid Penthouse, was a home to Bankman-Fried.
I think in Moonraker it was some version of Orchid that was being used to kill everybody.
Oh, is it Orchid? So this is now just...
I think in Moonraker it might have been some variant of Orchid that was being used to kill everyone from the pollen spore things.
Yep. And in one of the most shocking and surprising sentences I have ever seen in a legal filing, and I don't know where they found the temerity to say this $250 million in real estate was not necessary for the operations of the FTX group, and conferring such largesse on defendants and their friends and families was done to the detriment of FTX group. Fucking shocker, man.
I'm still back with
the eugenics. You're with the eugenics.
I'm still back with the eugenics because it is hard to fully contemplate like this level of evil. This is like a caricature of it. This is full fat, full no nonsense. Like, this isn't like playing on the line somewhere.
But
this is just going all the way, the way to the end of the page, all the way to the end of the page. Let's engage in genetic manipulation and selection, and only the worthy survive and everyone else dies so we can bring about the new utopia. This is all the way.
It's
I
everything.
don't know there's anywhere further to go than that.
Yep.
And we don't care about people or experimenting on people. This is like the worst of, like, this is what Joseph Mengele was basically doing in World War II.
Scary, right?
He was doing all kinds of human experimentation and all kinds of shit, and using people as lab rats and torturing people and infecting them and doing all kinds of absolutely barbaric medical experiments on the people for what he perceived as the greater good and the greater survivability of the Aryan state. I mean, this is just Joseph Mengele.
Disgusting.
This is you don't necessarily want to do the Godwin argument, but holy shit, dude! Let's invoke. It's like, okay.
We don't have to go there. But here's the thing: like, when your brain is blown like this, now here's the other part. I want you, for anyone who's disagreeing or questioning these allegations, I want you to go back to when FTX filed bankruptcy, and when the DOJ would made it clear they wanted to arrest him. Remember all of the Twitter spaces and all of the press conferences he gave and all the statements he made where he was explaining and discussing left, right, and center, just like you just don't understand. You just don't understand. You just don't understand. It was never, I was wrong. It was always, you just don't understand. Every time.
Yeah. Which
does that sound familiar?
Which is often like how evil is perpetrated, because it's probably correct that, I mean, I don't know what was really going on in Mengele's heart, but it would not surprise me if you told me that Mengele, in his heart, if he thought he was doing the right thing.
Yeah, if he
it
thought
wouldn't
he was
surprise me if he thought it was doing the right thing, that it was all worth it in the end.
Yep. So to this ilk, to these people, we're just not smart enough to understand the greater good that they see. And let's talk about.
I'm not sure that I don't necessarily see the greater good. It's just that I sort of get the end goal. I get it, but the problem is what you have to do to get there. And this is like the ultimate epitome of you have to break a few eggs to get some omelets, or you don't make omelets without breaking a few eggs. In this case, millions upon millions of eggs. It isn't that I don't understand the end goal. It's that in order to do it, I just have to completely devalue humans and human value on a very fundamental level. So
hang on, we're gonna get there.
In the name of the greater good.
Let's talk about how much they value themselves. Let's talk about how much they value themselves over the greater good. So defendants caused FTX and WRS to issue more than $725 million worth of equity to Bankman-Fried, Wang, and Singh and Ellison personally, without receiving any value. This is where we start to get interesting. On July 18th, 2021, Bankman-Fried, Wang, and Singh each executed documents labeled as promissory notes. I like when pleadings throw that shade in there, so I appreciate it. Though these purported promissory notes, they supposedly, quote, borrowed the following amounts from Alameda. Bankman-Fried, $170 million. Gary Wang, $54 million. Nishad Singh, $25 million. Notwithstanding the eye-popping sums of money, God, I love that term, none of the purported promissory notes required Bankman-Fried, Wang, or Singh to post any collateral. They were unsecured obligations against the company that they signed on behalf of the company. All three called for interest to accrue at a rate of 1% annually, well below commercial market rates, and none called for any repayment prior to July 18th, 2026. So the deferred term was a 5-year deferred term, in which case they didn't have to pay shit. 1% per annum. Yeah. As the CEO of Alameda at the time, Bankman-Fried signed each of the promissory notes. Well, that becomes an issue, including the one for his own sham loan of more than $170 million on behalf of Alameda. None of the defendants paid back a single dollar of these loans, and they never intended to do so. So you asked where the money went. That's where it went. On July 19th, the day after the loans were signed, they executed a common stock purchase agreement to buy WRS Class B common stock. If you're thinking fraud, you are on the right track. Using funds they had caused Alameda to loan to them, so not their money, they had these fake loans. Bankman-Fried, Wang, and Singh collectively agreed to, quote, purchase 1,637,948 Class B shares in WRS, the holding company for FTX US. Well, shit, did they just borrow money from a rat hole account with no interest repayments or nothing to buy equity in the company that they are establishing? Seems like they did. No funds actually changed hands. On August 10th, Alameda transferred $250 million in e-money, a substitute for cash and stablecoin, used to transact on the exchanges, on the exchange to accounts named Bankman-Fried, Wang, and Singh. So, fictitious dollars, but we actually have real money. In short, in exchange for promissory notes, I promise you to give money that I never will, that no one ever intended to repay, Bankman-Fried, Wang, and Singh gave themselves a shitload of stock in the company. It gets worse. On November 15th of 2021, defendants caused FTX to give Singh $44 million or 44 million FTX shares worth hundreds of millions of dollars without receiving anything in return. Singh got these shares pursuant to an option agreement that allowed him to purchase that amount of shares for $10.86 per share. The exercise should have profited FTX. So when he bought this, it should have given FTX $477 million. However, they basically moved money around from Alameda in loans to say, don't worry, numbers on paper and now Alameda that I borrowed money from, they didn't transfer, but they might have transferred, and now I own the shares. Yeah. This part is you're gonna like this one. So
I don't know. It can get much worse than the human experimentation eugenics. That's
the Robinhood shares. So you remember the Robinhood shares we talked about a bit.
Yeah.
So from May 6th to May 18th, Bankman-Fried and Wang caused Alameda to provide them, in exchange for loans, $546 million, which they used to acquire Robinhood Markets, some shares of that. Then they caused Alameda to acquire 56 million shares, which were held in the brokerage account. Well, this part. Kurt, take over for a second, please.
Okay. I'm still pretty broken on the whole eugenics thing, but I guess we'll press on for the moment. Bankman-Fried and Wang caused these funds to be transferred from Alameda's account on the FTX exchange to their personal accounts on FTX. They then transferred the funds to FTX for Emergent Fidelity, a holding company wholly owned by Bankman-Fried and Wang. On May the 6th, and again, Emergent transferred the funds from FTX to Alameda's account on FTX. Although plaintiffs have identified a stock purchase agreement stating that Emergent would pay Alameda for the shares, Emergent didn't do so. Rather, Bankman-Fried and Wang bought the shares from Alameda with funds they had just misappropriated from Alameda through sham loans. In other words, Bankman-Fried and Wang paid Alameda with Alameda's own money. Sure, yeah, why not? That's fine. That's fine. Indeed, as senior FTX group lawyer Daniel Freeberg described, it's just a round trip from AR Limited to Sam Gray. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Back to AR, because Alameda transferred. I'm sorry, is that $500 million? Okay. $500 million directly to Bankman-Fried and Wang, while only receiving a sham IOU in return. The transfer of funds from Alameda to Bankman-Fried and Wang should be avoided. Yeah, this is fine. I don't see any problem with that. That's fine. Yeah, just create $546 million in phantom money to buy funds to transfer around, and
Yep. And
I've
it
stopped
gets
working. I've completely stopped working.
the
This
sole
this
authorization.
this is evil. This is
Really
this is
fucked up.
evil.
This is
This
really
is
fucked
this
up.
is this is evil.
This is
There
really
is
fucked up.
I am beginning to wonder what did girlfriend get? Did they announce what sentence she's getting?
Ellison? No,
Yeah,
they have
did
not. So, by the way,
I'm wondering
in
why.
large
I'm
part,
wondering
wait,
why all
wait,
these
wait,
people
wait.
are. I'm wondering why all these people are not in prison forever.
So here's the thing. So I want to bring you back while we're here temporarily. This is a good point to kind of pause. While we're here temporarily, I want to remind you that when you look at the transactions, the authorizing agents on most of these transactions are three people: Bankman-Fried, Gary Wang, Nishad Singh. Right? They were the three principals. They got the most money out of it. Like, yes. Ellison pled guilty. She will be convicted. She pled guilty. She will be sentenced. But Ellison is also the one person in all of this narrative who's not signing a lot of the self-dealing stuff. It's not a stretch for me to believe that she was left out of a lot of these discussions. Now, she probably knew that they were happening and should face consequences for that. But now, with that understanding in mind, and even if you don't believe anything I just said, that's fine. That's fine. Now look at Sam Bankman-Fried's leak to the New York Times and look at that article. Look at that article now in the context that this complaint gives. Does it seem more like the US's position might be more plausible, that Bankman-Fried was trying to perhaps make one particular witness seem less credible than others? I don't know. I think it holds water. The sole authorization for Alameda.
I need to step off for a minute. I need to step off.
That's fine. The sole authorization for Alameda to extend these loans to Bankman-Fried and Wang came from Ellison. Oh my. Who, along with Singh, had pled guilty to looting the FTX group as part of massive fraud. 5. What's the footnote? Go to the footnote. As part of her guilty plea, here you go, what we were just discussing. In her allocution, Ellison admitted that while I was co-CEO and then CEO, I understood that Alameda had lent money to Mr. Bankman-Fried and other FTX executives. I also understood that Alameda had financed these investments with short-term, open-term loans worth several $1 billion from external lenders in the cryptocurrency industry. In other words, Ellison admitted to causing Alameda to make loans to defendants, among other FTX group executives, with money Alameda was borrowing from unwitting third parties. In this entire transaction, this is the first mention of her. I find that fascinating. On January 6, 2023, Justice Department seized the entirety of the Robinhood Class A shares, much to Mr. Bankman-Fried's chagrin. He was not happy about that, and cash in emergence brokerage account on the basis that the seized assets constitute property involved in violations of crimes such as money laundering, wire fraud. Incredibly, Bankman-Fried still purports to have an ownership interest in the Robinhood shares. And this we covered. In January 2023, he filed in this court asserting that the Robinhood shares are not property of the debtor's estate because Bankman-Fried and Wang borrowed the funds for Emergent to purchase the Robinhood shares from Alameda and a set of loans were memorialized in 4 different promissory notes. So he quite literally said, yes, I borrowed money to buy the shares. I had no intention of giving anything back. Nothing. But it's still mine. Let me use those to fund my defense. He hadn't paid a dime on those loans, by the way, because he didn't have to till 2026. Audacity. This is the part I wanted Kurt to see. This makes me sad. We're going to have to recap it for him. Oh, you're back. I wanted you to see this part.
I might have to step off to take a call in a second, but we'll see.
That's fine. On January 24, 2022, Sam Bankman-Fried caused FTX US, the Info Alameda research, to give him $10 million in an account in his name. 1 minute later, SBF transferred $10 million from his personal account on the FTX exchange to his father's personal account on the exchange. The quote, Bankman gift transfer. His dad, who was the tax professor at Stanford. Shortly thereafter, Bankman-Fried's father made 6 transfers totaling $6,775,000 to his personal accounts at Morgan Stanley and TD Ameritrade, leaving $3.225 in his FTX account. Side note, are there any questions as to where the bankruptcy debtors might be filing their next adversary proceeding? As of the petition date, the balance in the father's FTX US account was down to $2.2 million, having sustained losses on cryptocurrency trades. In an email exchange, Bankman-Fried and his father discussed structuring the $10 million gift as a loan from Alameda to Bankman-Fried. The debtors, who, remind you, have access to every single document on the servers, email exchanges, communications, have been unable to identify any promissory note, loan agreement, or other indication the funds were not simply taken from Alameda by Bankman-Fried to enrich his family. On information belief, Bankman-Fried's father has been using this gift to finance the criminal defense. So,
Yeah.
these are the things that we learned. And as we get to the close of this, because, oh my God, it just keeps on getting worse and worse and worse every single time this case comes up. This is an 84-page complaint. So count 1, count 2, let's get to the prayer for relief. Let's find out what we're asking for from the debtors. Wherefore the debtors ask that an order be entered that says that these are avoidable and they come back to us. Give me a return of all the property. So give me all the money back. Give me monetary damages. Okay. Award us damages resulting from the breaches, etc. This is a $2 billion lawsuit. Pretty nasty, right? Pretty sick.
I lack words. I lack words.
Yeah. So, Stanford law professor. Here's how to structure the $10 million loan to me. $6.775 million transferred to personal accounts. No evidence of repayment or evidence of the loan.
Everyone needs to go to jail. Forever.
All the jail.
Stanford needs to go to jail. Can we throw all of Stanford in jail? That'd be nice.
Yep. There were actual depositors. You're absolutely right. That is what, like, I feel dirty about. Like, that's why this feels really disgusting. This is people's money. And they just reallocated it. They took it from the people that deposited, put it in their names, hid it
Because they
behind
are
the
the worthy.
shells.
Because they are the worthy. Because they are the chosen.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And the funny thing is you
This
highlight
is-
the eugenics and that argument, and it makes you feel even more disgusting.
No, this is a whole new level of evil. Nothing we've dealt with in recent memory seems like an equivalent.
I would say
Enron wasn't
Murdoch.
this.
Murdoch. That's that weird twisted situation.
Enron Murdoch wasn't planning on eugenics.
You know what? Murdoch wasn't society at large.
Murdoch just killed 2 people. He wasn't planning on killing 99.99% of humanity and building a bunker to run a genetic experimentation for the betterment of all mankind.
Or taking money from thousands / millions of people.
Murdoch wasn't so bad.
I'm more special.
Wow. He's all right. He's a fine guy.
And that's the thing about these quote white collar crimes. And one of the things I get really pissed off about with the sentencing disposition. This is evil. This is truly evil.
And it wasn't even greed or delusion. So it's not even Elizabeth Holmes. It's not Enron. It's not. This is
superiority.
A whole new this is superiority. We are truly the chosen. We are truly
the specials.
This is a whole new level of we are the specials. We need to eliminate the non-specials, and we will remain in a bunker. I'm not quite sure how we're getting out of our island nation, incidentally, to get to anywhere else when everyone else is dead, but whatever.
Well, and you know what? It with the whole we are the specials, you go back to Bankman-Fried and everything he was saying, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. You don't understand. You just don't understand. You don't understand.
I think I understand. I think I fully understand. I think I fully comprehend it.
Oh, but Kurt, I'm Mr. Bankman-Fried. Let me explain it to you one more time so that you can possibly understand that the intellect that I had was so far superior to your own that, you just haven't heard what I said right. How many times did he gaslight every single fucking person and say, your money is backed dollar for dollar. We guarantee all of it. Oh. And people have wondered why I have covered this case. This is frustrating. You know what?
Why?
It's not.
This is the worst Friday Night Friends I've ever been on with you, Rob. It's just story after story of let's break uncivil. This entire stream has been nothing of break uncivil and make uncivil unhappy. I don't like you very much right now, Rob.
We'll make it more. We're going to make it more pleasant. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. I will make you happy because I have a public. I'm
contemplating how much alcohol I have in my fridge that I need to drink to make it all better at this point.
Well, with Bankman-Fried, man, like understanding, he's just not. Let me explain. Look, the salacious murder trials, right? These are things that a lot of people want to watch. I don't know why the fascination, but they're very intrigued by it. They're going, this is very intriguing. I want to watch why people do this type of terrible, heinous crime. This is worse.
This is terrible. This is terrible on
uniquely.
No, because it's the force multiplier. Because no, it's literally Nazi. It's literally Nazi-esque, right? I mean, most murders are understandable. The truly ununderstandable murders are what are frightening. Like when we did the case with the juvenile that killed his classmate in Florida, right? Because that was kind of ununderstandable because he had no motive. He did just basically for pure thrill. His name temporarily escapes me, but he's like 15 at the time or 14, killed his 13-year-old classmate, sentenced to life in prison forever. But most murders and most crimes make sense. You can understand them. It's like we all want to understand, but you get it. Like you may not agree with it, but you get it. Like you understand their motivations, you understand their reasoning. And it's like, well, you just
well, I
basically
think
you put your own needs
understand.
above someone else's.
I know, but
So
understand it's not understand. It's that you acknowledge how someone can get there. Like you can reach that mental connection. You can connect and understand how they got to that point. It's not you understand why they did it like it somehow justifies it. Because people misinterpret when you say, I understand why this happens. It's not, you're not accepting it. You don't think it's a good. It's still fucking terrible. You just can comprehend how the brain gets to that point.
yeah,
There's a
no,
disconnect with
Fauci,
SBF.
yeah, like it's just like you can understand. I mean, you can understand the rationale. Like I steal
It's
from
a
somebody
logic.
because I steal from you because I want those things and I don't care about you. I want to enrich myself. That's a motive that you can understand, right? It's like, well, I want to have more things. I'll just take your things and I have more things. I've
Yeah.
enriched myself. Like, that's an understandable motive.
The understanding of theft. The understanding of
Right.
theft.
That's like, you understand that motive, right? I want to kill somebody because they are an inconvenience to me in some way. They have wronged me. They've upset me. I don't like them personally. They have done something to me. They're an inconvenience in some way. So I want to get rid of them because it will make my life more convenient.
Yep.
It's like, you understand that. You understand their rationale.
Comprehending the motive to murder. Comprehending the motive to survival is also the I will take resources and consume them for myself because that is my survival and not the person next to me, because there are only so many resources.
But this is so
different.
But
This
the
is
scale
different.
the scale of this is so broken because, like, you can understand it. All you have to do is completely, absolutely devalue not only a person, but people in wide swaths. So all you have to do to make this work in a sort of a logic is you have to have absolutely no value of human being whatsoever, and that they're impediment to your goals. And literally, you're just getting rid of the inconvenient. You're basically the dictator of, take your pick of choice, just swiping out millions upon millions of people because they're inconvenient to you in your regime.
But
And
that's
you don't care about
also
those people because you're gonna bring, if only those people die, you can bring in the good state, which incidentally never happens on the back end of it. But that's, so it doesn't even work, incidentally. Which
so
is
I want to make a comment that's a little bit removed from that
it's like,
level.
hey, Mao, I'm really glad you killed those 50 million Chinese people, 50 million to 100 million Chinese people, or the Russians during the Gulag. I'm really glad you killed 30 million Russians and sent them off to a gulags. Boy, because although we killed 30 million people, or we killed 50 million people, or we killed 100 million people, boy, oh boy, wasn't it worth it on the back end? Well, isn't it great? The great revolution we finally brought in because we killed the right people. Holy shit, dude. How much do we have to learn this lesson from?
Pause for a second. Pause. So take a deep breath. Pause. Give me a minute. Take a deep breath. Give me a minute. So I want to, yes. You know what? If you want to mute, you can mute yourself and scream. You want to mute yourself and scream? That's therapeutic. You can do that. Mute yourself and scream. You just yell and you do all the things you want to do. Just mute the button and just scream and yell and say all the profanities, because chat loves that shit. But what I will say is that, let me take you one step back. Is, let's say that we don't have to, because the effective altruism stuff was the one that got me thinking. Let's say that you don't have to deal with people who disagree with you, and you believe that your position, your moral position, is so much more superior that why would you have to hassle with the contrary arguments? Why would you have to listen to them? You should just live in a world where those arguments don't exist. Well, how do you make them not exist? You make them not exist by either silencing them and controlling the speech that they have, or you imprison them, or you do away with them. And this might sound dystopian. It might sound like 1984, but it's not uncommon to what we see in society, where people have lost the ability to talk to one another. They lose the ability to speak to one another, and they lose the ability to actually communicate. And yes, I can see Kurt enjoying himself magically, but they lose the ability to communicate. And rather than try to bridge that gap or deal with their own inability to communicate, because there is an internal inability to communicate. Like, one of the fallacies in discussions, and I've talked about this before, is when someone says, "I'm sorry that you took what I said that way." That's a big error. That's a big problem. It's a big problem because it reflects a problem on two fronts. One, the person that's receiving it, maybe they could have been more receptive, or they could have changed the way they were going to receive the information. But two, the person conveying the information. Communication goes both ways, and communication is both delivered and received. And when I'm delivering information via words, if I'm not delivering the information appropriately, the onus isn't just on the person that's receiving it to change the way they receive it. It's on me to also change the way I'm delivering it. Like hand gestures, right? So when you're trying to communicate something, it's clear they don't get what you're saying. So you start doing blah, 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 blah. So you start using your hands to illustrate the problem, because you have acknowledged they don't get what you're saying. So you try to change the way you're saying it. That does not mean the person listening doesn't have to do the same thing. When I'm hearing information, it does not mean that I can simply just hear it in one tone. I have to pause and reassess whether I am hearing it right, whether I am hearing this information through a filter, whether I need to step outside of my comfort zone and listen, and actually listen and see if it might change my mind. When I read the Bankman-Fried stuff and when I see a lot of what he comments on, it's really indicative and scary to me of a big swath of the population who forgets that fundamental purpose, that communication is bidirectional. It goes both ways. So Sam Bankman-Fried saying, "You just don't understand what I'm trying to say." I'm like, okay, we take a step back and actually hear what you're trying to say. And the problem is, the more that I step back and try to hear what he tries to say, he keeps saying it in the same / worse way. And it keeps sounding like exactly what Kurt was saying. If only I didn't have to deal with these people. If only I didn't have to deal with these people. I don't know how else to say it. The more I have tried to listen to everything this person has said, and I have fucking tried. You guys know I have tried. I have watched this case from the beginning. I have tried to understand the message he's trying to convey. But the more that I listen, the more I change my perspective of what he's trying to say, holy shit, it gets worse. It doesn't get better. And I like that I can use that as an example to try and convey that the things you see in the news, the things you hear from people, getting back to communication. You have to be comfortable with things you disagree with. You have to be comfortable with that. You are never going to live in a world where you are the specials and you can eliminate all the non-specials. That's never going to exist. So just we gotta get back to being able to disagree and understand what the fuck that means. Hell, I reasoned discussion and debate. And you know what? Polish up on language skills. Because sometimes a lot of it is how you communicate. And you can always get better at communicating. You can learn how to communicate with people who are emotional thinkers, logical thinkers, etc. You can learn how to do that. It's pretty great. It's pretty cool. That's one of the things that I learned in litigation was that I would have judges they would process fundamentally emotionally, and I would have to convey the information I relayed in that context. I would have judges I call them bullet point judges they were engineered trade. So you have to give the information bullet point. Boom, 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 boom. I had to change my delivery. And if I didn't do that, my client suffered. So I did that. I changed delivery. I changed the words. I changed the phrase. I changed how I said what I was saying. Not me, not what I was saying. I changed how I said it. So it's a good example. Katrina Turner, if you think you're the smartest person in the room, then you're wrong person. Yep, you are in the wrong room, especially in DC. It's pretty ridiculous. I personally appreciate disagreement and being challenged. I like to see different viewpoints and understand the other way of thinking, as long as it's not harmful. History teacher Lisa, thank you. And the input that I get from you guys in the chat is always pretty freaking remarkable. It's awesome. Have I seen the information about Carly Russell case? I have. I will say that case is ongoing. The information is ongoing, but the details as they get released are not pleasant to hear. I will make the comment that the use of platform to get a message out regarding a potential missing person and the spread of that information was heartening for me to see how fast and wide that information spread. I don't want anything that happens in this investigation to dissuade people from engaging in that level of behavior in the future when the situation calls for it. So, yeah, I have watched it. I will continue to watch it. It's going to be interesting to see. I want to be a better communicator now. We kind of do that sometimes on a micro level. We do. Catching up on some of the super chats. Trufflehead. And then we'll strap laser beams to the sharks. Don't know. Can someone send him a bald cat? Like just send Bankman-Fried a bald cat. Katie Q, CPA here, bad idea. Everything in that complaint was a bad idea. Troublehound, how has he leaked this? Doesn't he have a ton of communication restrictions? He has to ask permission to fart these days. He does, but he got a media interview that his lawyers didn't fucking know about. Surprise, surprise. Equality, thank you. Hey, Rob. Hi, Kurt. Hi, chat. Can't stay very long. Very busy with work and school. Just want to say hi. Literally. Glad that you're here. Thank you very much. Travelhound FTX is my favorite U.S. case. It cannot be overstated the amount of money, how young they were, how personally messy all the relationships were, including SBF, mom and dad. Well, this was at 9:57 that you sent this. So we learned some more about the complications of the relationship and how fast it all happened. We learned something. Travelhound Sweet, Caroline, ba, ba, ba. I love how messy these two are. This case is chaos. Yep, it is. It's fantastic, though. Courtney Michelle, thank you. It's been a week, and your Southern gentleman voice was exactly what I needed to start my weekend right. Thanks for being awesome sauce. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Erika Girardi.
I feel like I'm being misunderstood in the chat, or maybe I'm being properly understood, and I have to try to figure this out again.
No,
because people are saying like they don't understand what I was saying about understanding the motivations behind murder or understanding motivations behind crime.
Kurt, I would like when you are on my stream, I would like for you to communicate with me.
Okay.
Me, just me.
How are you doing, Rob?
I know that don't do that part. I know the chat's there, and the chat's always going to be there, and they're going to have opinions. But I want you to communicate with me because your brain is a phenomenal brain. And you're a good person, period. As emphasized by Sarika Kishore. Thank you for the super chat. Kurt, you're doing an amazing job. I am a coach as well as overcome major depression. This is to give you hope that you can overcome anything with the right help. Kurt, you're doing an amazing job. I'm very glad you're back. I'm very glad you're hanging out and having a good time. Even though we got depressing. And I think we just need to change some of the depressing into not depressing. Does that sound fun to you? I think it sounds fun to me. So me see. Can I open this? Is it going to let me do it? Oh, okay, it does. Hang on.
And also, like, it's interesting because another aspect of this is what's called the fundamental attribution error, is that when we look at other people's behavior, we see character, but when we look at our own behavior, we see circumstance. It's why it's so easy for us to justify to ourselves doing a wrong thing when we think it's a wrong thing, because essentially we say, it's not that I'm a bad person. This is what we say to ourselves. It's not that I'm a bad person. It's that the circumstances are such that it justifies this action, even though we would not do the same thing for other people. It's like, oh, even if the situation is the same, we say that to other people, it's their character, whereas we say to ourselves, it's our circumstances. So it's like, oh, I would never commit a murder, we say, because I'm a person of good character, and only people of bad character commit murders. Where in reality, if we were faced with the right circumstances, we'd say, well, my reasons are special because of dot, 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 dot. It's part of the human condition. And
you
so,
live
like, if
by
you're
the
not,
exception. You are the
Yeah.
exception. You're not the rule.
yeah, you are the exception, not the rule. So I think it's a lot easier. I think there's a conceit that we all have because we don't really want to see the darkness in ourselves, that, you know, there is a dark piece of the darkness. The darkness is in the nature of humanity, and there is darkness that lives in us. Another way of looking at this is like when we think about like, because we've been talking about World War II, you know, you hear a story like Oskar Schindler and think, you know, I would be you think to yourself, I would be the person that would fight to free the slaves. I would be the person that would
You
fight
think
to free the Jews.
aspirationally, like you
I
would
would
be.
fight. I would stand up against the Nazis. I would fight the Nazis. I would stand up for the Jews. I would stand for the slaves. And the reality is, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. And the reason I know that you wouldn't is because the Germans were basically the same as Americans. Like, if you look at the period, if you look at like American culture and German culture in the run up to World War II, there's really not much in it. And the fact is that the average German joined in or did nothing or was
Conform or
complicit,
die. It's
and conform or die. And so the reality is that we are all way, way more capable of evil and wrongdoing than I think any of us wants to really admit. And so when I say that
how about this? Way more capable of cowardice than anyone would want to admit. Which, yes, you're right. In this context, is the evil in the room, but we're way more capable of cowardice than we would ever admit.
Yeah. So you know, I when you start to think about, you know, you do shadow work and you think about, you know, the shadow that lies within and the darkness that lies within, and you realize what humanity and what you are really capable of. It's like it can be a little uncomfortable to look into the shadow. So
it's very scary.
I don't know if any of that makes any sense, but there you go.
No, I think you found a way to hit a very uncomfortable nail right on the head. And I think it was very well said and very well spoken. But I think that tonight's stream, would you like to take a more positive direction from here?
Sure.
Honestly, I'd like to. Would you like to? I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
I love the debates though, and I like having them. So let me do this. We're going to swoop to a better time. And we're going to do a little public service announcement / we're going to listen to a little dialogue from the great state of North Carolina and Asheville and the police department concerning an issue that they had in 2020. Well, as mentioned, please do tell whether you can hear the volume on this one, because again, this is a public 911 call, so this is publicly available, so I'm not going to get a copyright strike for this particular thing. However, it's pretty funny.
Charlie 58.
Good.
Got audio?
Got an animal
Mhm.
issue. Martin Luther and Lincoln Ave. If you can meet with the complainant, they advised that they are being followed by goats from Helen's Bridge.
Bigger one communication?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat that?
So the caller was up at Helen's Bridge, and they went down to MLK and Lincoln, and they've got some goats following them.
10-4. Thank you.
Charlie 5 dispatch. Go ahead. Have 58 give him a call. We're not going to respond to that. 10-4. 58 copy.
Charlie 558, drop 3.
10-4. 58 on 3.
Tell them to leave the goats alone, and they will go back.
Roger.
Next stop, Charlie 5.
We don't need you, goat whisperer.
I was just going to say I agree. That could be a bad idea.
When you start your new job?
Not soon enough.
Thank you for your advice, Bear Man.
Charlie 5, Baker 5, be advised. I'm going to have to compose myself before making this phone call. You two are killing dispatch right now, just so you know. Charlie 55, I think everyone's listening in. I'm sure the whole city is right now.
Mind your business.
Nah.
Charlie 5 dispatch. Good. Show us all out on the corner of Martin Luther King and Lincoln Street. Lincoln Ave.
Game 4, I'll put the Charlie units out with the goats.
Baker 1 to Charlie 5.
Good.
Do you need assistance? Do you need me out there?
Hey, Bob, we're wrangling right now. Baker 1, you want 3?
Along with the city, go ahead.
Can I keep them? They're really cute. We got a plan. We're going to go to PTV. We're going to take them back up the hill. They're babies. So we'll get it handled.
I applaud you, sir. I'm at a loss.
Listen, we're a caring department. We care about these animals.
10-4. If you do utilize the PTV, just make sure to clean it before and after. Don't want the goats getting sick.
We have a training. We're good.
Charlie 58, that's bad. Good. Show me 72 with 2 goats. I don't need a case number. 10-4, 2 goats in custody, 22-26.
Okay. All right. Well, Asheville police arrested some goats without probable cause, which means the Asheville police has engaged in kidnapping.
Did they do goat kidnapping? They did goat kidnapping.
I got there first. I got there first.
You did. You were totally ahead of me on the mind game of getting to kidnapping first. But you have to appreciate when cops have a sense of humor like that. Like that's 911 like goals or dispatch goals. Like, excuse me, what? Goats? And then there's the one kid who's like, I know what to do. Oh God, of course he fucking does. So, yeah. So, wait, where's my button? Where's my button? Button. Screaming goat. Okay, freaking fantastic. I love it. Let's do old swoop, new swoop to the next story, the last story. Okay, so there was some news today. Rather, not today, this week. This particular week. And it focused a lot about a certain set of earrings that we've discussed in the past. Earrings belonging to Erika Girardi. And a lot of the earrings debate came from, come on, Rob, we can do the things. Well, let me see. The earring debate came from here, which was Erika Jane. Whoa, In a shocking appeal, the court just determined Erika Jane is entitled to keep her earrings. The appeals court said they are her earrings. And forgive me for one moment, I actually have to make sure I have the documents in front of me. So, to give you guys a reminder, Erika Jane, these earrings were a gift from Tom Girardi, who is in bankruptcy right now. Tom Girardi, the personal injury attorney who defrauded, allegedly defrauded, although the allegations seem to be pretty well substantiated, hundreds of millions of dollars from various victims of his and victims of plane crashes, chemical spills, etc. He just stole the damn money.
It's expensive to be me.
That would be the same Erika Jane. She really is. You know, she is her own person, Kurt. It's expensive to be her. And, you know, they lived a rather opulent lifestyle that was funded by Mr. Girardi. Mr. Girardi is currently undergoing various competency evaluations to determine whether he is fit to stand trial. We shall see the outcome of that, because yeah, fucking A.
So she can keep her earrings. So there was an auction, so presumably they have to give the earrings back.
No. That was what was circulating, and what I'm trying to get to is the document that I had saved in a folder that I cannot find. So I am going back to re-download the stupid document, because this is what happens when you have two computers, one at the office, one at home. One on which you save files, and the other one, like, you think they communicate with each other, and sometimes they don't. And you become very frustrated because, yeah. So reply, rebuttal, that's Erika. That was Erika regarding those creditors. That wasn't the particular case. Fuck, where is this damn thing?
Just get some nice cubic zirconiums and call it a day, man. I mean, oh, damn.
Oh, we tried. They tried. No, they really didn't try. Where was I? Where did I say the damn thing? Rob, you can do this. Fuck. Girardi. Bankruptcy, earrings. Where is this fucking pleading? Really annoying, Rob. Give me one moment, please. What was the Florida man case today while I'm looking for this?
Oh, yes. Apologies. I had to think about it. Today's Florida man was a guy who hid ammo for his gun in his nutsack. He hid it under his nutsack, and when he was brought to jail, because he was initially arrested for, I think, using a credit card that wasn't his, and when the police went to his apartment or whatever to arrest him, he was found in possession of fake or not his driver's licenses, credit cards, social security cards, and other ID. When he was taken to jail, they asked him if he had any contraband on him because it was illegal to take him to jail, and he said nah. And then they found ammo that he was tucked under his nutsack, and they're charging him with bringing contraband into the jail for the ammo in his nutsack. That was today's Florida man story. So he was sweating bullets.
Oh no. That was so much worse than any joke I would have thought of. He was sweating bullets. Usually one thinks of their ass crack sweating. Oh. That was bad. Where this is why I can't do stuff in the evenings when my brain goes into like DEF CON.
I mean, you
Can't think.
asked. I told you the story.
No, you did. And you did a wonderful job at the story. I'm trying to find the fucking appeal.
Would you like me to talk about the painting case? I could talk about that from the Nazi thing.
Yes, please do. 22-CV. Yes, please do, because I found the case number. Hang on. Yes, do that. I found the case number. I can look this up while you're doing that.
All
I
right.
can do the thing.
So yeah, long story short, the Germans seized a painting from a Jewish person. Everyone thought the painting had been destroyed. They reached a settlement with the owners, or at least their estate, and paid them for the painting. And then after that, realized the painting actually was around because one of the family members saw it hanging in a gallery in Spain, where it had since been acquired by the Spanish government after a chain of purchases originating apparently from Beverly Hills, where it started its rodeo in private life. So the Beverly Hills gallery acquired it from overseas, and then it went through a chain of private buyers, ultimately winding up in the possession of the Spanish government, who has it on display in Spain. And they're suing in California for return of the painting. And part of the issue is which law controls, because American law doesn't really recognize that the property once stolen becomes legitimate at any point. So you could revert it back to the original owner, but Spanish law does. Spanish law like basically cuts it off at some point and basically says, bona fide purchaser for value if they hold it onto it long enough that you get good title. And also there's an issue because it's Spain, so there's an issue under foreign immunity. But because this deals with illegally obtained goods or something, there's some exception. And then there's also the question if it ultimately, and it's also been to the Supreme Court and back already on the issue of which law should apply. And there's also, of course, the issue of if California ultimately rules that they should have the painting, will Spain actually obey the court's order? Because why would they? So there's all
That's always been the part for me, is like the choice of law and the subjecting yourself to the law of that forum. Like, yeah. So
it was pretty interesting. Yeah.
All right. I found it. You are amazing. And thank you for doing that, because I did find the order. Thank you, Island, for forwarding this to me. U.S. District Court, the Central District of California. So the appeal was, the bankruptcy court said the earrings were state property. We can sell the earrings because the earrings were purchased with money that Tom Girardi misappropriated. We'll say that. Commingled. The earrings were purchased directly from the fucking client trust account. That should make every lawyer remarkably uncomfortable. Client trust account issues a check that says we're buying the earrings. Good. There we go. Earrings are purchased. They now go to Erika. So this appeal arises from the Bankruptcy Court's July 11th, 2022 order granting the trustee's motion for turnover of the diamond earrings. For the reasons set forth below, the court reverses in part the Bankruptcy Court's order and remands the case for further proceedings. So right at the outset, we're getting a reverse, but more hearings. In December 2020, the creditors, the law firm Girardi Keese, filed an involuntary Chapter 7 bankruptcy case against the law firm and an involuntary case against Tom Girardi, saying you don't have the money to pay any of your debts. You are insolvent. We shall try to wind this up. Trustee began to investigate. She discovered a suspicious withdrawal from a client trust account Girardi Keese managed in connection with the Resolin litigation, a mass tort action on behalf of diabetes patients, in which Girardi Keese was counsel for certain plaintiffs. Like I said, if you are squeamish as far as attorneys and bad people doing bad things, this bankruptcy is not the case for you to follow. A mass tort action on behalf of diabetes patients. So Girardi Keese was counsel. This is the trust account.
Girardi, look, let's just skip to the end of the page. Girardi stole $500 million from
everybody.
various clients, pretty much all of which were involved in various disasters. He was the guy that was the Aaron Brockovich lawyer, or at least one of them, with that whole thing. He did airline crashes. He did mass disasters. He did mass torts. And they were all basically widows, orphans, and all the rest of it. And he was just stealing $500 million from widows and orphans. So he's a very big piece of work.
Yep. So these two facts are pretty relevant, though. Found a check draw on the trust account from Girardi Keese to a jewelry store for $750,000.
And he corrupted the whole goddamn profession and had the entire goddamn. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain like that. But
no, that's fine. That's okay. You can express frustration. This guy elicits it.
He had the entire bar corrupted. He was like on these various advisor committees and donor committees and basically too big to fail. He had the bar. He had something like 13 ethics complaints against him. Some of which
not 13. Not 13. It was like 73. It wasn't 13. It was a lot.
It was a number. And some of those actually went somewhere, and like supervisor stepped in and prevented it. And he had direct contact with the investigators, which is unethical, and all the rest of it. So there was a whole report produced by California on how they screwed up in sort of allowing Tom Girardi to basically corrupt the entire bar and made the entire bar complicit.
Yep.
I don't like him very much.
No one does. And especially when you find out that he wrote a check from the client trust account for $750 to buy earrings. The ledger indicated the check being as costs to the jewelry company and $750,000.
When was the last time you wrote a check from the trust account for personal expenses?
Fuck off. No, never. Are you fucking kidding me? Like every penny.
Yeah, you didn't pay your rent 1 month by just writing a little check for the trust account.
You know
who will notice the difference? No big deal, right?
When I hit 200,000 subscribers, I will read the disciplinary action that was taken against the attorney that gave me my first job and why I left that firm and started my own. When I hit 200,000 subscribers, I will read that disciplinary action. And when I tell you that's a stream you don't want to miss, you do not want to miss that live stream.
We're excited.
Yeah. So that's the 200,000 sub celebration, is how far I came from my very first job as a lawyer. I have a very, very special disdain for this bullshit. We are tasked with protecting and helping people, not with making money. The trust account is not an accounts receivable. It is money that is given to you in trust. So never forget that shit. The trustee also discovered a letter from Tom Girardi indicating that in 2007, he bought the earrings for Erika Jane to replace a pair of hers that had been stolen. The theft suspect AF. Trustee said, give them to us. Erika says, no way in hell. Trustee says, I'm going to file a motion. Judge holds a hearing. Judge grants trustee's motion. Appeal follows, and the appeal on the determination, and this part is relevant. The appeal is on the determination that the earrings are part of the bankruptcy estate. That is the scope of the appeal, right? So judge says earrings, estate property. Erika appeals.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff happens after that. We shall get to that. So appellant never sought a stay of Judge Russell's order, nor did she object to any of the orders authorizing the auction and sale of the earrings. Well, thank you. Thank you, District Court, for clarifying that particular problem. The earrings were sold at auction on December 7th of 2022. Trustee has since dispersed the fees and costs to the auctioneer. Whether turnover motions can involve a disputed property is the subject of longstanding split authority. Really, it's not that big of a split. The statute kind of handles it. I don't know why people view this as controversial. It's not. The court finds more persuasive the decisions of California bankruptcy courts that have considered the split and found that the plain language of 542 does not contain a limitation. So there's no requirement that the debt be undisputed. You can still order turnover even if the matter is in dispute. So let's say hypothetically that I have something that the estate wants.
Mm-hmm.
The court can order that be turned over, even if we're still disputing that, because there's a remedy. The court says, "Give me the property and let me sell it," and you have to turn it over. You have to give it to them, and then they go and sell it, because you still, in law, have a remedy: money. You can get back what was going to be sold. Or you can say, "Judge, please stay, withhold the sale, and let us appeal this upward." Let me tell you how much of those stays are denied. Not a lot. When you're talking about, please don't sell the earrings, let me appeal this, and don't sell until the district court weighs in. Because it's not long. The estate just goes, "Okay, no problem."
So why she appeal but not ask for the stay?
It's a PR question. It's a PR question. It's a very interesting question. Appellant raises two issues. One, whether the bankruptcy court erred as a matter of law in determining that the trustee's claims were not barred by the statute of limitations. She loses that one. Whether the bankruptcy court erred as a matter of law when it determined that the underlying property was property of the bankruptcy estate and properly subject to turnover. That's her winner. So the standard of review is very, very, very different in the bankruptcy context. So you get this: a bankruptcy court's conclusions of law are reviewed de novo. So brand new. You get to look at all those legal conclusions brand new. Factual findings are reviewed clear error. Okay, that makes sense. So essentially, let's go to the end of it, because it really doesn't matter. The rationale is, I will summarize, basically saying, hang on, professional conduct. Here we go. So it goes back to this premise: whether the funds that were used to purchase the earrings were in fact commingled, to the point where you could no longer discern what money was the lawyer's or what money was the client's. All that was in the record was the assertion. They didn't put evidence in the record. That's the problem. They didn't present evidence that, here you go, the trustee has done. There you go. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Thank you, District Court. This is lovely. The trustee has done no legwork here to show the funds were commingled. At most, the trustee merely posits that the funds were commingled. There are no facts in the record that indicate when Girardi Keese's costs and fees became fixed or whether they are withdrawn. So this is the first answer to one of our questions. What does this mean? This means further proceedings. The trustee gets to go back and try it again. More information. So the trustee has made no persuasive showing that the separate entity of the money was completely lost. Because the trustee has failed to show this, she has not met her burden to show the earrings were estate property. Dun, dun, dun. So this opinion, notably, was all the way back May 1st of 2023. So why the hell are we talking about it now? Well, here is why we are discussing this now. Because Erika, pretty mess, this is her. Erika posted on her Instagram page. Go there just to show the folks.
Her account's really called the Pretty Mess. I thought that was a slight. I didn't know that was her actual account name. Okay.
No, that's her.
Wow.
She has Ticketmaster, like all the things. Look, Peter and Emily, you guys are following Erika, man. Emily, I expect Peter is a surprise. So
Peter's all about the fabulous, I guess.
I mean,
don't know.
Peter is, yeah. I'm not going to disparage, but you know, you want to follow Erika, follow Erika. She's a character. So her Instagram page is kind of wild. Just is what it is. But this is what she posted. Can I get to the comment? 2 days ago. So 2 days ago, she posts a repost. Whoa, in a shocking appeal, the court just determined that Erika Jayne is entitled to, all caps, keep her earrings. The appeals court says they are her earrings. Should we go live to discuss? Well, shocking. That is amazing, amazing commentary for an order that was released 2.5 months ago. Well, good on you, you remarkable human being. Let's just discuss. So Erika posts that, and that then circulates to the top of the media headlines. And here's the thing. There's another person on the other side of this transaction that I don't particularly care for.
Is it me?
No, you I care for a great deal.
Okay.
This person was formally appointed special counsel to the trustee. And this person had a gripe, a rather personal gripe against Erika Girardi and Tom Girardi, and was appointed special counsel and had prior knowledge of a lot of transactions. So there's a possible conflict of interest issue when he sought appointment as special counsel. And this person remained very, very involved in litigation. We're gonna talk about it because I am going to describe the person in large part based on, and I'll let you reach the conclusions based on the type of person that would do certain things. So Ron Richards, that's him.
Good photo.
You might notice the thumbnail is a little different. There's a couple years removed, kind of like the one of me in my like law firm bio where there's no hair here and I look like a kid. Same thing. So he is a practicing attorney in Los Angeles and DC. He is a former NBC News analyst. Tweets are his own opinions. They are not the opinions of the prior special counsel of the Girardi Keese bankruptcy estate. What the fuck? Kurt, can you break that sentence down for me? Because I'm confused. They're not the opinions of prior special counsel.
Not as prior counsel, because he apparently at some time was special counsel.
He
So
was.
These are his opinions, not his opinions in that role.
Like
So
from in the past. Okay.
yeah.
So to give you a summation. So this is just a tweet he posts on some of the Trump stuff. public PACER filing. Public PACER filing.
Uh-huh.
Available everywhere.
I just figured out who he looks like. He reminds me of Dan Aykroyd in the movie Tommy Boy. When he was playing that character Zelensky, the auto parts guy. His hair. No?
Yeah. That was the Dan Aykroyd. Yeah, I get it. Nope. I see it. Hang on. I got to go back to this. That was too accurate to not go back to. Yep. I'm there. I get it. With the suit and everything, all of it, every part of it.
Yeah.
Every part of it. Boxy suit, big handshake, absolutely. 1000%. I'm with you.
Okay. Yeah.
So, public filing. Why are you watermarking it? Why are you watermarking it? And then when you watermark it, why is your watermarking misspelled? Just, there are so many things. Your watermark is misspelled. It's a public filing. This is now, are you trying to protect the intellectual property of you reposting a public filing?
Mm-hmm.
So does that make any sense to you, Kurt? Why an attorney would watermark a document they pulled off of PACER?
Oh, sure.
With their
Yeah. Why not?
Instagram handle.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah. It's just another way to, get a little traffic for your thing. So if people get it from you or it makes the circuit, yeah, why not? It works for me. I get it.
I think
Sure.
it's the traffic part. It's the traffic part.
Yeah.
But he
Why not? I
watermarks.
mean, you can download the original for PACER, but if you get it from me, why not download with my where so you can check out my site? Yeah.
So it's
I get
every
it.
pleading.
Works.
It's every single pleading that he watermarks to say it's his, yada yada. And he takes particular offense
To what?
to a lot of Erika Girardi because he is the one that bought the earrings at auction.
Okay.
Former special counsel.
I didn't know he rolled that way, but you do you, bro.
Former special counsel to the estate who was removed because he was misbehaving, leaking information from the estate, removed because he was misbehaving. He's the one that bought the earrings. Where was it? Because my favorite, there we go. There's Emily. Emily D. Baker. Emily D. Baker makes a comment and expresses an opinion. Erika Girardi wins an appeal over the auctioned earrings. The court agreed with Erika that the earrings were not the bankruptcy estate's property and therefore shouldn't have been turned over to the bankruptcy trustee. The matter is remanded to the bankruptcy court to sort out. Now, what did Mr. Richards say in response to Miss Emily D. Baker? Well, it wasn't directly in response to her, but he said, Sarah Me said, it won't happen, but I'd like to see Ron R. have to return them. Surely it would be easier for the bankruptcy court to return $250,000 to him than $759,000 to Erika. Now, that's both incorrect opinions. Ron Richards in response, the bankruptcy court is never going to give Erika $759,000. She has to file a claim, stand in line, plus there is offset of $25 million, the money she received from Tom Girardi. Now, that is not his original response because he refers to himself a hell of a lot as the buyer. The buyer is not returning shit. The buyer ain't doing shit. Which I appreciate the gusto until this, he has a hard on for this shit. I've never, when I see attorneys that are personally invested, I don't know that I've seen it on this level. Was this page? This is page. Yeah, page 6. Why Erika Jane is not getting her $750,000 earrings back just yet, despite the appeal. You know what's really stupid about this? Hang on, let me do this crap because this is it's gonna drive me fucking crazy. 11 USC 363 M. Oh,
M.
good. Publicly available. So here you go. 11 USC 363. This is what authorizes trustees to sell property of the estate. Okay. So the trustee can sell property of the estate subject to this provision, this code section. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. There's this lovely, very, very, very simple provision. The reversal or modification on appeal of an authorization to sell or lease property does not affect the validity of the sale under such authorization to an entity that purchased or leased such property in good faith, whether or not such entity knew of the pendency of the appeal, unless the authorization and the sale were stayed pending the appeal.
Well, that seems pretty clear.
Yeah.
Seems pretty clear.
Yeah.
A lot of ambiguity in that.
Court of Appeal spelled out in the first fucking paragraph. No stay was sought. The earrings were sold. So, yeah. No, the earrings don't come back. That said, did you really, you're an attorney. When Emily posted that question, I responded very simply. 11 USC 363 M quoted the passage, said, no, they're not going back. Pretty fucking simple, right? Bankruptcy attorney explains the facts, doesn't lead to a lot of the back and forth dialogue, no drama, no bullshit. I'm not there for that. Answers, great. Love it.
Yeah.
Presumably,
seems crystal clear on me.
This individual that was hired as special counsel to the trustee decided not to do that. Oh, no, it gets better. Wait. This is what he posted when he bought the earrings for his wife. I now see why you fought for these, tagging Erika Girardi. They're stunning. Should I have Girardi removed? They were engraved, by the way. Girardi fraud, diamond earrings.
Okay. I mean, why? But all right.
Because I made the comment. He has a hard on for this case.
I mean, yeah, but why taunt? It's, if you want to buy him, I mean, I guess, but why be an ass?
Because he has a hard on for the case. He is mad that he got removed as special counsel to the trustee, special counsel for the estate. He got removed because he was leaking shit via Twitter that he never should have leaked.
That's a problem.
Other problem that he ends up facing in a lot of his pleadings is that, so California law says that you have to have a brick and mortar address as your address of record when you're an attorney. You're not allowed to use a PO box. You're not allowed to do a ghost. You can't be a ghost attorney in California. You have a brick and mortar. He's always just done PO box. Always. This guy, he's a fucking character. He just clout chasing. Why Erika Jane's not getting her 750,000 earrings back just yet, despite the appeal. Now, going back to his Twitter, he was very vocal about this particular point. There we go. Where are we here? Tagging his own story.
You have a choice every day to wake up to be a dick or not be a dick. You don't have to be a dick about it. You want the earrings, buy the earrings. You don't have to be a dick about it. Damn.
Ron Richards, this just dropped from page 6, clearing up the misleading narratives published yesterday regarding Erika's former diamond earrings. I'm at a loss why Erika and her he quotes himself. He quotes himself. I'm at a loss for why Erika and her cohorts are making the claim now, 10 weeks after the appeal decision. He says in this quote is referring to himself.
I'm a bit of it. I'm also at a bit of a loss, to be fair. It seems a little odd, but okay.
Yep. This does not mean Erika automatically gets the earrings back or won the appeal. Richards adds, her reposting of these claims is creating a false record. It's destructive towards the buyer of the earrings. There's the third person shit. There are consequences for impugning the title of the earrings.
Oh my God. No. Oh no.
Yes. Yes. Now we're here. We have arrived.
No. Please no. Let it go. Just let it go.
No, we're here. Kurt, we're here. It took a minute, but we're here.
I don't want to be here. This is a stupid place to be.
It really is. So, third person references innuendo. All of the above. Now we're implying that perhaps we might be seeking a defamation lawsuit because, well, shit. They that were lawfully purchased by the buyer. Again, third person. Our office is still processing the basis and consequences of the above false post, which said Erika Jane is entitled to keep, quote, her earrings. Not only is this untrue, but ignores the procedural posture of the case / ruling. Stay tuned.
No, I don't want to stay tuned.
This is why lawyers get a bad name. 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 This grandiose fucking behavior. Like you are holier than thou. Sir, you're a fucking attorney that, oh God. I mean, I would make more shady remarks about the fact that your profile picture is 10 years prior to the current picture of you. If not for my own profile picture is 10 years prior to the current picture of me. Oh. But referring
This is
to
so
yourself in
stupid.
the third person.
You're picking a fight for no reason.
No reason. None.
It's so stupid.
None.
Slander of title? Really? Do you really? Why? Do you just enjoy being in the mud for? God, let it go.
I know.
Okay. So they made a mistake. Let it go. Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go. I am one.
I mean, I didn't know. I'm not exactly, up on the finer points of whatever M section because I don't delve in this law. See, Rob knew law I didn't know because I don't delve in this law. I didn't know this law existed. I'm like, I don't know. And then he points to the law. I'm like, okay, that's pretty clear. Well, thanks for clearing that up, Rob. Thanks for teaching me something I didn't know.
Yeah,
I'm glad to have that little thing in my toolbox now.
Lawyers,
but someone, it's like, I would have made the mistake. It's like, oh, okay, she's going to get her rings back. Oh, there's a section of law that says exactly the opposite of that. Oh, okay. Well, that solves that problem. Thanks for clearing that up.
That's what I mean. A question is asked on Twitter. A question is asked. And you know what's really fucking easy? If you're a lawyer with the answer, you answer the fucking question. I answered the question. I was like, hey, no. And Emily asked, and I was like, you know what, Emily, just because I know your chat's very concerned. Here's the thing. 11 USC 363M. No. The sale itself, the good faith purchaser exception basically says the good faith purchaser, whoever bought them, is protected. They're protected. They don't have the property clawed back. Now, it's a very easy answer. And the case law interpreting it kind of says that, like, look, if you don't stay the auction while you have appealed the disposition of, like, this is not a state property, if you don't stay the auction, the court deems that you have waived the argument to bring that up in the future. You don't get the property back. You let it go to auction. Therefore, you can't then claw that back. Someone bought it in a arm's length transaction. They get to keep the shit.
End of
Now,
analysis. Easy.
it's very fucking simple. Very simple. And it just required a simple reference to the bankruptcy code. And
I mean, I don't even need to write any analysis. Just cite that and be like, here's the decision.
you know what? It didn't need me to run to page 6 or to go to Instagram or to do all of this other shit and say, the buyer, me, I'm not giving this shit back. I didn't need to do that. I do that because I'm the type of person that watermarks publicly available pleadings like I somehow own them.
That part I understand, but this is just like so petty. It's like they got it a little bit wrong on the ownership of the thing. It's an easy mistake to make. It's a reasonable mistake to make. And you want to start suggesting slander of title? Really?
Well, the other part about it is he gets the fucking law wrong. Like,
I got the law wrong. It's because I don't know any better.
No, but he was special counsel to the trustee. Like, you should get the law right.
Probably.
So why Erika Jane is not getting her $750,000 earrings back just yet, despite appeal? I like
or
this,
ever,
you know,
or
just ever.
or ever.
It's the ever thing. Erika Jane is not getting her infamous diamond earrings back just yet, despite scoring a legal victory in the case over its ownership. Page 6 has learned. Oh yeah, that was yesterday at 3:37 p.m. Again, Ron Richards saying 10 weeks ago this decision was made, but he ran to page 6 the second she posted that shit. A judge ruled in May that the trustee overseeing her estranged husband Tom Girardi's estate failed to show the $750,000 sparklers, I guess those are earrings, were part of the disgraced attorney's estate property, and therefore more evidence was needed before they could actually confiscate them from Jane. Oh my word. Shocking.
They've been sold. It's over.
By the way, this was never this before they could actually No, page 6, you're a fucking joke of a periodical. You're a joke if that is what you wrote here. They could actually confiscate them. No, that was never part of the pleadings whatsoever. It was whether they were part of the estate or not. So you're idiots. You're all idiots. Every one of you. You have.
It seems Callie understands the stupidity because Callie literally swims in it. This is Callie's water /
This is Callie's water. And you know what? The highlights are yellow and black like Callie. Like perfect.
I think we should build a wall between California and the rest of the country.
Well, this is
build the wall between California and Nevada. And
you know what's funny is
Oregon.
I know page 6 has a legal department. I know they have a legal department. They're not. Well, I take that back. I was going to say they're not stupid. I'm not going to make a comment on the intellect of the law department, but you have a law department. You couldn't have run this by them, like at all.
You're expecting page 6 to do this?
This gets better. However, a source. Who could the source be? By our clout chasing meter, who do we think this person might be? A source.
I don't want to cast any aspersions.
Explains to page 6 that the judge's decision does not mean that the earrings are immediately given back to the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star, but instead the trustee is just expected to follow up with new evidence.
Don't worry, sir. You get to keep the earrings forever and ever. Congratulations, they're yours.
Half
please enjoy your earrings in peace. Leave us alone.
And I very much hope that people enjoy the thumbnail to this because it was Mr. Richards with maybe the earrings.
We recognize you, sir, as the sole and proper owner of the earrings. They are your earrings. Please enjoy them.
Oh my God.
The joy they bring you.
We have a correct statement of law. We have a correct statement of law. And just as we do this, we have someone else joining the panel who has been waiting for this story. Hi, Ian.
Hello.
You're supposed to say, after you do the hello like that, you're supposed to say, I'm Runkle of the Bailey, Ian, and a firearms lawyer and criminal defense lawyer in Canada.
All right, I will give it my best go. I will warn you, I am fairly drunk. I'm updating my title to Runkle of the Bailey as opposed to Role of Law.
Yeah.
I was out. The sheriffs were doing a thing as well as a bunch of lawyers. I was hanging out with a young lawyer who calls me her law dad because I helped mentor her through law school. So it's been a good day.
So,
and Zora and Potter, Mrs. Runkle is away. Zora and Potter have missed me tremendously. Zora, come here, Zora. Oh no,
okay.
She's off.
So
napping.
we are going to do the benefit of getting Ian caught up on the story because it's going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to be better about this. So here's the thing. Erika Jane earrings. They got acquired by the trustee. Yeah. So trustee says, give me the earrings. They are state property because they were used, or rather the trust account was used to buy them. So they're state property. Let me sell them. Cool. That happens. It goes all the way to sale. And then all of a sudden, this person purchases them. Not this person. This is the wife of the person that purchased them. Ron Richards, who was former special counsel to the trustee, who has a personal vendetta.
The glasses aren't really doing her any favor, though. With that
Chanel,
she's a beautiful woman, but the glasses are not doing her any favors.
A classic glasses frame without the label would have been far more elegant. But photographed here and with the lovely trolling comment 27 weeks ago was, I now see why you fought for these, tagging Erika Jane. They are stunning. Should I have the Girardi removed because they were laser engraved? Girardi fraud diamond earrings. That was the quote and the comment that was posted by Sir Ron Richards. And I say Sir Ron Richards because I'm sure that if he had the option, he would refer to himself in that fashion. This is Ronald Richards. He was former special counsel to the trustee who acted in a essentially prosecutorial capacity as a special prosecutor might to litigate cases for the trustee because they had a special expertise. The thing is, the expertise that Ron Richards has is he has inside dirt. And he started sharing that publicly. And that got him kicked off of the bankruptcy estate. And that is why his profile now reads, I am a practicing attorney in LA and DC, former NBC News legal analyst. I don't know that it says much at all. Tweets are my own opinions, comma, not as prior special counsel for the Girardi Keys bankruptcy case. So,
that's shady as fuck.
You would need that caveat. Like, I see
that you're 4 hours in, so I can say as fuck.
You can say anything you want. So we go on and we get back and forth and back and forth. And what I had looked at earlier was the tweet in response to Miss Emily D. Baker. And Miss Emily D. Baker, I don't know why I say it that way when I do on live stream because it just flows naturally. But when she had tweeted earlier this week discussing this because, housewives and Emily, she tweets this and says, Erika Girardi wins appeal over auctioned earrings. The court agreed with Erika that the earrings were not the bankruptcy estate's property and therefore shouldn't have been turned over to the bankruptcy trustee. The matter is remanded to the bankruptcy court to sort out. He responds in response to one of these, the bankruptcy court is never going to give Erika $759,000. She has to file a claim, stand in line. Plus, there's the offset of $25 million from the money she received from Tom Girardi. Really, this is a dumb take. You should never have been in this bankruptcy if this is the stupidity that you're bringing to the table. This is late. I'm getting spicy.
And the rumor is that he has the smallest.
He has a hard on for this
in the business.
He has a hard on for this case. He has a hard on for this case.
Smallest.
A hard on for this case.
End of sentence.
I finished it. Don't worry. I finished it for you. Hard on for this case. And then we go to this, which is Ron.
For the record, I take no position on this issue. Pressing on.
Really? Are you saying
No,
you don't
no,
have
no,
direct
I
knowledge?
have no knowledge or information that would lead me to the conclusion.
Yeah. So no, Kurt is very, very, very appropriately.
You have no information or belief.
This is a fight I'm willing to fight. Ron Richards. This just dropped from page 6, clearing up the misleading narratives published yesterday regarding Erika's former diamond earrings. Quote, I'm at a loss for why Erika and her cohorts are making this claim now, 10 weeks after the appeal decision. He says, this does not mean Erika automatically gets to keep the earrings or won the appeal. Richards adds, her reposting of these claims is creating a false record, and it's destructive towards the buyer of the earrings. Third person reference. There are consequences for impugning the title of the earrings. ... Well,
Are those consequences that a certain lawyer clowns himself? Because that is a consequence.
they were lawfully purchased by the buyer, referencing in third person. Cool. Our office is still processing the basis and consequence of the above false post, which said Erika Jane is entitled to keep her earrings, quote, her earrings. Not only is this untrue, but ignores the procedural posture of the case / ruling. Stay tuned.
I just want to say, if you hire a lawyer who felt that it was a wise idea to buy earrings that were enmeshed in a bankruptcy where he had any involvement in the file, maybe look at another lawyer, because holy shit, that is, I'm just going to say I've had about 14 drinks, and at 14 drinks in, I would not do that.
No.
14 drink Runkle says, what the fuck are you doing?
Well,
so,
and that's, we won't keep this short and sweet because you're 14 drinks in. Chicken Me says, no, he's talking about his wife. He's actually not. He's talking about him. He was the one that put the money up. So his wife is wearing them, but he bought them as a gift for his wife.
Which is insanity.
Weird. It makes me feel uncomfortable. No, she's not.
Oh my
he put the money
God.
up. His wife is the named buyer. He put the money up.
And that's insane. Like,
Can we just talk about how his Julia? So Julia and Island, his wife is the named buyer. You're both right. He put the money up.
It doesn't matter. Who cares?
It doesn't. And that is the ultimate point. It doesn't fucking matter. The trustee needs to resubmit a more robust financial showing supporting the claim that the asset belongs to the estate. This is in all of these takes. This is the closest to the actual legal correct take that you get. Literally, the closest to the actual legal correct take. All the Court of Appeals said is the trustee didn't prove that the money that went to buy it was commingled. We need more proof. Remand for more proof. That's all it was said.
Also violence.
Well, that's what Ian said. That had nothing to do with this. Where did you get that?
It's just my
'cause you're
natural
frustrated.
state.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fair. Despite the nuance, Jane took to Instagram Wednesday to repost a comment that states she's allowed to keep her earrings, even though a final decision is still pending. Ronald Richards, oh, there he is. The attorney who purchased the diamond studs for $250,000 for his wife, Lauren Boyette Richards, at a December 2022 auction. Go ahead.
Statistically, anybody who spends $250,000 on earrings has ears that make wind noises as the air passes through them.
You mean through their brain?
No, I mean through the space in their skull. Brain
that
is
the
the
brain
wrong
should
term.
house. Okay,
Yes,
the brain
there
should
should
house.
be a brain
Okay.
in there, but
Got it.
there just isn't. There's wind noises instead.
Drunk Runkle is half logic, and I need to fill the gaps. Got it. So Ron Richards tells Page 6 exclusively, he got the exclusive, that he believes the Bravo celebrity, is that a fucking term right now, is misleading the public with their post. Ron Richards,
Bravo celebrity?
What the fuck is a Bravo celebrity?
I refuse to accept that as a word. I reject this.
I will
accept your
fight
refusal.
that.
No.
I have firearms right there that I'm not allowed to point to on stream, or that I'm not allowed to grab on stream, but I will fight them with those.
Yeah,
No,
that's not a word. So, quote from Ron Richards, I am at a loss for why Erika and her cohorts are making that's such a nefarious term, are making the claim now 10 weeks after the appeal decision. He says, my word, the court remanded the case for future proceedings as it had insufficient evidence before it to uphold the turnover order. This does not mean Erika automatically gets the earrings back or won the appeal. Well, no, it means that she won the appeal. So that's
you did win the
incorrect statement of
appeal. I
law.
mean, that so
She did. She won the appeal. Remanded for further proceedings is winning the appeal. That's winning the appeal. Her reposting of these claims is creating a false record, and it's destructive towards the buyer of the earrings. I would say that's a false statement of law. There are consequences for impugning the title of the earrings that were lawfully purchased by the buyer.
What are the consequences?
I can't believe he's so petty as to imply a cause of action for impugning title. You gotta
Ron?
be like, come on.
I specifically impugn title. Come at me, bro.
Oh, Lord.
Come at me, bro.
This dude is so fragile. He's so fragile. One. Here's the thing. Lawyers and personal interest in the financial disposition of your client or no. What here's what I'm saying.
I gotta say this. This is a guy who loses the size competition at a Gherkin convention.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, that was Ian Runkle. That's his opinion, it's not mine. Anyways, lawyers who, there's a special rule about having a vested interest in the outcome of litigation. Lawyers are not supposed to involve themselves in litigation where they have a pecuniary or an invested interest in the outcome. They shouldn't be there. They are not supposed to be there. They're also not supposed to be involved in litigation where they have special outside knowledge that was obtained privately and confidentially.
All right. Guys, I'm going to sign off. I'm tired. I've been fading for a little while, so I'm going to fade it, sign off.
I'm sorry.
Good night, buddy. Good night, buddy.
Yeah.
Have fun, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk to you later.
You can't involve yourself in litigation where you going pedal to the metal means that you get more money.
Oh, no.
You're not allowed to ethically do that.
And the thing is you don't want to get anywhere near that. Like,
correct.
This is not just a matter of like, oh, hey, maybe steer clear. It's like, no, this is like a landmine full of chemical weapons. You just don't touch it. Like, you stay the hell away from it, and you put up signs to tell all your friends to stay away from it. You just don't.
Like, let me give you an example. Like, here's a weird fucking random example. Let's say that, hypothetically speaking, one of the opposing parties in the case that I tried 10 years ago had a garage sale. And at that garage sale, they were selling a original Stanley No. 4 hand plane. Like, legit from like 1920.
And you want that so bad.
And I really want it. I want to restore it. I want it. It's amazing. I want it so bad. I don't care how much I want it. I'm not going anywhere near the ethical complications of me buying that.
Oh,
I'm not going anywhere near it.
I see a client of mine having a garage sale, and I'm like,
Walk
best of
the other
luck.
direction.
Bye. Like, I am gone. Like, so gone.
Like, yes, exactly. Because I don't want people to know that I had any relationship with this person, whether as an adversary or as a client. And I will tell you, if I ever run into a client in public, I pretend not to know them. I mean, that's my obligation. I am not allowed to disclose that I know them. I leave it to them. They are allowed to approach me and introduce me, but I'm not allowed to broach that confidence.
I had a moment at a bar where a guy came up to me and there was a bunch of people and he's like, hey, Ian, good to see you. And I know how I know this guy, which is criminal file. Nobody else around me knows how I know this guy. And I'm like, do I know you? And he goes, well, I don't think so. And he walks away because he realized that to explain that was going to be difficult. And I'm like,
you don't, and the thing is, you don't have to go as far as you did. You don't have to go as far as that, but you have to leave it to the client to dictate what they are or are not willing to share.
Yeah. And that's I just didn't want the guy to overshare in a situation where he didn't realize he was oversharing. And that was really what was coming up, is that the guy was going to reveal information that maybe he didn't want to reveal. And so I was like, really what I said was kind of are you sure? Like, is this really where you want to be? And he was like, no, it isn't. So he walked away. Cool. But you got to be certain, right? You got to know what you want out of things.
I love Island for the sarcasm that this absolutely is. He claims it was a charitable act because the money goes to victims.
Oh,
he would have bid more.
You know how you can do a more charitable thing? Literally just reach in your wallet, find 5 cents, and mail it to an actual victim. Or just like anybody on the planet. Oh.
So, going on with the article.
Can I just say that I hate him and that he's a terrible person?
You can have that opinion. That's fair. That's a fair.
I'm
that's a fair
14
reach.
drinks in, and therefore I will say fuck him with a rake.
That's a fair reach. That's fair. So Richard's ad, her reposting of these claims is creating
the reiki end.
And it's destructive towards the buyer of the earrings. There are consequences, blah, blah, blah. Page 6 has reached out to Jane's reps and attorney for comment as to why she was seemingly celebrating being able to keep the... See, this fucking comment, man. Oh. Urgh. Like, that's... Why did your client seem that she could keep the earrings? That's a stupid question, page 6. Fuck you. Richards, meanwhile, concludes, referencing his wife. Ian, can you take over for a second?
Where do you want me to start? Referencing his wife, the one thing I can tell you is that they're presently on the buyer's ears as of 5 minutes ago. What a sack of shit. Richards is the tiniest human being on the planet, and everyone should mock him. If you meet this guy in public, mock him. That is legal advice, and Law and Lumber also officially endorses it. He'll come back and say he doesn't, but he does. Wyatt Richards, for her part, also took to her Instagram stories to dispel any rumors that she was going to be forced to return the diamond earrings. She sarcastically wrote on Wednesday, apparently I've been forced to turn over the infamous $1 million earrings. Does anyone know a good lawyer? She doesn't, by the way. This is all according to the Pettiness Sycophant post, and she who is married to a disbarred lawyer. Now, Rob is still gone, so I've got some Creole maple syrup.
I'm not still gone. I'm not
Hot
still
sauce.
gone. I heard all of the remarks. No, we don't do that. We don't. I don't put legal advice in your mouth. Shit.
I don't think anyone seriously took that as legal advice.
I know.
I mean, you'd have to
Legal
be drunker than I
advice to
am
all
to
of
take that as.
Ian's clients. Oh God. So, but yeah. So, anyways, the thing is, here's a problem. Attorneys are never, ever supposed to become personally invested in the outcome of litigation. Ever. It's like literally the one rule where you cannot be an effective attorney if you are personally invested in the outcome of that litigation.
Oh, I mean, you stay well away from that. Like,
way away.
You don't buy a house near it. You don't buy a house in the same town as that litigation. You just know.
And that is the ridicule. That is why I think that this lawyer, for all of his celebrity and big following and big name and big personality
and small.
Well, that's Ian's words. But it's all of the big everything surrounding him. He disregards the first rule. The first rule: don't become personally invested in the outcome of litigation.
Don't be the case. Don't be the file.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Perfect.
That's exactly it. Like,
don't be the case.
Here's the thing. I do criminal defense, and we have a maximum criminal defense, which is whatever the fuck happens, I get to go home. And the only way the I get to go home changes is if you somehow get involved in the file. Because at that point, you're now risking not going home. And that's really where this guy is. Now, he's not doing criminal law, so the not going home isn't jail. It's just like you end up owing a fuck ton of money, but don't go there. Like, why? Oh, this makes me mad.
You mean here? You mean this place?
Who is that?
This is
with the Photoshop tears.
No, this is Ron Rich's Instagram account. This is his official Instagram account.
Oh my God.
What I will tell you is, to the extent that I ever, so first of all, the watermarking, the pleadings, like literally everywhere. Every fucking pleading is, except this one, which is like, spell your name right, bud. Like you forgot on that one.
Oh
so
man, I would so amend his watermarking.
Might want to retype that one. But all of these pleadings, so I understand being a lawyer and advocating this. Fuck yourself, you fucking clown.
Is that who is that in the picture?
That's Erika Jane. That is the housewife. And this is a clip, or this is a scene from one of the shows, but this is fucking twisted. It's literally, it's taking a screen grab of her out of context, not related to this at all.
The fungus that is this guy's jock itch has more class than he does.
Jesus Christ. Earrings sold for $250,000. It was a great auction. Congratulations to the trustee for getting a fair price for the earrings. We're happy they garnished some money for the victims.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say, drunk Runkle,
you know what?
has no filter, but still is Runkleism enhanced.
A little tipsy. It's not that though. This is a particular sticking point for me. Attorneys don't spike the football. You have one fucking job. Advocate for your client, get the result, get out. That's it. That's it. You have one job. You're an attorney. You're an advocate for third parties. You are never personally invested in the outcome of the litigation. There might be times where we get close, and it's very, very difficult to draw that line. But this behavior, Mr. Richards, you and I would have a lovely conversation in person. We would have a lovely dialogue.
And by dialogue, do you mean like the kind that happens with a hammer?
I'm not going to define what the dialogue would entail.
Okay, fair enough.
I just have an opinion about attorneys that practice law this way. You don't do this. Imagine, so I practice family law. Imagine if after every win in a custody case or a divorce case, imagine if I posted the picture of the opposing party crying.
Oh, I can just say, I can tell you what the court would do, which is they would absolutely, like,
where's your toothbrush, Rob? Where's your
WWE
toothbrush?
moment.
Yeah,
like it'd be Judge Ascarati with the, folding chair.
Yeah. Yeah. Rob, where's your toothbrush?
Yeah. Mr. Morton, did you bring your toothbrush today? Oh, bad
Good.
planning on your end.
Yeah, good. We have a lovely unsanitary version for you to pick up on your way to jail. No. You don't dunk on this shit. You don't dunk on opposing parties.
And I can
you
say
don't
you
behave like a tiny dicked child that has no fucking understanding of the actual import of their job position and the title that they worked so hard for. You became a lawyer, you passed the bar. You should know better than this, you piece of shit. Just saying.
I mean, should, but does he?
Apparently not. And he's going to have opinions because the thing is, he is so vain. He is so vain that he will see that there was a thumbnail that had his picture on it. And he will watch the live stream. And he's going to hear me saying these words. And it's going to be very, very, very funny. It's going to be really awkward because I'm telling him directly, sir, do not refer to yourself in third person. You don't dunk on opposing parties, no matter how bad or evil or manipulative you think they are.
And even
not
so,
in litigation.
When he goes back to this moment in the live stream, sir, pull your pants up from your ankles and hands on the table.
Oh, God. This is terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's pretty sad that, and yes, am I dunking on attorney?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yeah. The thing is,
only very technically.
No, why the attorney part or the dunking on part? The dunking on, I'm dunking the attorney part, right?
Yeah, it's the attorney part.
Yeah, that part. Okay, I was wondering
because technically an attorney.
I thought we were there on the same page. Technically attorney, but the dunking is definitely happening.
Oh, it's definitely dunking. It's just technically attorney.
It is. And the thing is, you know better. You fucking know better. You really know better.
Does he?
You know better than this. No. We're not making excuses. You know better or should know better. You damn well know better. You should know better than to do this type of bullshit.
He may be a Chimpleton.
And then the other part is, mama didn't treat you right or mama didn't raise you right. In which case, well,
mama didn't raise him at all. A series of mama's boyfriends raised him. for like 3 months at a time.
Ian, we're not going there. Oh. No, and the thing is, he's going to come back with comments about how much money he has and property he has and how much wealth he has acquired. And you know what? Wealth does a good job. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. Good for you, my friend. Wonderful for you. You know who else had a lot of wealth? Tom Girardi. Is his life pleasant right now? Probably not.
I passed up on making money
yeah,
time after time to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And you know what?
It's fucking happy. It's pretty cool.
I got pro bono files on the go right now where people were like, how much should I pay you for this? And I'm like, fucking nothing. Because this is about justice. This is about fuck that guy and not about me getting cash at the end of the day. So I will do this file for no money because it's the right thing to do. Whereas I will do this file for lots of money, regardless of whether it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. So,
and I mean, that's the difference. If you've never done a file for free, fuck you as a lawyer.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, some people can't. So prosecutors can't. They're not allowed to.
I mean, prosecutors can't because it's just, in some ways they do every file for free.
Underlings can't. Like the associates can't.
Fair.
To those of you who have ever had the option to do a file for free.
Yeah.
If you haven't done it, I'm not saying fuck you. If you haven't done it,
I am.
Do it. No, Ian. What I'm saying, if you haven't done it, do it.
Absolutely do it.
The burden that will be lifted off of your shoulders, the satisfaction that you will feel.
Some of the greatest rewards in law are for helping out a person who nobody else has ever given a shit about, because I can tell you that there are lots of people out there who need help, but nobody gives a fuck about. And if you can be the person who's like, hey, I give a fuck, I will step in, I will help you. People ask me all the time, like, you're a defense lawyer, how do you sleep at night? How do you look yourself in the mirror? I'm like,
pretty good.
Because fuck you, I do this stuff. Like
it's pretty good. And I had this, you were there. So I did a members only. And for those of you who just became members because of the very, very, very generous chat, and I will get to the gifting of the memberships at some point. I promise you I will. But for those of you who just became members, if you are still watching, I would very strongly advise you to go back to the member chat that existed or that I created a day and a half ago, 2 days ago. Watch it. Please watch it. It really does. I mean, law is fucking hard. It's really hard. And it's hard to explain this shit. And it's really a lot harder when you take this shit home, when you bring it back with you, when you go to sleep knowing you have a trial in the morning. It's really fucking hard.
Oh man. And the people are always at like, how do you defend the guilty? And I can say defending the guilty is the easiest thing you can do. There's no pressure. You win, great. The Crown didn't do their job.
It's defending the innocent.
You lose, oh well, the guy's guilty. Defending the innocent is the stuff that drags you over a cheese grater naked, because that is the place where you're just like, oh my God, I have to win. If you win the file defending the innocent, you're like, good, that is the proper result. But if you lose, it's a kick in the teeth every time. And it happens where you're like,
and you're ready for this one. You know where I'm going with this, right?
I think so.
Defending a parent in a custody dispute. There's no right. There's no innocent. There's no guilty. There's no There's no lines. It's gray.
I mean, the thing is people ask me all the time, how can you do criminal law? And I've said it's because I'm just not strong enough to do family law. Like, I couldn't do it. Seeing the kids, seeing all of that, it would break me. And I deal with like child SA files. But like at the end of the day, that's not determining where the kid lives and the whole course of their life. And I mean, my background has some contentious family law issues, like really contentious. I don't think I could do it. I'd be too close to it. I'd be too unable to say, like, you know, it's just hard to do what's right in these circumstances. So,
And this is the point that I make when I see something like this. And someone like this, and here's the thing. I know how petty this person is. I do. They're going to go after me on Twitter. They are.
But here's the thing. By going after you on Twitter, and they can quote me on this, by going after you on Twitter, they prove themselves to be the most pathetic piece of shit on the planet who ought to be mocked by all of their friends and family, and just roundly considered to be a piece of garbage. They should go to a dinner party and people say, oh, you showed up. You shouldn't have.
Well, I'm not going that far.
I am.
What I will say,
but also I'm serious.
But what I will say is that when I make comments about lawyers, it comes from the setting of being the lawyer for a parent in a dispute, for example, between Mr. Richards and Ms. Richards, to the extent they ever get there. They get to see both sides. And all of this shit gets aired. So I look at this and I say, you have this capability that was taught to you by law school and by your upbringing education. You have this remarkable capability to process information on a level that several people can't. And this is what you choose to do with it. This is what you choose to do with it.
It is so much of a gift to be able to do this stuff because, like, you end up navigating situations like if you rent a property and your landlord fucks you over, you can send them something on letterhead that is like, dear sir, here are the statutes that say go fuck and also yourself, and get results. Most people don't have access to that. It is...
Yeah.
As a law student, I had a fight with my with the company that rented my apartment to me when I moved out. And I was able to say, hey, here's the statutes that say, give me my security deposit back. And I was able to send that to their legal department. And they said, oh shit, you're right. Here's your security deposit back. So many people get fucked out of their security deposit or various other things because they don't have access to this. It is so tremendously privileged to be able to have this. And what does he use it for?
It's that part.
Shitty memes about
it's that
somebody.
Part. Yep, it's that part.
Fuck him with everything.
Even in these dialogues that I go off on like a Friday night after a fucking full week of work, I'm trying to explain the law. I really,
to steal from the Firefly meme, it's a post holder, but you can go fuck yourself with it.
You should be able to, man. It's really, it's frustrating when I run into attorneys like this. I have a personal, very, very, very big issue with attorneys like this. This is not why you become an attorney. And if you
And
if
it's
you are
not a personal
contemplating
failing.
becoming an
This
attorney,
is-
like if you're contemplating this route, and if this is any bit a part of your personality, choose another path. Like
I
this
tell
ain't for
people,
you.
like, if you are in law to make money, pick another career, because you will just make the world a worse place by being here.
Yeah, pick
Um,
another thing. Like pick
And I
another
mean, this
path.
is true whatever your path is. Like, if you say,
There's
hey, I want to do
so many.
like, I want to do corporate commercial, like mergers and transactions, you can be a jerk about it, or you can be Rick Hogue, who's like, reasonable minds can differ. Let's come to a deal. Let's come to, whatever else. And I'm like, I want to be like, if I go into corporate commercial, I want to be Rick Hogue. That's it.
Pretty ridiculous that like
And
Yeah.
I also got to say, I got to cancel Monday.
Okay, we are traveling.
I'm traveling, and it's important.
Yep,
So I'm not keen on
We're staying there.
canceling Monday.
but we're
But-
staying there. We're staying there. We're just gonna stay right there. You're gonna say you're
Yep.
you're traveling. That's it.
Yeah.
We're good. All right, let's catch up on super chats, and then I will. Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock in the morning my time. Wow. Ian with some alcohol makes streams go longer. Surprise, surprise, everybody.
I'll be
Heather,
right back. I got to
since-
get more alcohol.
Oh God, since SBF has now leaked this stuff, will the judge revoke his bail for this? No, he won't. Island, I love these conversations. Listen to you two talk these things out makes me happy in a thinky way and forces my mind to let go of the week. That's a big purpose to FNF. That's why I created this stream. Not because it's the topic itself, it's the discussions and what it does as far as dialogue. So thank you. Lori Leanne, thank you very much. Kurt, been in chat, and most people love your analytical mind and beautiful eyes. We appreciate you and can't understand why you're single. Also, you sing, rap, cook, and now have a bee fish. We heart you. Thank you, Lori Leanne. I will relay that to Kurt. Azam, wow, you're still here. Almost my lunchtime now. Yeah, it's been a while. Thank you, Azam. Love having you here. And I love when you can check in live. It's awesome. CJR 902, you might even say those cops were the greatest of all time. Oh my God. Azam, today, July 22nd, marks 2 years since my dad passed away due to COVID. I missed him so much. Well, June 7th to July 22nd. This day will forever be memorable. And hang on, let me start that again. This day will forever be memorable. And it's always going to hurt. And you're going to feel weird around that day, and you won't know why, but you just will. But it hurts less. It does hurt less. And you remember them in different fashions, in different ways, and I hope that you continue to do so. So cheers to your dad and to all those in the chat that I just spoke to as far as the days that you remember of lost ones and loved ones. It doesn't get easier, it just changes. So cheers to all of you and celebration to the ones that passed before us.
Water.
And of course, the puppers come in. Joshua, thank you very much. Rob, Kurt, Mons, and chat, thanks for another great FNF. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Joshua. Apple Silver, Rob, can you explain how a bankruptcy judge has only statutory authority and not constitutional authority? Stern v. Marshall. So, Stern v. Marshall. Bankruptcy courts are not Article 3 courts. They're Article 1 courts. They are created under that guise. So, they have limited jurisdiction. They can't adjudicate the rights of third parties outside the bounds of bankruptcy law. So they can adjudicate core issues. If the bankruptcy code says this is a core issue, that court can adjudicate it. For example, The bankruptcy code says that the bankruptcy court gets to say whether a debt is dischargeable or not dischargeable. That is given to the bankruptcy court to adjudicate. So they can say dischargeable, not dischargeable. But let's say hypothetically that now the court is asked to decide whether title was transferred properly. That wasn't specifically bestowed in statute. So they either need an individual's consent, say, I consent to the court doing this, or they have to kick it to the district court to do it, which is a federal court of record. It was a complicated case, but it was rightly decided. And I'll get into that in another stream. It's actually pretty complicated, so I will get into that later. Kristen M96, Rob had to be a nerd and ruin the grading curve for everyone on EDB's earring tweet. Made everyone else look bad. I had the answer. Give the answer. It makes it easier. Mary Coppola, drunk Uncle SNL. Oops, I mean drunkle. Night Snail Scout, whoop, whoop. Not sleeping or working during an FNF for the first time in ages. Missed you all. Thank you, Night Snail Scout. M169, I'm amending my original opinion that tired Runkle is the best Runkle. Drunk Runkle is the best. Oh, drunk Runkle is a whole nother monster to handle when you are streaming.
I hope
so much
I'm not
tonight.
causing
Love the
you too
debates.
much trouble. If you want, you can later
You're
say, "Hey,
not.
Runkle, what the hell?"
No, you're not. You're
also,
not.
you've got the
You're
right
not.
to punt me. Like, you've got the right to be like, Runkle, I'm removing you from the stream because what the hell?
You have administrative rights.
Yeah, but if you said like, "Hey, I'm kicking you out," like you gotta go get some sleep because Lawyers and Dragons is tomorrow and you're sauced, I'd be like, okay, fair.
You should be saying that to me.
Oh, I mean, we're both gonna have some moments for Lawyers and Dragons.
We're gonna hurt a lot.
So my plan for tomorrow is wake up, do Lawyers and Dragons, go to sleep again. Film. People have asked me to film a video for a Get Ready With Me. Have you heard of this?
I have. Are you really doing this?
Yes. I'm not doing it seriously. I am entirely mocking this concept. So I'm going to do a Get Ready With Me, but that is kind of playing at the concept. And yeah, we'll do that. And then after that, I guess going to the range maybe to film some videos.
Oh, that's fun.
I've got a shotgun I will really want to try to capture on and sort of talk about because it's weird. So, yeah.
I was trying to switch AirPods, but they are not connecting. The left one isn't. So we're going to have to do speed round because when this one dies, I can't hear anything. Fair. So XCDA, I've learned so much tonight. Love the debates and discussions of the cursory words and the drunkelisms. I do too. They're fantastic. Azam, what time there, Rob? You're up late. It's 1:05 a.m. I didn't see the clock until you asked that question. That now hurts my soul. Here for years, how many lawyers acting badly are doing so because the clients want them to? By the way, Tipsy FNF is a hoot. Thank you. Here for years. No. Lawyers acting badly isn't because of clients. It's because the lawyers choose to not give a shit. Like that's the real answer. But that's the real answer. Lawyers have a choice of whether to act badly or not.
It's true. I mean, and
it's
not always, but yeah. I mean, you've always got the choice not to take a file.
True.
So,
okay, let's see. Island. My first memory is sitting on my attorney's lap, him fighting for me, then still encourages me, even when it's thankless. It makes a huge difference. That part has always kind of scared me. I know these kids. I know kids. Like I know kids.
I saw a question asking if you do guardian ad litem work.
I'm qualified. I have not taken an assignment in a while.
It's scary, isn't it? Like the notion of the responsibility involved with that.
It's not just a responsibility.
I don't know how I
it
would
is.
do it.
Here's the thing: it's making sure that I have the time.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do that and short shift a case, because when you get assigned, you don't get to really control that. You're assigned.
yeah, and it matters so much to somebody that there just isn't an answer that isn't like give it your all.
It's really hard. So I'm qualified. And I've talked about it with my law partner. I probably will be back on the role of accepting new cases. It's not an easy decision to make. When I've already got a lot on my plate. That's the problem. I don't want to short shift these kids.
Super fucking tough is what I will say.
Yeah, I don't take that obligation shortly. Good question. I just now it's got to work as a GL or just for parents. I'm qualified. I can.
And it's heartbreaking sometimes, because sometimes the guardian ad litem work is like both parents have been involved in SA on the kids.
Any of these kids. Yeah. It's that part. It's that part.
And you got to come in like a freaking holy angel of crusadery death. And I can say, as much as it's great when you win, the amount of stress you take on a file like that, whoo, oh my God.
It's a shit ton, because there's a lot more cases than you would ever imagine, where when you get to the end of the day, you're like, this kid deserves not these parents. It's not fun to say that out loud, but it happens a lot.
Yeah.
So it's tough. Mary Coppola, when I met people like that, I always believed that karma will get them. That keeps me sane. It actually does a pretty good job. Karma does a pretty good job. Nice Nails, guys. It's only 2:30 p.m. You can go longer. Oh my God, I'll die. Heather, if Runkle is still drunk for Lawyers and Dragons tomorrow morning, it's going to be more of a hoot than normal. It might be all the way around. Okay, so I have some gifted memberships to call out. So Amber, Marmar, Nicole gifting memberships. Ange Torres and Nicole with more. You guys, the thing is, you guys gifted so many before the stream even started. I'm going to lose track. So Old Possum, Lady Drake, thank you for gifted memberships. Marmar with more gifted memberships. Ange Torres is gifting memberships left, right, and center. Old Possum with more gifted memberships. Ange again and Ange again. Joshua with 20 gifted memberships. Tasana with a member chat. Doesn't feel like it's been that long. Hasn't. Pants gifted memberships. Ange with more gifted memberships.
Pants
Amanda Wagstaff. I love that username. It's fantastic. So is Bop It. So is my favorite is Equality. That's one of my favorite usernames of all time.
That's a great username, I gotta say.
It's gonna be. Amber, Amanda Wagstaff, perfect way to start the birthday weekend. Happy birthday, Amanda. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful birthday. My freaking mom. Oh, God damn it. My mom sent a member chat.
Why is your mom a member?
Member Mary Morton has been a member for 9 months. Hi, it's Mom. Mom, you have my phone. You can text me. You can text me. You have the access.
You know your mom is a sweetheart, right?
I know. I love my mom. She's amazing. She really is amazing. It's just amazing. But yeah, that was at when was that? That was way early in the evening. Josh had gifted memberships. Diehard HTTR celebrating 6 months here and new start in the DC football nation. Liz McFall, hi y'all. Frosty beverage in hand, ready for FNF. That was way early in the evening. Sarah with Michigan and flavored water. Charlie Raven, have enjoyed every month with Law and Lumber. Thank you very much. Sardinisms, my birthday is Monday. Can I get an early birthday wish? Sardinisms, I hope your birthday brings to you the most joyous year that you could ever hope would come before you.
And
And
all
I
the
really
puppy
do.
kisses.
Puppy kisses are good. But here's the thing. I hope it comes to you as a surprise. I hope that your birthday year, this particular year, looks like it's going to be tough. But then you realize with each passing month and each passing day that you're becoming better, stronger, and just more powerful as the year progresses. So that by the end of this particular year, after your birthday, you are 1,000 times better, stronger, and just more of a person than you were in the year prior. It's not always about rainbows and kisses. It's fun.
I mean, there's rainbows and kisses out there, but they might be mixed with some dog poop.
Yeah. So I just hope for a good year. A good year. Which means tough, but good. Dawn Kratzer, thank you, was the voice message EDB. It was. While I was getting going, Ian, did you check our group chat, by the way?
I did not.
There was a voice chat that was responding to answer some questions about stuff. And I was getting going and trying to figure out how much to talk about a certain attorney. And there was a voice chat that we received. And I listened to it. I'm not going to say who it was from, but it was from somebody. Mutual friends.
A mystery human.
Mystery human. And
Which
it made me
sometimes
laugh.
are the best humans.
They're the best. It gives you motivation. It's a lot of fun. L. Fliggins, greetings from an airplane over the middle America. Greetings indeed. Ryman YYC, thank you for the gift of membership. Canonical Heat, only 5 months. Shakes head sadly. You're doing great. Canonical Heat gifted 20 gifted memberships. Wow. For the kids, wait, wasn't baby Kate just born? My God, I know. My brother's about to have baby number 6.
What?
Don't. Baby number 6 under 10.
Is he collecting the whole set?
This is the whole set. It's the whole set.
This is like Pokemon, got to catch them all?
Oh. You know how many things I make physically, like make in the shop for those kids?
All the things? I mean, let me pull it up here. The project I've got on the go.
Like I make picnic tables, Adirondack chairs, and desks.
And that is awesome.
Like that's, and I have made it to age 5 with determining how to build the things. The next one that I was gonna start building was like a bed or a nightstand, something like that, like something like it's a. I can't do that with all these kids. I love this. By the way, I've been watching on Twitter.
So this eventually, if you like this and you're in the chat, it's going to be auctioned off as part of the Extra Life fundraiser.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, this is purely to help out sick kids. So this backstory on this is basically I put into Midjourney a prompt of like a tooled leatherwork journal, and it generated an image I really liked. So I was like, I wonder if I can do that, because it was a really intricate image, and I'm gonna try.
Yeah,
we'll see. It might end up being god awful, but I'm gonna try. So that's what that one's about. But ultimately, it's gonna be to raise money for sick kids, because yeah. There have been too many tragedies lately, and I want to see some
positive.
I want to see
be
some
nice.
happiness in the universe.
It'd be nice. We could use a change for a minute. Just a minute. We could use a change.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The lady in black, did he want his own soccer team? Is he aiming for baseball? He's already got basketball covered. Just like he's got basketball and a sub. So yeah. Nice Nails got Mom Morton loves the book readings. That's why she's a member.
Does
loves
she?
Torment. Did you see Tiggle Pickle?
No, nobody sends me the fun books.
That's the pickle.
Wow.
Crocheted. Like that's a vest. Like the pickle has a vest.
Is that what we're calling it?
Well, there's Biff's blue balls. Would you like the blue balls? You can have the blue balls, or you can have
See, I am a child, and I will.
It gets better. You can have one a bone, or one of my personal favorites, mostly for the creativity.
What is that?
It's these nuts.
2 nuts in a hammock is what you're saying.
In a sack. These nuts.
Chat.
No, they already know.
We
discussed this already. We discussed this. The
what do you have to say for
creativity
yourself,
is
chat?
remarkable. Well, they're the ones that send it. But Nice Nails Gal. Mom Morton loves the book readings, and that's why as a member she likes to torment Rob. She does. I love Mom. Equality. Hearing you guys like my username made my whole week. Thank you, Rob, Ian, and chat. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Equality. Thank you.
We love
so
the
much.
username.
Yes. And Nine Inch Nails Gal. I'm like one of the only ones that gets the Nine Inch Nails Gal. People say Nin Gal. No, Nine Inch Nails Gal. Baby number
I'm
6.
sorry. I'm old enough to get that.
I do too, but other people don't.
Do you have any idea how much Nine Inch Nails I listened to as a kid?
Oh no, I listened to a bunch. Like I love
my
Nine Inch
God.
Nails. Like literally love Nine Inch Nails. He got all easy kids, didn't he? No, he did not. He did not. There's one hellion in this group, Drew. This fucking kid. This fucking kid is literally my doppelganger. Like he.
Oh, that's a terror.
You look at pictures of him as a child and me as a child, and we are identical. And then you see him. This kid runs into walls. He runs directly at a wall, and for a split second, you are genuinely concerned that the wall will not survive. that is this kid, and I'm like, oh shit, no, they're not all easy. They're not. They're fantastic. I love them, but they're not all easy. Kristen, can you play Goat 911 for Ian and show Crochet? I showed Crochet. The Goat 911 I will play off stream. It's late. I can't do that right now. It's 1:20. I will die if I try. Lori, you have a lathe baseball bat for the whole team. That's a lot. Jan, morning, Rob and Ian. I think it's 6 a.m. in the UK. Thank you, Jan. Chris and M96, very much appreciated. Ian, I will do a robot for your charity again. There you go.
Oh, nice.
There you go, Ian. Lula, I hear you all on all the making for kids. My husband's 3D printer is now an infinite toy maker. Yeah. Keep making kids always remember that stuff. That's why I do it. And that's why Ian does it too. I know that's why he does it, because it's the memories that stuff has with it.
Oh, it's I gotta say, like selfishly, and I know that this is a weird thing to say selfishly, I would really like to earn a plaque for the Extra Life. So the Children's Hospital in my area, last year we raised over 50 grand, which they were like, listen, we don't even have, like, we've got a gift for 10 grand for raising money. We have never even thought of needing one for 50. Like, we didn't think we needed one for like 20 or 25 or anything along the way. So they were just like, sorry, we don't actually have anything. But what they do have is they put up a plaque for anyone who does fundraising who makes 100,000 in total donations for the stallery. The woman who gave me a tour at the stallery, she has a plaque. And unfortunately, the reason why she has a plaque is that her daughter passed away. And she started fundraising in memory of her daughter. And she absolutely deserves it. She's a wonderful person. She is. And she went to work for the stallery because they did such wonderful things for her daughter that she was like, I want to work here. I want to support these people because they are amazing. And that is so touching. I would like to selfishly get a plaque to help them fund some of the goals they have, because some of the goals they have are just amazing. One of the things that I just am so thrilled by is that so sick kids often are stuck in a situation where they just have no, they don't get to go outside. They don't get to live. They don't get to play because they're immune compromised. They're, they're whatever, right? They're not allowed to go out and live their lives. And so what they want to do is set up an area that is outside, like an outdoor play area for them, that is protected. Like you can't just walk on there as like some guy with the sniffles who might be a danger to those kids. So it's all protected. It's all sort of secure and safe. And they want to set that up for those kids. And I'm going, I want that to exist. I want that so bad. And like, that's one of those things that I just want to support so much. But I think it would be a tremendous honor to be on that wall. Not like, I mean, somewhat I have an ego, right? You can't survive in the YouTube business if you don't have at least something of an ego. But just to say, hey, I gave a shit. Like once in my life, I gave a shit about something and it mattered, would mean a lot to me. Because a lot of the time you fight for things and it's just like, you don't know that it necessarily mattered to anybody. So, yep.
Well, we made some stuff and God, of course, ADHD. I recognize how late it is and that you went on a tangent for 20 minutes. But I was going to say we made something for a kid and it mattered a lot. And I didn't realize how much it mattered. I didn't realize how much it mattered when I was making it. I knew it. I thought it would. I didn't realize how much it would. And seeing that was a whole new level of motivation I never thought I would experience before. So yeah.
Sometimes the little things that you don't think mean anything
little things
are the world. I did a video ages ago, like literally ages ago, talking about a teacher who cared about me and cared enough to sort of take some steps on that. And it made all the difference in my life, like a huge difference. Even though you don't think it's a lot, even though you don't think it's anything, take those steps, those little tiny things that you don't think matter, because for all you know, it could be somebody's entire world.
Yeah. Did you, by the way, get tagged in that video? You got tagged in it. Did you watch it? The one where he opened yours and mine back to back?
I just haven't been able to.
Did you watch it?
I'm going to get to it, but
It's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute.
It's going to take a little minute.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's...
You know what? Hang on. Balls. Balls. Just balls. Corey's favorite fucking word.
I feel like that's the right approach here.
Corey's favorite fucking word. Balls. 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 Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you guys, to anyone that thinks that we're just a bunch of lawyers talking shit or grifting or whatever. No, I really do give a shit. And I put my heart in everything I make. So,
Oh yeah, I mean,
yeah.
People will say like, "Hey, do you do commissions?" And I'm like,
I don't have time. I wish
I
I
don't have
wish
time
I could. I wish I could.
everything I do, I put a lot of care into,
And I give it
and
away.
like, so it's like this matters to me, and if it doesn't matter to me, I can't do it.
I know. And I give it away. I give it away. I can't charge for it. I don't.
Yep.
Yeah. So
That's ultimately it. Is I just can't charge for it because it's just like, okay, yeah.
I'm going to be in trouble if I don't get through these. So Lula, thank you very, very much. That was very, very kind of you. Mike DiRado, thank you for the member chat. I work 10 hours and I want Wingstop. I do too. Jessica, thank you. Sending my member chat. Oh my God, it's been the best. Thank you. 2 chicks and a mop. It's a funny name. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Veronica, it's my birthday and FNF is the best gift ever. Veronica, happy birthday. I hope it's the best birthday ever. Ange, thank you for gifted memberships. M. Bava. Beauvais. How do I pronounce that?
Bavas?
Bavas? Bava?
Maybe.
Thank you for the gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. I apologize if I completely butchered the name. I did not intend to do so. I very much appreciate the memberships. Melissa, thank you.
We only butchered it because we're bad people.
Oh, just bad at pronunciation. Melissa, SAG strike may end my job applying to be a law assistant. It's a fun job. It is. KC Cat, I prefer tacos and margaritas and fries anyways. Me too. Katrina, Taco Gringo ran Taco John out of there. Oh God. Marmar, Kurt asked Kristen to marry him when he got that. It was the beef fish that Kristen made Kurt. Have you seen that thing?
I
the
haven't.
Cutest thing ever. Amazing. Mother of 5 Dragons, there's a new book you should read. Easy Money, Cryptocurrency. Oh God, I don't want to read that fucking book. Cryptocurrency, Casino Capitalism, and the Golden Age of Fraud. Oh, wait, I might want to read that by Ben McKenzie and Jacob Silverman. Thank you very much. Equality gifting memberships. Rosebud gifting memberships. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to Girardi mess after FTX mess. It's a nightmare. Cookie Mon Steve. They had cause. The goats were stalking people and being creepy. That was the goat. Yep. Lynn, Rob, are you gonna do the quippy doll look? I don't know. Jess J, Drunkle, Rob bringing the fun and frenzy back to FNF. I love it. JJ gifting 5 memberships. Very, very much appreciated. Adrian Angevine, thank you. Since so many stories tonight made me angry, I'll share a joke my aunt told me this week. Who is the patron saint of anger? Saint John of the Cross.
I love it.
I love it too. Bop It. Also doing a happy puppy wiggle. Thank you very much, Bop It. I love the happy puppy wiggle.
I'm just going to say the pups came up for some treats. But right now they're like, it is sleep time. What the hell are you doing?
I know you cannot shake that bag on a live stream because there's a bunch of dogs just ran to the TV. Don't do that. Nice nails, guys. Oh, so him and the missus just lost their sanity. Hats off to them, but I'm done. 2 little hellions. Love the ragging on Hogue with my name. I do. I love you. It's fantastic. JR, I'm planning on switching to pediatric cardiac ICU at the Stollery next year,
wow.
Ian. Wow. So thank you in advance for all your hard work.
Thank you.
And
seeing that
people are actually watching is a really fucking huge thing. Like, you wonder why we come on these live streams and talk. It's that little stuff. It's the little things that matter. Cherry C. Mills, thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you very much. Here for years. Rob, your pillow hair is driving us crazy. I can't like, it just is. Just live.
Oh, they're gonna live and also be thirsty.
Oh God. Piece of the puzzle. Runkle, you reminded me of something I heard recently when you talked about not wanting to versus really wanting to, and that is having ADHD is like having ED, i.e., whenever you really want to, you can't do the thing. Good night, all. That
yes,
is
but that's
a surprisingly dark turn. That's a surprisingly dark turn from ADHD to can't do the. Wow.
I don't like that comparison.
That's rough.
Like,
Huh.
no, put that away.
You don't have to because you can't get it up. Wow, I said that out loud. Shit,
Rob. I know where you live.
It's late. It's late. It's late. It's late. It's late. It's late. That's my bad. It's my bad. Thank you. Thank you guys, everybody, one and all. I very much appreciate all of you. Cheers to another FNF, another great week for all. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the weekend to the best you can. Lawyers and Dragons tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Hopefully we'll see you there on Hogue Law's channel. I really hope that you guys have a wonderful weekend. I said that already. It's time to land a plane.
I'm going to go drink 2 liters of water so that I'm not hungover during.
So much water. This is a 5-hour stream, guys. 5.5-hour stream. So much water. Thank you, mods, for doing everything that you do and watching and monitoring. Thank you to the people in the chat that have engaged positively, and thank you for the support you've given to me, Kurt, Ian, all the creators you see on screen. I hope to see you guys tomorrow morning, and so all the best. Good night, all.